Hey, grace and peace, everybody. I'm not gonna even say I'm not gonna be on here long, but I'm sick of you folk. I might as well just tell the truth. I'm sick of all you folk. Fair use.
You will have a son. Thus, Abraham first removed the Canaan, then the sand and the stars in your lineage. Look at me. Look at me. You are beautiful. And I don't mean to be discouraging, baby, but you 99. You 99.
For you folk that's not too familiar with scriptures, it's the promises of Abraham and Sarah. This is Sarah. This is Sarah talking to Abraham after hearing that there's a promise that they're gonna receive a child in their latter years. Fair use.
About to be 3 digits. Leviticus. But he said, beloved. Not say I hypothetically believe, oh, you got some soldiers in your loins that'll go to war for me. Beloved, I'm always ready for war. Oh, shoot, we could practice. We could try again, baby. Come here. Wait a minute. God is good. You're feeling the different. Ooh, I don't know yet. Got a little gas, though. Oof. Excuse me. Forbidden. Sarah, what you eat? What you eat? I'm going to name him Isaac. Laughter. Yes, laughter. Because God keeps his promises. The Lord said, by next year, you will have a son. Thus, Abraham first removed the Canaan, then the sand and the stars in your lineage. Look at me. Look at me. You are beautiful. And I don't mean to be discouraging, baby, but you 99. You 99. About to be 3 digits. Leviticus. But he said, beloved. Not say I hypothetically believe, oh, you got some soldiers in your loins that'll go to war for me. Beloved, I'm always ready for war. Oh, shoot, we could practice. We could try again, baby. Come here. Wait a minute. God is good. You're feeling the different. Ooh, I don't know yet. Got a little gas, though. Oof. Excuse me. Forbidden. Sarah, what you eat? What you eat? I'm going to name him Isaac. Laughter. Yes, laughter. Because God keeps his promises.
I had to play that. Sometime you gotta laugh to keep from crying. I might as well tell y'all right now, my block finger heavy. If you ain't part of the community, don't think you get up in here and talk freely. Now, other folk that's been here, they could talk freely because there's some serious stuff. I've been for years now. I've been for years now attempting to form a community where dialogue can take place. Most of you people in here, y'all already know because of the work of certain apologists, certain Christians, that almost the entire Black church feel that Israelites are unsaved. Israelites is a cult, it's a heretical movement. They depend on the law, the law, the law. I can pull up over 100 times Israelites been on here talking and they say we're not doing it for salvation, and a Christian will turn around 90 seconds later and say it can't save you. So one thing I'm not doing is playing with no funny people coming here. You finna get blocked, because I've been years and years and years working on a community. I feel it's impossible. It's almost like they're saying you can't even be black and claim Israel living in the land of America. Because almost everybody, the whole church bear witness with Ethiopian Jews. But I'm talking about you black folk in America. I'm doing something y'all don't do for the church. Y'all don't do for me personally. 99% of y'all, there's 3 Israelites that support me on the regular. That rock with me. Oh, I got believers. I got a good bit of Christians that ride with me. And I'm explaining all this for a reason, because I'm getting funny people say, oh, Berean was embarrassed. He had to take the video down. How many videos you think I took down to protect Israelites or continue the conversation because y'all done said ignorant, embarrassing stuff? I don't want them white Jews to hear because they come to this channel. And they're my friends. I got some of them that's my friends. Long-term friends, and I respect them. I can't lie. Ain't like we go and hang out, but I respect them. And they know me from long time. They know me from the days of cops and robbers. And they listen to this religious stuff. Now, have I taken videos down for both sides? Absolutely so. But it seems like there's a cockiness that come with these Israelites, some of y'all. And it's an air. There's some stuff you can't speak on what you don't know behind the scenes. You can't speak on you know what's going. Oh, somebody said, oh, he took it down because Elder Mike they fled. And I took the video down not because of what happened in the first 2 hours, but because of what happened in the last 2 hours. Usually I'll just block people, but when it get involved with elders and we got stuff going on with, and I told y'all that the green was the moray of the community. There's Israelites in this community that's born again. Nobody gonna shut it down, and we build with them. And we're not gonna come on here and tell these folk they going to hell because these folk want to keep their customs. So while Joe is part of the community, I told y'all most excellent in COVID, they got that back chat. I told y'all that. So now, what do you do when people in the community, you can't block? I can't. These people they're unblockable. I'm not finna do it now. Some of them get mad and slide, and they come back later on. But they're all here for a reason. So if you don't know what you're talking about, just keep your mouth shut. But me, what I want to do, I want to just show my hand. I think I'm so good with what I do. I don't even use the word because I see that they misunderstood it. Because I thought a lot of these people. I don't know why I'm under the impression. I think I draw black people, but a lot of y'all folk is church folk. A lot of y'all folk ain't black folk. Y'all ain't street people. Yeah, so y'all don't know certain terms. So I stopped using the word finesse because y'all don't know what I mean when I say that. I make stuff happen. It's conversations 99% of the time when conversations go where Berean at. Berean sleep. Berean on TikTok. Berean went to the Chinese restaurant. Why? Because I'm just here. My job is to stir them up and bring them together to talk. Once the conversation start going, I walk away. God sent my man that do dunamis, my man, however he rocking out, he got my spirit. We moving together. We moving together. He asked y'all questions, aggravating y'all all this. There's a method to the madness, y'all. There's a method to the madness. So now y'all know before, I'm going to talk about a little stuff, but y'all know from before, there was another time that I forget the other guy now. I always forget his name. I'm good. When I say out of darkness, you were out of darkness. Ella Jones, the other brother came on, and it was something about the feast. I wows out. These people can't even keep their own feast. Shut the live down, hollering and banging. Can't block nobody because they all community, they all peace. But I'm like, hey, yo, so I already felt some type of way. So in my mind, I'm thinking Elder Joe is peeps. He's an elder and everything, but he'll stay blowing every chance he get. Even when he talking about this, he's going to bring it like Elder Joe don't want these folk to keep their customs. The other guy said they just keeping it in vain. It's not really. I said, I can't even remember. Whatever it is, y'all can't keep them. But these folk whole time got Christmas tree. I like what the other sister, what would Jesus do? Y'all got beads, y'all got rosaries, y'all got everything. We ain't gonna talk about trying to clean up Halloween. Y'all celebrate what y'all want. Big deal is make believe. Big deal is make believe. Can they kill a lamb and act like they react? It's a big deal. But y'all say this is blasphemy. Y'all say this is devil worship. That's what y'all acting like. Y'all don't use those words, but you acting like law as soon as. And the problem that we have is when something, the only custom that we really see in the Bible that's official, that's consistent in that Bible is Israelite culture. Why is it? Because the people were Israelites. The people were Israelites. Big deal. These people just started keeping feasts because people hit me. Yo, your man up in here, he just put fringes on the other day and he want to bang out. Listen. I don't concern myself with certain things, but I know religious people do the most. You hear me? You Israelites, you're religious people. You Christians, y'all are religious people. Y'all believe in the deity. It's a God in the sky. He looked down upon me, and I got to do stuff to make him happy. I can make him sad. I can sin against him. So whatever it is, all that is religion. So if you come in here talking crazy, I'm blocking you if you think this ain't religious talk. That's our history. I'm blocking you. It's religion. A history of a people with religion. I'm blocking you. You have no understanding. You're not here to talk. You're not going to further the conversation. I'm gonna play some other stuff that I'm gonna further get into it. What I have to do, I have to edit the video. Some people may have it already out there, but I'm not gonna air it because it's community beef. I'm still on someone. They're still taking all this time. They're still taking money off my car for that Zoom and all that other stuff. I can't turn around. I can't breathe. So a lot of conversations we gonna have, especially when it's us, that we gonna have in the back, we gonna get free. We gonna get these conversations need to have. It's gonna be some carrying on. It's gonna be some carrying on. But we ain't gonna do it in front of strangers. We ain't gonna do it in front of these other folk. We ain't gonna do it in front of the ops. Because certain family I know y'all young and y'all do stuff all in the mall, all in public, but certain stuff they be like, don't take that family business out there. But y'all too young to remember that. Who was in here was alive when Biggie got killed? Y'all folks so young, I mean, it's like a generational gap or something. Who was in here alive when Biggie got killed? Let me leave these folk alone. But we're gonna talk. I remember, there's a lot of stuff, and I can't lie to some Israelites that I like. Are they all listen, we having conversation. I talk with dudes in the barbershop that's 5%ers. Everybody ain't got all my friends ain't Christians. I shouldn't have said that. But I want to tell y'all the truth in the name of fairness. I want to tell y'all the truth. So there's some people that I like. I know they get on here and they talk crazy, but they make up what I'm gonna do? What am I going to do? Some people just stick to you. I'm like, oh, Lord, this one right here with his crazy self. And I say that about a good 10, 12 of y'all. But y'all still come on up on here. But I think in my mind, y'all are dumb like, Lord, this one here, unbelievable. Let me let some of this play.
Hasidic Jews wear a variety of headwear. How you cover your head can tell others which specific community you're a member of. Some fur hats, known as stramos, can sell for thousands of dollars. The Chabad Lubavitch community adopted the fedora after World War II. That's when Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, known as the Rebbe, fled Europe for Crown Heights, Brooklyn. After he assumed leadership of the Chabad movement in 1951,
Oh, you can definitely hear all things Jewish over here. Israel, Jewish, Old Testament, New Testament history. We're going to get into some of that. When my man asked you about culture, you see how we notice different things in different groups, how people form, how cultures, how things form. Did y'all know you can look at some of them Jews and you can tell what community they from based on their hats alone? Good to see you, Davis. We appreciate you. Oh, did you get the thing set up? Fair use.
he continued wearing the layman's hat. Reuven Kamenetsky operates Borsalino boutiques in Jewish neighborhoods. Returning customers can give their hats a tune-up.
And so we're reshaping it and making it look like brand new.
I think I've seen dunamis in here. Fair use. People calling this remote power. This comes from Crowley and certain occultists. People always believe that magicians and wizards and stuff can control people, like you would see voodoo dolls and things of that nature, puppets, and they would control other people. And this invisible power has come into the Christian church. Fake Christianity, everything fake is larger. There's more. They said, I forget how many $billion business it is. They said it's almost impossible. If you're going to buy a Rolex, you must go to an authentic Rolex dealer. Even if you, especially if you buying in the street, they got to get there and open it up. It's almost impossible to verify it's a real Rolex just from the outside. Unless you have an expert and they looking through, y'all know what the loop is. That's that little thing they put on the eye when they look at the diamonds. And they got a loop and all of that stuff, and they've been doing it for years. Even if you've had a Rolex before, don't go buy one in the street because you could think it's legit, and it's not legit. But false prophets are so false right now, they don't even have to look nothing like the real thing. Why? Because people are not converted. They don't have the spirit of discernment. When y'all start doing this, When y'all start doing this, put the link. I'm put the link out there if you want. I don't know where you on the highway. Where you at? Fair use. Look at this. This is false Christianity. This is what gets you to jet. False Christianity jump. False Christianity sells. Why? Because everything goes in false Christianity. Your married life, your single life, it don't make a difference. You can fornicate. Two people could be married. Anything, name and claim it, magic, anything. Holiness don't mean nothing in false Christianity. Living right don't mean nothing in false Christianity. Apologize and have a contrite heart don't mean nothing in false Christianity. Don't get confused, but I notice a lot of people in cults can't identify themselves in a cult or identify another cult. Everything you see under the name of Christian ain't Christian. Everything you see under the name of Rolex, Cuban link chain ain't Cuban link, ain't Rolex. Trust me. They got man-made diamonds out here. Give you a problem if you think you know about diamonds, even if you got a loop and you call yourself looking for the flaws and all of that stuff. If you're not schooled in it, if you don't know about it, you can get got. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this for a reason. Let's look at this garbage. Nonsense and lies. One thing we do over here, we're showing garbage in this or garbage in the church. Find another channel. Find another channel that's going to do the same thing. Fair use. And I used to say something, but I found through the spirit of wisdom and just, you don't have to explain this, Roger. When people start talking about, why y'all do this in the Christian church, you ain't got to explain this. Where that's at in the book, especially if it's another Bible believer from another community, say they believe the Bible, say, I don't see that in the book. You see that in the book? Why are you asking me about that? Shut it down quick. Because these folk will waste your time with Benny Hinn and all the foolishness, wasting your apologetic energy on this garbage. Fair use. Now, I'm going to ask you another question, Ella Johnson. Almost every single time I show you, I'm sorry I said the chubby girl rolling on the floor the other day. I don't want to wait. I don't want to shame. It's mess around with y'all, anything to shame people. I got a little belly burry, and I can't believe you said the chubby lady. I never seen you before. But I'm sorry I said the chubby lady. I'm sorry I said the chubby lady. Let me let some of this stuff play right here. Let me let some of this stuff play right here. All right, I gotta close these. I gotta close these up as they're going, as we're going. Oh wait, no. I think this one is this. This is the one. Yeah, let me close that up right there. All right, I think this is the one I want to play right now. I kind of got these in order, and I'll pull up the other videos. I got a lot of explaining to do today. Teen receives power. Teen receives power. Let me tell y'all something. That stuff can't be shut down. That stuff cannot be shut down. False teaching. Matter of fact, listen, Stashman, let me tell you something. As a matter of fact, false teachings are going to increase. You need to be grounded. You need to be locked in with a relationship more than ever. Because false teaching ain't going to do nothing but increase. Nothing but increase. Let's go on with some of the stuff right here. I'm not sure if I played some of the windows that were open yesterday because I have 15, 25 windows open and a whole bunch of stuff, and I just shut it down. I apologize to everybody for not. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about that later on. I just remember I'm half in and out of sleep, and I just remember hearing Elder Green saying, "I know this was a setup." I'm like, Lord have mercy. So I hit the elder. I hit his jack this morning. I hit him about 3 times. I didn't know what he was doing. I hit him about 3 times. He didn't answer the phone. I was like, "Yep, elder done with me, mess around with these folk, trying to bring these folk together." Everybody mad. Everybody, these folk, and telling y'all right now it ain't right. But I don't know. Maybe 45 minutes later, he hit me and said he was doing some stuff, and shout out to Ella Green. He might come on later on. Shout out to everybody that's regulars in the community. Try to advance this thing. Try to teach. Try to have conversation. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, a lot of Israelites ain't coming to want to sit down and talk, and sure enough, a lot of Christians ain't coming to sit down and want nobody want to talk. And they'll give you scriptures, warn a heretic once or twice. What makes somebody a heretic? Their clothes, the days they keep. Let's keep the same energy. I'm gonna put the link out there right now, Dunamis, for Dunamis and Dunamis only. Let's keep the same energy. Let's keep the same energy, because they say you hold pagan with that tree, and then y'all got whole apologists, whole pastors don't even want to see the Christmas tree in the original Bible. Let's keep the same energy. That's all I say. Let's keep the same energy. So now what we got to do? We got to look at some Messianic Jews. Now I know we're going to argue a little bit. Were those people Messianic? Were they not? When did the church in Israel split? Y'all know people coming here on the regular, or Bruce coming here on the regular. The early church, all the early church kept the feast. Who kept the feast? Who kept the feast? Church of Antioch or the Ebionites, Marcion, and who kept the feast? Because most of these scholars out here is moving with that Bauer theory that there were many, many, many Christianities. A lot of Bible scholars in all these schools will tell you there were many, many Christianities, and they were competing for growing their congregation. Now, we don't believe that. What's the other guy that wrote that book from Orthodoxy? Them two brothers that wrote that book. I'll pull up all of that. I got some slides. I got to start pulling them slides, mess around with y'all. I got to get on my slide kick. Fair use. Oh man, which one? Do I have this thing? Hold on a minute. I want to make sure I have this thing. I got to go back. Let me see. Type of one if y'all can still hear. All right, y'all can still hear me, right? Yeah, I want to go back. I don't want to share this. I don't want to share this right here yet. I want to go back. I want something. Yep, here we go. This is it right here. Now we're gonna begin. All right now. Sweet chariot coming for to carry me home.
Before it goes boom, blah, how you like America now? Babylon the Great, so foul. Terror, full-blown terror, spreading like gossip for Gerardo Rivera. Terror, devils to step to the Israelite zone, but they all get enslaved with the scriptures, baby, it's on. We too strong to have a march like a pool, but I'd rather feel my sword to your guts. I'm nuts for the truth and the knowledge of the Bible, and fucking red devils for survival with your house shot. Oh, you
Name of soul, I know you're right here somewhere. I hate you. You know I see your name in the email. I'm gonna click on it, but why would you do this to me? So you do it to me. I had got to do it to them. He sent it to me. I said, let me go ahead and this is why. Look at Harris. Harrison, I'm looking like just saving like, oh man, why on the Lord's Day? What's good at?
got about Christ, you crooks. Enslaved as holy people with a good book you took. Mercy, mercy, you was bloodthirsty. Now you wanna go to heaven first, see, but pardon me. While the angels and you call UFOs are beaming us up, you gon' get struck with a bomb. Trying to invade with the troops. America get ready to be bombed with the nukes and it's got trying to invade with the troops. America get ready to be bombed with the nukes and it's got trying to invade with the troops. America get ready to be bombed.
What movie was that right there? Let me leave these folks alone. Stop playing to get to this Bible.
And so, as we say goodbye to our dark friends and neighbors,
America get ready to be bombed with the fire and it's got trying to invade with the troops. America get ready to be bombed with the fire and it's got trying to invade with the troops. America get ready to be bombed with the fire and it's got trying to invade with the troops. America get ready to be bombed with the fire and it's got fire and it's got.
Shalom, brothers and sisters.
Now look at Roger. Roger get out there with them. Roger get out there with them feds in purple, and he ready to call the police. Let me find out some of that stuff rubbed off on you. You ready to call the? Don't be a come on, Jay Jacks. He ready to call the police. Now they had some. I'm gonna leave y'all alone about Ezekiel and Anunnaki and spaceships because the Bible talk about spaceships, but y'all laughing at the Israelites. Oh boy, there's a lot to talk about. That's all I can say. Let me get into this other stuff. I'm trying to finish up on what was going on yesterday, I think, and then we're going to get right into it. When did the Christians and Jews or early Israelites, when did they part ways? When did they part ways? When did they go their separate ways? In the first century, in the second century, when the temple was destroyed by Cobra Road. We young Pastor Green in here. And I know it's Sunday, and it's still kind of a little bit early. Folks still hanging around church. Was it in 70 AD? Was it at the resurrection, post-resurrection? Was it when Paul and his couple of missionary journeys by Copha revolt? When did Christianity become a totally separate religion from the early from Judaism? Or from the religion of the first century of the Israelites? Because in the beginning, it was just considered a sect. I'm talking about what's established history. My man get on here talking about the early church. They were all black people and they were all called niggers. And I'm talking about what's established, not what you're thinking in your mind. What we can pull from primary sources. If we pull all of the primary sources together, all of the early church fathers together. Why do I say bring the church fathers and stuff together? Because we can see they're alive at the time. We can see the attitudes. We can see and hear the conversations. Why I say bring Eusebius? He's considered a church historian. So if you say you banging on Christianity and you don't have Eusebius, I'm like, Father God, what these people be doing? Sister T said at the Council of Nicaea, that's when it was. Now, what make you? Oh man, Dunamis and this muck runner here too. I be clearly muck running the muck myself, and then too as Dunamis come here, I blame the muck running on him. Dunamis been missing in action. I'm telling you, Dunamis got a girlfriend. And the reason he don't want to tell us, I don't want to say it because I'm not in any way, shape, or form. Race does not well, let me just stop now. But Dunamis got a girlfriend. And he think that I'm going to be offended for some reason if he show us what she looked like. That's what I think. That's what I think. I'm not sure. That's a feeling I got. But a lot of times, how many of y'all know feelings ain't facts all the time? But that's what I feel. Come on the microphone. When did the church separate? Why? That's an important question. Why did you go to where I say you went to sleep? You ain't never been no early sleeper. Let me leave you people alone. Let me just leave them alone.
We just had a late night special the night before. You know what I'm saying?
It was the night before. All right, because we have been on a few 9-hour. We've been, and the night before y'all was muck running. They muck running the night before. I falls asleep. I tell you, I be in the store. I be all over the place. I be on TikTok. And all right. So he was tired. That's what that's the one he going with. Ant. That's what it sound like. Ant player to player. Ant know that game when he hear that game. But he said he was tired. Let's leave it alone.
I was tired. You know, I haven't had my Kangen water in a while. Just
always on the highway doing a lot of driving, hours and hours. It's never like a 45-minute drive. So all of that stuff can take its toll on you, right?
Yeah, you know, I gotta make sure I'm in my bed with my power neutral. What's the talking about? My grounded sheets. Get my mind right. I haven't had take my B12. All that kind of stuff. So,
and it's what's zinc? What's all them other? What's them pills? You got Elder, me and you. What's them 50 pills plus? Roger and them.
Yo, one
He's
day
starting on his early.
One day, man. Silver edition.
Something happened yesterday. I knew you were knocked out. I just shut it down. After all the carrying on, I just shut it down. But Centrum, thank you. Oh gosh, I love some old folk in here. Something ended up happening. I shut the video down of the Israelites in the comment section. Well, other people asked about the video, that I shut the video down and all of this stuff. It's like someone, Berean took it down because I was embarrassed because of Mike Holloway and them. I'm like, oh man, these folk aggravate me. They got me using bad words early in the morning. But Kofi says, shout out to my Centrum takers. Why do you come on here and put in the hours and do what you do? Why do you think this is important? These conversations are important. Why do you ask the questions that you, before we even start going anywhere? Why you do this?
I asked myself that question the other day.
Tell me the same. Tell me what it is, because I'm telling you right now, somebody else said it, and they said it a long time ago. I said, nah. But then I said about 8 months later, when somebody said something, I said, let me ask Kofi something. And let me ask Dunamis something. And his response was ill. Now, Kofi is one. Kofi, I believe, if I'm correct, that you're one that you came into this knowledge about your family and culturally and being Israel and having conversations and listening to discussions with Pastor Green and doing personal research and things of that nature, that you have come to that knowledge. When you originally came to this channel, you were not thinking about being possibly descending from Israelites. I know you're a couple of seconds behind. That's Kofi. I'm talking to Kofi right now. But go ahead. Why are you doing this? Because we were laughing and joking, and I'd be like, yo, you doing this? I know you got some fringes. You like, well, what in Rome? I'm like, No. And people, then the first time he most excellent, you was here, Sister Sherry, you was in here commenting. So don't you play crazy. When he first turned the camera on and y'all saw his beard, I'm like, oh boy, this could be a bad sign. But we left it alone. People laughed and people joked and everything, and then we just let a few more weeks go by. Then something came up with Elder Green. I can't remember. We be having so many conversations. And then I was like, oh man. And y'all already know, people say, yo, who was co-hosting with you before? She rocking out, banging out with you with the Israelites. Could Covey be another one? Could you be another Sister E? Are you Israel, Covey? I'm gonna ask you straight up. At least Sister E came on straight up. She was Israel, but she wanted me to keep it on the. She went, yo, I'm Israel, but I'm, she don't want to talk about it. No, not ignorant me. That's like when the other pastor was hitting me. He said, yo, you got Sister E out here with a whole channel, and you. I'm like, yeah, I do feel bad a little bit. Because when Elder Harris and the rest of them was telling me, yo, chill, we ain't got to talk about Israel all the time. Oh, I'm going in. And then she was like, yo, when that stuff happened with us, keeping it a buck, she was like, yo, I was just out there. That's when I met these other guys. That's when I met these other people. So them people, I'm like, yo, I'm going to tell you what. Anyway you slice this cake, me and you, all right, but I'm going to tell you what. It's A, B, C, and D. I'm going to leave it like that. Shout out to the Israelite lady. But, Dunamis, just say it. Y'all already know I'm saying Covey in my mind because I'm bringing Covey up. I'm bringing a Covey up next. But Dunamis, just say it.
You say what?
Israel, did you do your in the name of the Lord Jesus? Everybody point their hand towards Covey. Covey, we want to hear the truth right now. We want to have an idea where it's going. Don't just broadside us. Are we seeing JT Mac? Are we seeing stages in the development? Are we seeing stages in Dunamis conversion? No, nobody's saying Dunamis is Israel. We're trying to figure out if he's leaning in that direction. Glory to God in the highest. The short bus, I need to buy another short bus. Because these two buses that I got ain't gonna hold all of y'all in here. But go ahead. Elder Mike didn't take his video down. That was my maybe because his was messed up, but I was the one had the video. I think it was YouTube. Maybe somebody else did that. Maybe he did take his down.
Brain, all I'm trying to do is understand this thing better. Just understand this thing better. When in Rome, do as the Romans. When in Israel,
oh boy,
those Israelites.
Now these are now doing. All right.
Now.
Let's hear him out, y'all. He hear plenty of people out for plenty of hours, so let's just chill and let's just hear him out.
So no, it's just I told y'all there were Israelites before it came to Berean, and so on Berean there's a lot of times where folks the charge is made. I've heard the charge made. People don't know. People don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the history. You don't know the culture, things of that nature, right? Now, I see it being a Christian that it's nothing wrong to learn more about the culture, more about the history.
Of anybody, right?
Of anybody.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But then with Israelites and Jews, from a scholastic level, a theological level, it's interesting. But also, I do find the Jewish people and the diaspora interesting. You know what I'm saying?
I do also. I can admit that. I do also.
So
you want to know about the different Jews the world over.
Yeah. And as you talk to Jews, you find more and more it's not as simple. That
all right, y'all. All right, now Orthodox more, that sounds good. Now and he said, as you talk to Jews, you find out it's not as simple or it's more diverse than one can ever imagine. Which one is it?
It's more diverse. And then Jews will be on code in front of Gentiles, but behind closed doors, there are Jews that don't like other Jews, or Jews who say they ain't really Jews, but we don't say anything. Like,
yes, I agree 100%.
Like with Rebbe, them Jews that rock with Rebbe being the Messiah, you go to New York, particularly Brooklyn, they got the Messiah stickers all around. There are Jews that walk past that can just shake their head, but they won't tell you that because they have to have a united front.
They have to have a united front.
So
they know people looking down on them altogether, so they can't show no form of division.
Yep. And so now I see the brother saying there's Jews and Israelites. Being with the Israelites.
No. We're not separating. We're not playing with that right there today.
No.
When we say Jews, Paul was. What was Paul? What was Paul? Ashkenazi? We ain't come back. We're not playing with that today. When we say Jew, we're talking about you black folk, you Israelites.
Well, he did go to Spain, so he might have been the first Sephardic. Let me stop.
Oh, don't start riling them up. When we say Jew, we're not talking. We put all of y'all in one name category together.
Yeah.
Or you want to be known as the Black Jews, like the most Gentile church called y'all. Y'all are the Black Jews. You want to be the Ethiopians ain't the Black Jews, but y'all, you want to be the Black Jews. You're going to hold that name Jew.
So now I want to talk, because with it, come to the channel. I learned. I got a Jewish prayer book. Learned a little Jewish history, that kind of stuff. Come to the channel.
Jewish prayer book.
Yeah. You gotta have the the prayer.
I got a Jewish prayer book. Where I got the Jewish prayer book from? Homegirl father died, was a 30. God, y'all seen me pulling up that Masonic Bible and all of that stuff, and he died, and this is just the stuff that was left to him. They ain't give it back to the lodge, so it's a couple of little things. But go ahead.
So now Israelites saying no, it's different. I started following some Israelite channels to see, if there's something there.
Okay.
What's the truth there? Pastor Kelly, Teo,
okay.
Dante. I got some, just to see what's going on, right?
So now, okay, I want to keep going because I want to get to the part, because there's footage. There's footage with you out there with vocab and a few apologists. I want you to work your way up to that part right there.
Okay, I'm working my way up to that point, right?
Go ahead. I'm gonna myself.
So now, as I'm learning, I also follow Jewish channels as well, Messianic Jews, right? And what kind of so being around the channel, conversation, whatnot, right? So now we get to a point, and Tiva Tabernacles comes up, and I know the lighter Jews are going in their campers. One guy said, "Look, you gotta. If I know some people can't get a tent, but you at least sleep in your car, but you gotta leave your house. That's what the law says. You know what I'm saying? That's what the tradition is." So now I said, "Okay, brother, you gonna keep it? Okay. So are you leaving your house?" He said, "No, I'm sending a tent up in the basement." And I said, all that time, this guy was banging on the church. We Luciferian, we this and that. You're not gonna leave your house? So what is this talk banging on the church? But you're saying you're trying to keep the traditions of your ancestors, but you're not. And I couldn't take it, Brian. And more as I dealt with Israelites, not saying that Jews are perfect, I saw some inconsistencies, and it felt like a lot of times, to me, keep it to the best of your ability, and they'll make excuses. Right?
Yeah, like when you had the brother on the other day, and I ran to the store. And
I'm talking about dietary stuff.
Eating kosher, and he trying to act like we ain't got no farmland. You can't eat kosher. Boy, go ahead.
And so it's not to say that computer situations are different, right? But it's like the way that the vigor, like everyone else is wrong. The Jews are wrong. The church is wrong. Everyone's wrong. How a lot of folks come about. But then when you press folks on practice, it's not the case. When I press Bruce on how do I keep this feast, and you talk about it's 90 days, not 50 days, all that kind of stuff.
Bruce, and you never heard that in no Jewish community all over the planet.
Yeah. Bruce can't tell me how to keep it. Bruce said just keep it how you can. And it's like, what is that?
Or maybe because of the condition of some black people that consider themselves Jews in America, they just on some listen. We just Israel. That's the first step. That's all. That's all that count right now. We Israel. Then people fake, and just it is what it is. And then the next generation, maybe they'll start keeping, because most Israel I know, they ain't keeping no feast. They're not assembling. That's how come I gotta always, no matter how much I do whatever, I gotta always say them other dudes, they got physical buildings. That's how come in the whole beginning I rock. Well, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna rock with these dudes. We're going to hear these folk out. They got physical buildings, and they gathered and assembling. Because assembling was a big thing in Israel.
And that's what bothers me. Because even the camps assemble. As much as they have folks over their doctrine. So it just bothered me. Like how can you talking about the church being so wicked and off, right? Yeah. And the Jews are so wicked and off. But when you ask about simple things, it seems like it's an issue, or you're trying to press someone, or you're trying to. But no, if I want to be, I want to come into this. How do I do it? And it seems like, bro, just do what you want. To some, not everyone. There are folks who have a stand there, but there's some folks who's like, just do what you want. and just say you Israel. That's all that matters. And just bang on the church. Say the Catholic Church. Say that you're eccentric. Say to this. And it's like there's not a real system. You know what I'm saying?
But that's how come when we were talking in the back chat a few days ago, that's why Kofi was like, well, was that Kofi? Who else was saying, well, I don't want to just come and I'll just be blowing at them. People will talk harsh, but people are trying to play videos. People are trying to have dialogue so people can see how different Jews practice it different ways. I got a little aggravated when the brother said, well, Israelite culture is black people go, how can that be?
Yeah, that's
Like
crazy.
it can't just be it's the partying, it's the Jordans, it's the family reunion just minus the ribs.
Exactly.
And cheeseburgers? I don't know. Go ahead.
Because I'm you know what I'm saying? It's just like if there's a culture, you know what I'm saying? Just to see it out. You know what I'm saying? But because folks will say that this is an ethnicity claim, it's not. You can be a Muslim, you can be a Jew,
Yes.
you can be Christian, you can be an atheist, Scientologist, whatever. But it's an ethnicity claim.
Yeah.
But it seems as the more we went along, it felt more about religion and what the Bible says. I understand it's an ethno-religious group, but it felt more about the religion than the ethnicity and the culture and the history.
But you gotta understand now. One thing, I'll just say this. Y'all know I ain't trying to hit the awakening, but I'm gonna keep it a buck. You gotta understand though that these Jews here, these black Israelites here, whatever term make these folk feel comfortable, these here, they have more Jesus than any other Jews on the planet, as far as I'm concerned. They come from a tradition of the black church, so they're going to be a little different. Wouldn't you think so?
I understand, and I understand.
Yeah,
I appreciate. I understand
that. Go ahead.
But that's why I had my beef with Fervent Charity, because Fervent Charity saying Christ is the culture. But if Christ is the culture, how long has so-called Blacks in America been Christians?
No, that's how I'm saying that. No, because all right, now you see.
That's what I'm saying, Brian. I'm going to present. I'm going
again. I got to look for Ant comment, because Ant comment. All right, Dunamis, why do you win? Let me see, where's it at? Ant, what you first said about the church is largely Gentile. Christianity. All right, go ahead. I think this is it right here. Christianity is a Gentile-dominated religion. Automatically in America, if you're European Jew, if you're Messianic European Jew, or if you're a black Jew in America, the Gentile church is dominant. You heard Mike Holloway say, y'all are Hamites. Ignorant. Y'all ain't never heard Mike say that. He said, y'all are Hamites. Christianity is a Gentile. I tell y'all with me, the other pastor was discussing the problem. He said, man, Gentiles are driving the bus. They got to get in where I don't know what they thinking. Gentiles are driving this bus right here. So now, because they're in the minority and they're saying that we're Israel, how the church going to treat them? Because I know history that the church folk don't want to talk about. It ain't like it's hidden at the bottom of the Vatican, but they don't want to bring it out because they wasn't too happy with Jewish people in the beginning. I ain't gonna do like
there's a back and forth.
Like plumbing wild out, but there's some things that we could bring out if we don't help everybody learn. But I don't want to get an ops I don't want to get them no work to go blowing at them apologists and stuff. But we gotta be fair with some things.
But it's going to be fair, right? Back and forth. Did Jews write prayers in synagogues that Christians would deem blasphemous, so that way they can sort out who was Christians, so they can assemble with them?
Yes, correct.
You know what I'm saying? So there's a back and forth, and I'm not saying Christians were right or their hands are pure, right? But there was a back and forth amongst the Jews amongst themselves about how to deal with these people. There's no longer a sect of Judaism. They different.
Now
they don't circumcise Gentiles. They're doing all kinds of stuff. Even the false rumors that they're saying Paul saying Jews don't have to keep the law. There's some animosity.
Now the beef comes in, watcher. The beef comes in because we're not looking for the non-Messianic Israelites. Where did because what we're trying to really find, which I can't really find good, maybe I don't know how to distinguish enough, maybe I don't have enough of the right sources. That's how I said when Kobe said he's gonna lay into the history, he's gonna lay into culture, and he's gonna put some time into some stuff. I said good because I'm trying to find the Messianic. Who did they go with? The Messianic, the Christian Israelites, who did they go with? When the parting took place, did they go with Christians? The other guy played Dante video. He said the light-skinned ones went to Europe and the dark-skinned ones went to Africa, or something to that effect. I'm like, they separated based on skin color to which countries that they would go to. Hey, whatever, to each his own. If he think that makes sense and that makes sense to him, listen, that's what he gonna push.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to find them because there's some people, the Jews that's being spoken about by some early church fathers and historians. Those were they did not believe Jesus was the Messiah. These are the descendants of the Jews that whipped up on James and them and put them in prison when Peter got out to prison. These damn Jews. That wanted them to throw John the Baptist, not John the Baptist, Jesus' brother, them off James. Who's the head of church Jerusalem? James off the top of the thing of the temple. These damn wicked folk I'm talking about. And if they black, it's black on black crime, whatever y'all want to call it, whoever they are. This has that synagogue of Satan ain't got nothing to do with no skin color. That got to do with the wicked, unbelieving Jew and those that were Messianic part of the way. That's the new movement. That way is what developed into Christianity.
Yeah.
All right. Did anybody answer the question? I want Dunamis to keep going. Did anybody answer the question? Because it seems like they separated in stages.
Yeah.
It wasn't no one thing, the Bar Kokhba revolt. It wasn't no one thing where the temple was destroyed. It seemed like they separated in stages, and it seems like there was beef. Where did they go was the question, because it's good to be able to trace the believing Israelites. Did they just get absorbed? Why would because they had mocked us the last time. Somebody brought up something about Paul eating a ham sandwich. I don't know, Ella Joe, I think he was in the middle of that controversy too, when I don't know, was Sakari and them, I don't know, was some of them Israelites started talking about somebody, but I remember something with a pork sandwich came up. People wanted to mock us. Elder Green said something about somebody set a plate before him with pork and he ate it or whatever to that effect. So people listening, people are going to go back and people are going to talk. Even in the midst of us attempting to figure this thing out, they want to laugh because we want to go and we want to dig and we want to ask questions and we want to try to work this thing out together. It's not as easy as just saying if you're wearing fringes, you can't call on the name of Jesus. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Y'all want to know what side I'm on? Y'all ain't finna tell me. I've been on this. I remember the last time I was out there with some other folk, and Mace jumped on, and then I asked all these folk. I asked them, do y'all think Paul was eating pork, or he didn't eat pork, and he didn't have a Christmas tree? He wore fringes to his death. Any apologist, any teacher I get on, do you think Paul ate pork and he had a Christmas tree? Do you think he took off his fringes to the day he died? Do you think Peter did it to the day he died? Y'all want me to believe. Because it seems like I'm on the side, y'all can't give me that garbage. I know there's a freedom in Christ, but if y'all gonna say Peter was sitting at the table eating, I don't know if I received that. He had his fringes off. The people from James and them came down, and Paul had to check him because he didn't want to sit at the table. He stopped eating the pork and he put the ribs down and moved over. I don't want to believe that. And I think y'all are reading in the text if y'all trying to tell me Paul and them took their fringes off and started eating pork. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Go talk to them about that. I don't accept that at all. You can't sit here and tell me, let's put the Christmas tree down for a minute. Let's put all of that stuff down for a minute. You going to tell me people can't keep a culture? If it's real, if it's fake, if they're doing it in remembrance or something, whatever they doing, and you want to tell me that they can't do it?
Now, Marine, that's what
I say, and then my black power coming up, because if y'all today, if Father, give me the strength, great God in heaven, if I could prove to y'all today that there's any light-skinned Jew that's doing stuff these black folk doing, I'm gonna cut y'all down with 50 10-hour video. I'm gonna tear y'all behind. I don't play with y'all with these light-skinned folk. And it ain't because I got no hatred, but my thing is same energy. And if y'all ain't got that, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna harass y'all. Go ahead, Dunamis. I'm muting myself.
Not that, and that's why the whole it's two conversations, right? I can be just I use the example with like someone who's indigenous, Native American.
Hey,
They
yo,
have
little
their own.
mother. Hey,
They
yo,
have
little mother. I'm telling you right now. I said, well, nobody in the community gonna get blocked, but I'm telling you, my finger heavy for you. Don't start coming here messing up the day. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Let me go.
They have their culture, right? And this is just to me, I'm gonna say it's a secular thing, right? But then it's a spiritual thing. Then we're dealing with Christ. There is overlap at times, right? But they have their culture. If I want to join a tribe, I would live amongst them, maybe learn the language. You know what I'm saying? Marry a girl from there. You know what I'm saying? So there's things I can do to ingratiate myself in that culture, but I'm still a Christian. You see what I'm saying? To become a part of the tribe. So just like with Israelites, there's a distinction that we have folks that we deal with that aren't Christian, but they're ethnically one way, and that's the whole point. But to just have a blanket statement to say that Christ is a culture, yes, we can say spiritually, but just to have to overlap everything else, I don't think that's proper. There is a culture and a tradition that's been held for a long time, and that's my whole thing is that folks say they're original and whatnot, but yet are they going to just Bible and it's just religion, or is it really cultural? You know what I'm saying?
It's largely maybe because it's just largely Christianity. Do we got to go to Prosser? Do we got to go to Wentworth and them, Cherry and them, and see what the quote unquote culture was? Some people say it's just simple. If people are just coming into this, how in the world are they supposed to know about the culture? The other guy said, Barino was talking about them people got a more ancient custom and they got ancient Torah and all of that stuff. They've been doing it a long time, but he said they learned it from the black people. Can we trace the black Israelites from Spain and the Inquisition on the slave ships all the way down here? And did they come with herbalists? Because apparently some of the slaves knew about herbs and stuff. They said, well, they stole the young children. They lost the culture. I don't know, bro. It's a lot. I don't want to make excuses for nobody. It's not as simple as people think it is. Folk can't tell me the spirit going to reveal. Because if the spirit was going to reveal that to y'all, he'd have revealed it.
And they see the brother saying,
he just revealed you, Israel, is some work you got to do. You get saved, you got to study to show yourself approved. Y'all don't hear what's up. Y'all not just regular. Some of y'all are mystics. Oh, I don't need no school. I don't need no commentary. I don't need no Hebrew. I don't need no Greek. The Spirit will teach me all things. That's not what that verse means.
So then now this brother here, you can't join an Israelite tribe and become an Israelite. The scriptures don't say that. No offense, but truth is truth. But now the question is, when folks say, how do they show the Israelites? They'll say the curses. So now it goes back to the ethnicity claim. How do you show and prove? And the folks will just say the curses. And brother, to me,
the curses ain't enough for you. The curses ain't enough. We just
no, because at a point I didn't care, but they kept to harp on it. And this verse means this. When there are Israelites who say no, that verse don't mean that. We got to stop using that.
Yes.
So what are we using? And then now I'm an Israelite. I was born an Israelite. Well, now this whole standpoint about circumcision, the circumcision still matter. Because scripture says if you weren't circumcised, then you're cut off from the people forever. So if my ancestors were cut off from the people, I'm descended from those that are cut off. What does that make me? Wouldn't that make me someone that's cut off? Yes. So I can still practice, but I would still have to I would have to convert to come back in.
Yeah.
And that's the whole standpoint that I think folks are just saying that, oh, you're born an Israelite. Well, is that really the case, or are there other factors go into it? And the Jews, the Israelites throughout history, even the Spurgeon, keep to their customs and culture. Do Samaritans still circumcise today? Why do they do that? And if also about fulfillment of prophecy and all that kind of, brother, Marine, don't you remember we had a live the other day? Well, not the other day, a year and a half ago. Plum was around.
Yes.
Rest in peace. I said, I don't care about prophecy. Prophecy is the least on my list.
Yes.
Because folks will talk about prophecy all day, 700 Club, CBN, and make all these
because
points.
they know people are mystified with prophecy. And if you look at prophecy, most of the time when prophecy comes past the Bible, most people didn't get it right. They wasn't right. They weren't what they thought it was. I'll bring that up later on when I start blowing. I'm gonna show y'all something. Listen, the people worrying about whose side I'm on. I ain't on nobody's side. I want the truth to come out. So I'm gonna show y'all some stuff that them folk ain't talking about. It's gonna get them a problem. But I don't want to look like I'm helping y'all too much. But I am helping Israel.
And then also, this is dealing with some dispensationalists. Why bang, they'll have views on prophecy, and like it's an issue for me. And it's like I'm not gonna get into that because it's not about that. That little grammatical, historical. I just have issues with it. With even how folks interpret prophecy. Not saying we should throw away frameworks, but it's just issues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's like it's just this stuff. Like folks say, we got to keep to the Bible. You can't separate prophecy from the people. But at Comeback Kings, what's your thoughts on the Indian Jews, the Chinese Jews?
Come on.
Jewry worldwide.
With prophecy, in light of prophecy.
In light of prophecy, do you include them as well?
Now, do me a favor. Don't come in here with your nonsense talking about they fake, but you real. Because that's easy. That's the easy way you religious people. Oh, they fake, but we real, so we fit the prophecies. Because then you throwing away the Ethiopian, you throwing away some other Jews too. I don't know if you folk be thinking out there the statements they be making.
And that's why I ask questions now, because about like food, just simple things about a culture and people. And then it's like, brother, do y'all do that, or is it just Bible? All this just is religion. If I were to go to an Israelite house right now, how would I know they're Israelite compared to a regular Black American, to a Hamite? How would I know?
You wearing Jordans and got a fit, and you got an iPhone.
Is there a mezuzah? Do you have a mezuzah at your doorpost?
Or that ain't Bible.
That is Bible.
That y'all got, but they'll use something like that to say you ain't got to do that.
So then, what do we do? How old is the mezuzah? Do they find archaeological sites where they see ancient mezuzah? So what do we do? Then you ask, brother. Then you ask, oh my God.
Who's we, Kobe? You mean your house, your family, your wife, you and your wife? Go ahead, keep going. I'm sorry.
Then we ask questions dealing with, because about fakes are fake, so the Talmud's wicked and fake. And then so when's the Talmud written? Okay, then who else? Maimonides fake. When was Rambam on the planet? So he's fake too?
Everybody fake.
The Masoretic Jews, they real because they wrote the King. They have their text helped me in the King James version, but that's like 9th century, and they in the land. So it's like there's not a consistency about who's real and who's fake.
You know why there's not a consistency? Because God never established it to be on skin color. Scholarship and racism don't mix together. There will always be confusion. As long as these people keep doing what they're doing, they move in the whole wrong way. They move in, I hate to say it, but they move in the whole wrong way. Go ahead.
And then now, so that's where it drew more and more, and it just seeing inconsistencies that was bothersome and didn't have to be. Because I didn't care. If you're Israel, okay, that's fine. But so what do? If just like you have a friend, oh, I'm Korean. Oh man. And you learn some Korean phrases. You might, oh, do you eat this? And it's like more and more you see like, well, bro, I'm just I'm Korean, but I don't do all that. So I was like, oh, okay. So why do you say you're Korean? Like, is that like that's how you feel special? And you don't do anything else? Or the culture doesn't really matter? Or you're just saying that so like you felt special amongst the rest of us who are American?
Are there any Jews that'll say that? Are there any Jews that'll say the culture don't matter?
And now you see the brother saying, not concerned about the trappings, but concerned about my walk with God and Christ inside. So it's a religion.
So you can't speak it. Oh, great God.
So how we talk about, what's the point then? So there is no culture. There is no Israelite culture, just being in Christ. So what's the point? So why then do folks make arguments? I know it's a multiplicity of ideas. So I don't want to broad brush, but I have to broad brush. Why then do people complain about when Christians on here, Gia, Just Saved, other folks say that Christ, you should be content in Christ. Well, whoever, it might not be Just Saved, but whoever, Gia be like, just be content in Christ. Why do folks have an issue with that then? If it's just about you walk in Christ, walk with God in Christ the Messiah and King. What's the issue then?
And further,
Then what's the real
yes,
need?
well, yeah, there shouldn't be no issue then. It shouldn't be no issue at all.
And so now just so now kind of became disillusioned, especially the camps where a lot of the talk was just, what are y'all talk? It's ahistorical, or the language is just I can't find that. I know, Chris. I'm with you. Chris saying they're playing mainstream Jews that don't keep the culture, and that's the thing too. You know what I'm saying? But like, my focus is more focused on like folks I see who are doing the culture. You know what I'm saying?
Those Jews that's doing the culture, they run around here talking about all the other Jews.
No, and then sometimes they'll even attend services.
We got to look at all that.
Yeah. I see secular Jews some things in the web, but more so I'm just hearing my view is more so Jews
here don't claim to be secular.
Yeah. That's the thing. And maybe my view has
to coming around preaching and shooting down other folk and shooting down their tradition and their customs. The tree is a custom.
Yeah.
And it ain't the church, it's American. Y'all do know atheists celebrate Christmas, right?
Yeah, Muslims too.
They have a trees, Asian, all type of people. They have trees. It's American culture. They come here, their kids want a tree, they're gonna have a tree. They see no disrespect to their ancestors or where they come from.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna
play. So now,
you go ahead. I'm gonna step away for 5 minutes.
Yeah. So dealing with the culture, that's one thing I can come to terms with that. But you know what I'm saying. But then the doctrine, there's always issues with the doctrine, with prophecy, with interpretation. To me, with the view of, let's see what brother's saying. Again, the culture is fractured, folks divided over the proper way. So I go to the foundation, God, Christ, and the foundation commandments of the covenant. I hear you, brother, but historically, did Jews care more about orthopraxy or orthodoxy? And those were the biggest arguments. Here you go, sis. Mezuzah, 2nd century. So, sis, in Mezuzah, 2nd century, is it an older custom, or are you picking a time frame where you want to keep the customs? You know what I'm saying? How do I know how to keep the commandments of the book? Is the Bible as explicit about certain kind of things, or not as much? Yeah, some Jews have. So now, while Berean's gone, let me get answer Spirit Simeon. Spirit Simeon is still here. Yeah, cybersecurity is good. Side note, cybersecurity is a good career choice. There's room for improvement. A lot of companies are backwards in how they have things set up. So it's a great career to get into. I would recommend it. Room for career growth, opportunities to work remote, opportunities to work around the world. So, and then with things keep evolving, I would say it's something good to get into right now. So that, to answer your question, Spirit Simeon. But now, so no offense, brother. No offense. Or sis. Or no, you come back here. No offense. You're struggling too much. Some of us just want to keep the simple till the full and correct ways are restored to us by God. Again, no offense. Yeah, but even in the simple, right? If I ask someone simply, how do you keep the Sabbath? And they say don't work, right? Is that that's a simple thing, right? But then folks, well, how do you not work? You know what I'm saying? What's not considered work? I want to cut my TV on. I just want to chill and watch some movies. Sure. So that's where like I'm saying that the simple, but with the simple, you know what I'm saying, folks make things complicated, and you'll have you on panels and you ask for the simple. It's like the leaders are like making this complicated. To me, I don't care about a lot of stuff. I'm just asking these questions. And have you thought about this? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, what's supposed to be done? You know what I'm saying? You'll get on panel and folks say, I don't need fringes because I have the Holy Spirit. Right? All right. But then another brother saying, well, but culture, the law does say tzitzis. So then what do you do? Do you go with a more spiritual interpretation, say the Holy Spirit now is like a spiritual tzitzi, or do you say we don't need to do that. And it just seems like folks are saying this is a culture, but holistically, folks don't accept it. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a matter of, this is just how I do it, and I just leave it alone. Like how you doing, Comeback Kings, and I respect that. So now dealing with doctrine, so now looking at urban apologists, or apologists in general. So, of course, vocab is going to come up, right? And some other people, David Wood for Islam, other things. But
yes.
So now just following vocab, see what's going on. So I attend other conferences dealing with Islam, conferences dealing with different things, and vocab with Israelites, Hebrew Israelites. He had a conference last year called Doctrine for the Block.
Yes.
So I went out there to just to see what's going on, to hear different speakers, and then one night I decided to go out there to talk to a camp. You know what I'm saying?
So you wanted to go? So he invited everybody together. Said, "Let's go on out with vocab and get some rec."
Yeah, brother, you say it like that. And, oh man, Marine, here comes this guy.
Who? Oh boy.
Yeah, you're still with African people and Havites. Yo, who? But who?
And he got the nerve to tell me unblock his other channel. With all that Middle East garbage he giving me with them brown folk.
And I've never heard anyone else say that.
Nobody else. And when we ask him about scholars, well, who started you off on that road? Couldn't name one. I follow Bible, brother. Boy, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all enough. It ain't the Bible ain't enough for me. Y'all interpretation of the Bible, I don't go with it. I can't be finding it nowhere in history. Nobody thought what you thought before you got here. You so great and mighty that God gave you revelation.
Yeah.
You remember when the other guy came in here and said, well, I added up the days with Daniel and the slave trade, and I'm like, where in the world did this come from?
370 years.
And he thought he was really saying something. I'd be like, yo, y'all don't believe that book. When it's a private interpretation, y'all can't believe that book. Yeah. Then they tell me, we don't believe the book. Boy, y'all funny today.
And then now, black people in America want their own form of Judaism. I guess, yeah.
No, is something wrong with that if they do?
No, I'm not saying something wrong with that.
I'm asking Day. I'm asking Brother Day that. Go ahead.
No, you have your own subset. But the whole thing is, like, I like Andrew Brooke Keys. He has a paper where he talks about Hebrew Israelites, and his breakdown deals with religious identity as opposed to practices. So we have those who accept the rabbis, those who reject the rabbis, those who are I think Pentecostal, and those are not, something like that. So it's like a lot of breakdowns more based on religious identification as opposed to orthopraxy and culture. You know what I'm saying?
Why do the whole? I don't know where do you see this thing going without a council? Guerrilla Hebrew vocab was talking the video I was playing yesterday. We're talking. Guerrilla Hebrew said the one thing that he can say that unifying all of Israel is that Deuteronomy. That's about the only single thing, because they diverse on so much other stuff.
I don't, because the whole thing is just gonna be more individualistic, and less about like people coming together.
Well, a lot of people say they're moving away from quote unquote organized religion.
But then how do you have assembly for the feast days if you do keep the feast days?
I guess they'll be the only one. Maybe they'll do it in small groups where we do it at our house, and as it grow, few people are this neighborhood doing this subdivision doing it, and they're doing it at 5, 10 places in Georgia. It's within an hour drive from everywhere you can go. Well, I don't know, Georgia kind of.
But then, Berean, what was the big argument said about the church? 40,000 different denominations.
Oh, yeah, ain't lying.
So how's that? How now?
Any different? No, they're just because they're so behind us and trying to develop this new movement or whatever you want to call them. And don't nobody tell me this is ancient. It come from Israel. Y'all folk in America, you black folk in America ain't been practicing this right here. Y'all ain't been practicing. So now y'all trying to figure out how y'all gonna practice it. How y'all just going about it. And we got different people popping up, but it's still very few. It's very few. Y'all shouldn't be for nobody to claim to be Israel. They got a physical building. Y'all ain't got enough of them. Y'all got to support every one of them. Or if you don't support them, at least don't put your mouth on them. There's too many people that don't have physical buildings. Let's look at the average person. The closest physical building might be what, 5 hours from your house? Plenty of people say, well, I don't gather because I don't know no congregation around me. Or I could have made it worse, mess around with just COVID. People just used to gather online and talk in Israel. How many channels I've been, and I tell you, sometimes people send me a lot of stuff. How many channels these folk gonna get together and pray, call on his name, do stuff that they supposed to at least do with the feast, have the feast on camera, let the congregation, them guys that got a congregation, let them gather and have Passover, whatever, and y'all do it home and watch them on a thing. Try to do that with y'all and Elder Green.
And then now,
beefing with Elder Green. Y'all want to get on here beefing. I'm surprised at Joe. I'm surprised it's default culture. Y'all seen my attitude the last time, but y'all, Joe, you can't help yourself, brother. We love you. You can't help yourself. These folk if these folks say they Israel and these folks say they got Jesus, I'm finna leave them alone because y'all ain't finna bother Abu. Y'all ain't finna bother these other folk out here. Y'all ain't finna bother Dr. Brown. Y'all ain't finna bother these folk right here. That ain't a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing as we're going, as we're growing, as we're developing. Now, the other brother came on here. Oh man, he just messed up. He don't know he messed up, but I guess he been saying that humanity. No, it's plain as day. All the scholars could see it. Every scholar, he's talking crazy. Every scholar could see that you got to keep the law, or statutes and commandments.
No. And you see, and, you know,
that ain't what Kobe was saying. Now, somebody else hit me and said, well, Kobe switched it up too. But listen, I fell asleep. I ain't feel like going back to listen to a whole bunch of lives, but I just gotta, but when, you know, public pressure with emails and all of that stuff, people started hitting me in Messenger and all this stuff. It is what it is.
And then now, Sister Jones brings something else. So don't tell the church how to do it. If there's no standard in Israel, can you really, what standard do you use to bang on the church?
I agree 100%.
And so that's
a lot of these people, quote unquote, come out of the church and they're hurt. Or it's either two things, it's that, or what they have is just talking points to hear from other Israelites. Because when we press them and we bring them up here, y'all don't know about church and background and certain stuff y'all don't know that somebody's supposed to know from the culture. If you really in the culture, if you really went to church, grew up in church or anything, there's some things you'll never forget. There's something that you just know. And as we press some people, I know y'all don't know. Y'all ain't been in church like y'all said y'all was been in church. Nah, y'all haven't been. Your speech betrays you. So either it's that you got church hurt, or you're just repeating what you hear. It's parroting. You're parroting what you heard somebody else say. Most of y'all don't know a cheating pastor personally. Y'all heard it from somebody that heard it from somebody that heard it from somebody from the job.
Yeah. And then we went over tithing yesterday. They don't know that's not where the money comes from.
They don't even know that's not where the money comes from. Anybody got a grandfather or father was in ministry, like, yo, too many days my father was broke. We couldn't get any gifts, any birthday stuff. I used to hear my mother argue with my father about helping people in the church. Oh, you love her more than me? Because first ladies get mad, believe it or not. They don't even like first lady. First lady ain't in the Bible. They don't know Bible ain't in the Bible, but you can't talk to these ignorant folk because they'll say anything just to pick a fight. Because it's a spirit that's warring. Everything in the church ain't wicked. It's impossible. Jesus said upon this rock. Oh, he was just talking about the Israelites. Forget that the Bible says in his name shall the Gentiles trust. In Genesis, it was already a promise that he was going to do something for the Gentiles. Before there was even Israelite running around on the planet. I don't know.
And then so that's what one. And then two, just in my mind, trying to get to a solution. You know what I'm saying? So the problem is folks support Israel too much, so maybe being recognized that way, some of that money that's flowing overseas can go back into the black community or for Israelites. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Quote Israelites. You know, coming together to have those religious centers so that way things can be done. But it just seems like certain folks, it's just about, there's certain folks, not everyone, some folks just about religion and what they want to do personally. And I feel like there's even hurt in Israel to where folks have been turned off from other Israelites, and they want to keep to themselves.
I think it's a good experience for some people because they say they leave the church and they end up finding out something the wise Dr. Hubbard told me a long time ago. People are people in church, in the lodge, in the Nation of Islam, In atheistic group, people are just people. People going to disappoint. Plain and simple. Go ahead. I got to take this.
Yeah, so that's where now, I see, hold on, someone. I see, hold on. Yeah, I hate coming here. So now, if we go back to numbers, that's not how we're structured. We're structured in loose assemblies, ordered by our tribes and clans, and assemblies will happen again. So now this would have to do with prophecy, because now, how folks are going to assemble themselves now? What clan and what tribe? Or do you just work with the pieces you have there with family names established over here in the diaspora? And I think I just think about Israel. And I just think about this stuff. If you present something to me, I just think about it all the time. And it's like, I just question how much thinking is really being done. Not that folks don't think at all, but how much thinking is really being done, and the arguments that are made against the church. Do we see that consistency with those folks that are making the arguments? Are they trying to get somewhere, or is it just another church? You know what I'm saying? Or we just do another religious service, but we say that, the Christians didn't care and all that kind of stuff, but it's the same thing. So, yeah. A lot of us do keep to ourselves. We talk about it if it comes to conversations. Yeah. The assembly of local congregations was temporary because of diaspora in different lands. And that's where, all right. So now, that's common sense doctrine. What Gregory, common sense ain't common. You know that, brother. So get into it. So going to vocab, going to that conference. So they want to go out and get something. They want to go out and just talk to the camp that was in Phoenix. So I went out there, and it was just interesting because, in the same manner how we deal with like Jay or Bruce, excuse me, dealing with like legalism, it's like folks will say claims about legalism and imagery and all that kind of stuff, but my argument is like, can they be consistent? You know, folks wear sports hat with Celtics. That's a leprechaun. So now we're okay with wearing leprechauns, Irish folklore. You know what I'm saying? Folks with imagery and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, but then when folks come around with crosses, it's an issue. But then folks want to wear imagery. I don't think the argument is consistent. Yeah, brothers can say, yeah, it's just lines and whatnot. But at the end of the day, you're using imagery to support your argument towards certain things. So it just seems like under the beast system.
Oh, we said that beast system. All right.
And that's the whole thing. I just want, in my mind, a little a consistency. But so there's a video, and like I'm talking to the brother about he's wearing a Cardinals hat, and like, does imagery matter? Because he's talking about no graven images. Oh God, bring on. Hold this out. Observe for a second. No graven images.
Beef for Henry. It's get ready to be beef, but we'll clear it up.
Yeah, beef with images, but I think some folks, they'll beef about it with another group, but when it comes to themselves, they don't care about it. They'll make excuses. And it's like, then what's the point?
Is that hypocritical?
Oh, heavily. It's one thing, and it's one thing to say, to discern to where, certain things don't mean certain things, but with certain groups, it's all or nothing. That any image that's not designated by the word is a graven image. And it's like, then brother, how many graven images do you wear? Y'all talk about, you bring up scripture like woman's head should be covered, but then when you read the Bible, folks say prophesy, you got your head covered. So what's that? Or when you pray, you got your head covered.
In order to follow this thing, especially when you start making the ethnic claim, it's a lot of cultural reworking to do, because you were born, like Roger said, you done 37 years, you've been just a regular person in America. Now you're taking on a whole culture. 4 or 5 years in, you got to do a lot of, you got to be with people that's practicing this thing.
Yeah, and that's when I see now. Let me just answer.
Whole cultural change, because everybody that's claiming Israel are proud of it, and they're preaching because they believe Israel need to be a light, so they're out here preaching. So are people out here even making it worse than it was before in the Pentecostal? Are people out here preaching and they're not prepared? Because these people that get on here talking about the culture and you got to keep the commandments, they are preaching.
Yeah. And then you see the brother, funny, unless we sew our own clothing, there's almost no clothing we could wear because of labels, symbols, and fabrics.
Why the Jews? How come the Jews, them same 47 people that y'all talking about this fake? How come they made all of they fixed all of that? They got their own hats, they wife got their own wigs, they got their own clothes. How come I was there was a time all y'all mamas had sewing machines, grandmama had sewing machines. Oh, they stopped teaching that in school, grandmama ain't around no more? Or grandma young shaking her behind in the strip club.
Even the Amish show their own clothes. And they wear clothes to be set apart.
That's why they say Black America is full of excuses. Folk will come here from, listen, I don't care about the people talking about loans. Folk will come here from Africa. Them Jews will be persecuted. Folk will try to make a way. The poorest of the poor coming out of Haiti, they're going to try to make a way. Especially if it's for your God. He ain't going to give you the strength to do it, to take off that pagan garbage, put down the devil worshiping Jordans. What Jordan doing for Israel? Come on, y'all like talking that talk, right?
And that's the beef. The whole standpoint. The argument is all folks have to do is just get rid of that argument and bang about, oh, you see that cross in that church and that similar. Okay, just drop that argument and then the argument goes away. But it's not being consistent in the fullness of the argument.
They don't want to be fair. They don't want to see it all the way through. They want to talk about what's paganism, and then they want to celebrate birthdays. Just like we've been saying, the same energy where birthdays come from. Y'all picking and choosing. Just like they said, oh, y'all pick and choose what commandments y'all want to follow. Yeah, and we all picking and choosing then.
Yeah, just like the Mona Jews, they're vegetarians.
Come on.
So if dietary things are such a big thing, brother, just go to a raw food diet.
Come on, Adam and Eve did.
The original man, what they eat?
Wouldn't you do that for the deity you love? All the food is processed anyway.
Yeah. Unless it doesn't matter. All this is just talk. It don't really matter. At the end of the day, bro, it don't matter. Just do what you want. Do as thou will. And the Most High will go great because you're in captivity.
Elder Mike, do me a favor. When you got some free time, or click on that link, come up here and tell us what happened yesterday. They asked you 3 questions. Tell us when you're free to answer them 3 questions. Because he ain't really give you time to answer them questions. He asked you 3 questions. Go ahead. You know they're a couple seconds behind.
Yeah, so that's the whole, and that's where, because to me, the only thing I hardline on is the essentials. But there's lots of I don't care about when folks come with the energy and like folks are wrong, it just triggers me and my mind starts going. And I think about these things. What does that mean? What would that look like? Okay, you present this problem, so how do we solve this problem? But at the end of it, folks, it was never a problem. It was just a talking point for certain folks to bang on another group that they don't like. They never cared about solution. They just want to tear someone down. But now when you put them on the same standard they use, they say, brother, you're doing too much.
The same measure. What Christ say, because y'all say y'all love his words. Same judgment you are the same is going to be measured out to you. So just the same energy. Same energy y'all got for the church. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. You know everything about the church. What need to be done? What's pagan? When the same questions start coming towards you, it's just fear, y'all. Y'all know I always want to talk about fear. All right, Elamite. Go ahead, Dumas. Oh, let me play this. Whatever you do.
Yeah, no, just fear. Yeah, because that's the whole thing. All right, hold on. I see the brother. The light occurs in Isaiah 60's fulfillment. When we walk in perfect order, the nations didn't. The nations didn't listen anyway. The nation won't heed the light till we are restored. Again, prophecy. Is that... And now the whole standpoint where Christians say, how does Christ break down Isaiah 60? So does Christ... Who can say when Isaiah 60 is fulfilled? Who has the authority? Does Christ have the authority to say when Isaiah 60 is fulfilled?
That's a fair question.
Or he doesn't? At the end of it, when he breaks it down, does he have the authority as the Messiah? the Son of God to say this is fulfilled before you, or no? He got to come back and break. He didn't know what he was saying.
Nathaniel got the authority to break it down. No man has cracked the book. What that other fool said? He said, "No man on this earth."
No man.
Play that video. I want to play that video. I'm telling y'all, I can't make this up, y'all. Y'all people be thinking like, yo, what are you talking about? Y'all got to see that video. He said, "No man on earth."
If you want a father,
you don't know how heavy this is. He said he ain't had a father till now. I understand the fatherless and the black and father. Great God in heaven. We got to find that video. Let them keep playing around. Let them keep playing around. It's gonna be some spiritual Kool-Aid. Let them keep playing with it. Then it's gonna be physical Kool-Aid. Everybody went to Guyana and said, "Oh, impossible. It could never be me." Let me play some of this whilst I don't know why Kofi like Henry, because y'all know it's a good chance Henry ain't a believer. And like I said, most a good bit of Bible scholars, they start moving off of, there wasn't one orthodoxy, there were many Christianities, and then an orthodoxy was developed later on out of all of these many Christianities. Henry hold that position, Elaine and all of them hold that position, a good bit of scholars, Bart Ehrman hold that position. Matter of fact, Bart Ehrman is the champion of that position right now. That Bauer thesis, Bart Ehrman is the champion of it that's alive right now with the heaviest rotation on YouTube. Oh, he did pull it up. Go ahead, I'm mute myself.
All right. Christ is essential Isaiah 60 and the keystone Isaiah 60.
No, I thought
may have the verses off.
No. He reading something different. Go ahead.
Now, come at Kings. Christ is essential.
I want to see that horse. Let me show me Nathaniel on the horse, and I promise y'all before I get off the dam and bring that fruit lady up. That's Benaiah Israel. We gotta play the flute lady. Go ahead.
I got that one next. Now I want you to now y'all who talk about Eddie Long. Is there something between Eddie Long and this going on right now? Fair use.
Awestruck I was when I first met you.
Celebrity shock is I knew I wasn't worthy to approach protector, a provider for the nation of Israel. That's who you are. Some people argue whether he's Elijah or whether he's Peter in the spirit. We don't know. Only the Lord knows. But what we can tell you is you are somebody special. You are worthy of leading the nation.
Because no man can do it like you. And Bishop Nathaniel is what you call the perfect example to Israel. We see a lot of great prophets in the Bible. We have a lot of great forefathers. A lot. And tonight, I'm putting Bishop Nathaniel in the midst of them. Their prophet is Bishop Nathaniel. All of us here have his spirit in us. Bishop Nathaniel is the father.
Hold on. Let me run that back.
That sounds like man praise. You couldn't do that in the Christian church.
When he says the prophet, I only know one in scripture the prophet is one person.
Come on.
Are they trying to?
He leading the whole nation of Israel on this planet. He's the only one worthy. But you hear IUCPK. If it ain't of IUCPK, it ain't of the Lord.
Yeah, Jerry Hannah.
Y'all gonna leave me alone. Y'all gonna leave me alone. Y'all gonna stop bothering me about some Christianity when y'all got this whole other zoo going on right here. Fair use.
Their prophet is Bishop Nathaniel. All of us here have his spirit in us. Bishop Nathaniel is the father every man in this room want to have.
We salute you, General Nathaniel Oliver.
Planet Earth that has opened the Bible and brought it out to the capacity that the bishop has done. God has chosen you to lead the flock. There's no man on the planet Earth that has opened the Bible and brought it out to the capacity that the bishop has done. God has chosen you to lead the flock. There's no man.
And Brian, I'm asking a question. Why is he dressed like a Roman emperor?
Yo, y'all gonna leave me alone right now.
Like a European king?
Y'all gonna leave me alone right now because this is more of a comic doctrine. Let me pull up the other thing with the lightning coming from his head. Otherwise, tell Mike this video so he can get some rest.
All right. Because now, oh my God, what are we doing? Hold on. Let me hold on. And of course, we gotta.
Who this?
I
asked you who this on that name.
Well, I suppose if you're going to go to hell, if you have to go to hell, if you make it your business, your plan, your goal to go to hell, I guess this is the best way to do it.
Let me put it in the chat.
Somebody said play the video. Somebody said play the video with him stepping on somebody's head.
Oh, that's the one. Oh man, that's the one from.
Wait a minute.
Yo, we. Yo, these are dark times. Just had it this morning. In the meantime, we might as well.
When they brought the Hamite to me to kiss my boot, I didn't even talk to him. I just said, "Damn."
That's how the ancients did it. Hold on, give me 1 second.
But perhaps the best example of how European ethnics would finally gain the full benefits of whiteness came with an innovation in housing at the end of World War II.
How is that coming to wreak havoc on the earth, man? You think the Lord and Savior, you think Christ is gonna come back with hugs and kisses and rainbows and dragonflies and ponies and a bunch of unicorns? The evil bow before the good. Right? If you think this is wrong, then you must hate the Bible. Chapter 2. It's the book of Daniel. It's the book of Daniel. They stepping on me. Then the king made Daniel it's like, and gave him many great gifts. You're not gonna hurt me that much, are you? All right.
But then you can be dismissed and go do whatever the hell you want to do.
Understand that Yahweh is coming to wreak havoc on the earth, man. You think the Lord and Savior, you think Christ is gonna come back with hugs and kisses and rainbows and dragonflies and ponies and a bunch of unicorns? The evil bow before the good. Right? If you think this is wrong, then you must hate the Bible. Chapter 2. It's the book of Daniel. It's the book of Daniel. They stepping on me. And the king made Daniel it's like, and gave him many great gifts.
All right, stop that video. Stop that video right there. I'm sick of this nonsense. I'm sick of this nonsense now. Let me ask y'all a question. Y'all see what I ask y'all, if white folks stood on the corner doing this to a black man on drugs, how would we feel? We tear this country up, and white folk, Black Lives Matter, they'll tear it up with us. They'll tear it up with us. Oh, it's money and rage. How much, y'all know how much that Black Lives Matter girl house cost and who she put on staff? And I love the fact that they got y'all. Because y'all sick and y'all hate these white folk and y'all sick of these folk and y'all will tear up everything. They collected millions. What they did for y'all. Oh, that rage just gets you up into your emotions. I tell y'all, well, let me ask y'all a question. Why would one of the biggest, most richest countries in America, in one of the biggest cities in the world, why would they allow black people to stand on the corner and do this? And we all know white folk couldn't do this. Why would they do that? Most high, so the words of the prophet so powerful, the white man scared. Why is the government allowing this right here?
You see what Russell Higgins has?
What?
You reap what you sow. They did the same thing to my ancestors and much worse. It's just come back on them.
So you think the power, so the white man, Russell, let me make sense. The white man is wicked. Why would the wicked white government allow this to happen? Why would the wicked white government allow y'all to stand on the corner and preach what many would call hate speech? Why do you think that is? The most high power, the powers that's in the hand or the suits of these powerful men of God, that the white man can't do nothing? Why do you think the government letting it happen, Russell? I wonder if you play chess. I want to see if you were thinking, why the government letting them do that, but they ain't letting the skinhead the Klan do that? I'm waiting for a reply. Good, I'm playing this video. Let me get in this. Stop playing with these folk with this religion, this madness.
And then this is a culture. This what? Wow, I don't know.
Somebody said freedom of speech, but Jason Booth. But listen, the Klan got freedom of speech. Why everywhere the Klan goes, it's going to be beef? Skinheads, all these neo-Nazi groups that's coming back. Phineas Priest, all these groups that's coming back. How come they ain't out here parading their religious beliefs? But they letting you black folk run amok. And who else they let them run amok? LGBT, EFG. Them folk running amok. They can't stop it. I got to collect money to buy another short school bus. We need 3 of them. All brand new helmets. They can't stop it. It's all doing the Most High, and the KKK has already done it, brother. So the white man can't stop it. But the white man can stop y'all from leaving the country. The white man can stop y'all from so much other stuff. I got another theory. You don't want to know what that is. They lining y'all up. But y'all don't know that, though. They lining y'all up. This the art of war. You think it's one thing, it's another. They preparing y'all for the slaughter. So they can show this is what these wild animals believe. Oh, they lining y'all up and y'all falling right into it. They're already killing us. We might as well keep going. So how is stepping on this white man changing the culture for Israel? Explain that, Russell. Come up here and explain that, Russell. How was that changing the financial situation? How was that changing the situation of Israel in the land of their captivity? I think that's a fair question. You don't think that's a fair question? Oh, I love the white man because I asked you that question.
Yeah, look. You see Black Tacit? They don't want to be like Christ, but they want to be like their oppressor. Learn out their ways of may the law don't matter.
Law don't matter. It matter when they need it to matter. You can't have scholarship. You can't have proper scholarship. You can't have no religion. You can't have nothing fueled on hate. It just don't work. Plain and simple. Y'all do what y'all want to do with that book. I don't see Jesus spending all day talking about the white Roman soldiers and how the Most High gonna kill all these daggone white folk. I just don't see it. Y'all can fool yourselves all y'all want. Come on, let's get rid of this so we can get back to the culture and try to see if we can edify people, because this ain't doing nothing but showing the madness. I showed some madness in the church, and of course, Dunamis and showed plenty of madness in Israel. But there's madness everywhere. Be careful, there's madness in this religion. Don't be blind to the madness in your sect, whatever that sect is that you repping.
And you know what's funny, Brian? What did that prophet do? Had a woman on the ground, kicking her knees. They got that white man on the
all on the ground. That's what religion do. Have you rolling on the ground? That's what religion do. You seen the black African had the girl spinning on the ground, the chubby, fluffy girl on the ground yesterday. Had a woman all on the ground. What's all of this falling all on the ground? Religious dudes want power over y'all. Anybody. Color ain't got nothing to do with this. Let me play Henry first. Fair use.
So can we really say they invented a new religion? When did Christianity officially part ways from Judaism? Welcome to the second episode of Varieties of Early Christianity. You can check out the last video right here. In that episode, I show that this evolution tree of Christianity just doesn't accurately reflect reality. Christianity was diverse from the very start, and what we know as Christianity today grew out of a supernova of competing theologies and communities. Well, today we're going to push that evolution tree back one step further, back to a time when Christianity and Judaism were not distinct. Today we're covering one of the more controversial topics in early Christianity. When did Christianity and Judaism officially part ways? Now, it might go without saying that Christianity started as a Jewish sect. That is to say, almost every Jesus follower from the first century was Jewish. And with the possible exception of Luke Acts, all of the New Testament books are Jewish texts. So at least in the first century, we can't say that Jesus followers constituted a whole new religion. Guys like Paul were cultural critics and reformers looking to make radical changes to Judaism, namely inviting in non-Jews into the Abrahamic covenant promise. They weren't really looking to start a whole new religion. But by the 2nd century, Roman authors started talking about a weird new group called Christians. And some authors start using the Greek word Christianismos, which we translate as Christianity. The church father Ignatius was the first one to use this term Christianismos, comparing it in opposition to something he calls Judaism.
Christianismos and Judaismos. Listen to this. Both, they know that those groups keep a real leader forming in our community. What you mean by that? Because you do know, I don't want to explain to y'all about Boule and all of that stuff. Look at all of the real leaders. Look at all of the real leaders. Where do real leaders come from? The Nation of Islam? I'm talking about major movers like a Marcus Garvey. Major movers, they come from, where they come from? The church? They come from the Nation of Islam? Where they come from? What Farrakhan did for black people in general? Let's just compare. Leaders like Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Abernathy, different people. What's the other old man that died at Martin Luther King and them got hoses and dogs all on them? Let's look at the leaders and look at what these religious leaders done. What have Farrakhan ever done for the nation of America? Y'all talking about what Obama done, but Farrakhan just popular Obama or more popular. What has Farrakhan done? You think General Yohanan and Nathaniel are going to be great leaders in the whole black community or just in their religious cult, their sect? You think they're going to go up to Capitol Hill and they're going to lobby for some stuff for black people, Nathaniel or anybody coming out of one? You think that?
With Nathaniel
from when y'all start talking about Boule and Alphas and Prince Hall, where the real leaders come from? People that moved and shake for everybody. Stuff that Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, white folk, white woman, Asians, everybody benefited off of civil rights, believe it or not. What about Noble Drew Ali? What he did? He went to the White House? Come on. What y'all can say to them people, y'all can't say to me. Listen, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night.
Brand
walking points, y'all be go ahead, Dunamis. I'm good.
Yeah, because it seems like the groups I've spoken against Freemasons, Divine Nine, the church.
Put the work in. But I gotta spit it. You gotta spit it to make them the bad guys, so the masses, so the ignorant, dumb masses will go against them. But look how much work. When y'all start talking about them books of the Bible and Enoch and all of that stuff, y'all don't want to know the Masonic. Y'all don't want to know. You can't accept the truth. You don't want the truth. You want to lie. So do what the elite say. Oh, they devils, they devils, they devils. Kill the devils. They devils, kill the devils. The higher knowledge, anybody thinking, anybody that's not part of the quote unquote masses. See, y'all are the sheeple. Y'all don't want the truth with this religion. Y'all don't want the truth.
No,
I'm a free thinker. I ain't up in that church with that brainwash. Yes, you are. You in religion. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yet they've always persecuted the real free thinkers.
And then folks will say stuff like this, but they will go to a camp channel with their live stream and won't say, so what's the next solution, brothers? Let's come together.
Why? Let me get new age on y'all. Let me get new age on y'all. They keep y'all in a low vibrational state. Just talking about slavery, just talking about the white Jesus, just talking about the last police killing. Low vibrational state. When you gonna get up to the next level? When you gonna vibrate higher? In love, because that's when, at least according to the new age and the cult, that's when you start moving in a higher consciousness and higher thought. That's when you could do something as a people. I watch them white Jews. They don't spend all the time. I don't find them doing 10-hour lives about slavery and this and that and all that, about the Holocaust. I don't see the white Jew doing that. Them Asians, they had building them railroad tracks and disrespecting them in the mirror. I don't see none of them doing that. Well, they get loans and we don't get loans. We're different. We're the land of our captivity. We'll be a byword. Let me leave these people alone. Play this video. Fair use.
Judaism. But if anyone should interpret Judaism to you, do not hear him. For it is better to hear Christianismos from a man who is circumcised than Judaismos from one who is uncircumcised. So you might be thinking, Christianity and Judaism, Ignatius thinks about them as two separate concepts.
You know the thing that make us different? We don't fool ourselves and think T.D. Jakes or Charles Stanley is going to change the world. But I notice some of y'all think y'all leaders are coming down here to do something great. That's how y'all talk about spaceships and all of that stuff. Y'all in something deep. Y'all in something deep. This religion is real. Talking that talk like they're going to do something. Ain't never been to Capitol Hill. The dream of the future. It's a sweet by and by dream. He coming back and he gonna fix what we did in slavery. None of y'all never picked no cotton. Oh, well, the 13th Amendment, you go to jail. Don't go to jail. It ain't not for me and some of these hood folk, but it's easy for some of you folk, and y'all done made it to y'all 30s and y'all ain't got no felonies. Don't go to jail. Oh, the 13th Amendment, you go to jail, so they never really got rid of slavery. You got to understand when the curses are. Listen. Yeah, there go Pastor Mike. Fair use. Pastor Mike, what's it called?
That's a good, yeah, we had a definition.
Going off yesterday, messing around with y'all, we couldn't even get what's the cult? At least tell us, Dave. You say you can't jump on that. At least tell us what a cult is. Fair use.
Concepts, case closed. Christianity and Judaism parted ways around 116.
Oh, and don't get it twisted. We're getting all the reports. All the baby mamas, all the broads y'all ran up in. Y'all ain't white from y'all read scripture and ran up in them. Or we getting all the reports. We getting the footage. Usually when people start getting into the Bible, like she said, he was selling dope and he was on the block and he just changed. He loved me, now he bought a car. We got 17 years married and he's in ministry for 9 years. But I'm hearing something different with these chicks. He stay home and study the Bible and I got to bring him all my money. And she on Section 8, she side hustling, braiding hair and everything. And now he running around putting his hands on her, talking about he want 4 more wives, 3 more wives, 2 more wives. Other dudes talking about, she gotta submit. They pressuring him. That's how culture, they pressure him. Not be a good, she got to submit and fall in line with this book. If not, we got another wife for you. We have the wives for you. Dogging these chicks out. Oh, we getting the reports. Y'all like talking, and y'all been talking all these years. Y'all been talking. We listen, the chickens that come home to roost. This thing can't go but so long. So all that energy y'all got about them church folk, boy, I'm telling y'all better slow it, y'all better pipe it down. Y'all better pipe it down. And I'm gonna tell y'all something about the spirit. Your leader's gonna get exposed because people are people. I see the pride cometh, the book promises your leader's gonna get exposed. Oh, y'all don't believe that part. He too holy to fall, right? Let's just see if we got the energy that we had for Zechariah, Rabbi Zechariah, that same energy we had for Eddie Long when we was blown. Let's see if y'all had that same energy. Let me leave y'all alone. I'm going to let the video pay. Time will tell. Time is the great reveal. Hey, God, time is the great reveal.
Hold on, bro. Let me just, why are you talking about? Let me show something real quick. We got to get, folks think we just making stuff up.
I'm not in the mood. He go and get some anyway. She go, you raped me. Babe, hun, that's not rape. Because she's not been transformed in her mind. Her mind is America's mind. This is what Paul is showing us. Her mind is TV. You raped me. You're not supposed to do what I don't want you to do. So, bruh, here she go. I got a headache. I got a headache. As soon as she comes through the door, babe, here's aspirin. I don't need no aspirin. I ain't got no headache. Good. Get undressed and get to bed. That's how you handle that. The hell is this? It's on my back. Oh, my back. Well, you can just lay on your stomach, then you'll be all right. Then the sister get mad because some other woman caught her husband's attention. And then we get the phone calls and the emails, my husband ain't right. Sister so-and-so's husband looking at porn. What should I tell her? I say, hey, tell her to go to Victoria's Secrets, put on some edible panties, and swing from the chandeliers and work it like her mama showed how to work right there. Bigger. And you ain't ever got to worry about this dude watching porn no more.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all. Oh, I ain't even know that vocab, that devil. That vocab, that devil want to expose everything. Let me tell y'all something. You could be bad as Holly Berry. He'll cheat. You could be bad as Beyonce. The cheating ain't got nothing to do. As a matter of fact, I ain't even start teaching y'all. We ain't even start teaching y'all some stuff. There's some stuff these ladies got to know. Cheating ain't got to, he'll cheat on you with an uglier chick. Why is that? That's something on the inside of us. That's something that we got to handle. That's something that we got to bring under control. I'm gonna talk to the brothers about that, but I feel like talking publicly, letting some of this stuff out. That stuff he said is nonsense. Beyonce bad as she want to be. What did he do? What Jay did? Oh, he cheated on her. Holly Berry bad as she want to be. And I highlight, she got cheated on. Don't let these dudes talk goofy and foolish to you so they can carry on their diverse lust so they can just do what they want to do. Lust is a heart problem. Being married, come on. Being married don't stop me from sitting with the porn secret. Come on. And then we rock with the scripture, rather married than burned. Rather married than burned. When I got married, I met my wife. I went to walk-in closet and all that because she likes shopping. So home girl, I told y'all we need a bottom assistant. Said my friend, she always doing shopping and this and that. So she said she needs some closet built. You only just a block and a half away from her house. Go around there and give her a price. I told her you was coming. You was gonna hook it up from the day I came in there and I saw her and I started that construction 90 days later. 90. Now, of course, I'm going to ride with the scripture, married and burned, and she want to get a box up and all of that other stuff. But I had to hurry up and marry her because I didn't want her to know about the crazy side. Time is the great revealer, but y'all like rushing. I had to jeer into hurry up and get. Then later on when she found out, oh, God, what did I get myself into? Too late now. She trying to get lawyers. She trying to look up an annulment. She looking up stuff. Now, too late now. I can't tell y'all. Let me stop right. Let me go ahead right now because I get off and start talking about telling on myself. Fair use.
Here go Mike. A religious cult is a group that has strayed from that which is considered acceptable doctrine. That is often followed by separation, mind-controlling teachings, and mental abuse of its members.
All right, he didn't say, oh, it's one charismatic leader. So separation, you got to be separate from your family. Say what you want, Christian. I don't separate from the family, but Jehovah's Witnesses and them do. And even an ex-member, you can never talk to them again. Be careful of them groups that tell you stay away from ex-member. controlling teachings, and mental abuse. If you want to leave, making you sound like salvation is not outside of this group, something is wrong with you. Or another thing cults love doing, what you shared with the cult leader and the elders in private, they love to bring it out in the public. Oh, you got a problem masturbating anyway. That's okay. That's how come when they caught you having sex with that cow when you was 10 years old, and they start telling everything. Say, y'all like telling the folk all y'all business. Oh, this the great man of God. And y'all like telling all y'all keep. Oh boy. Just stop it. Just stop it. Just stop it. Fair use. Put you on blast doctrine. And they'll start doing that. Shaming you. And then the thing that's hurtful, you're more broken. Then you'll go around, then you'll go to a legit church. You'll be so broken and so hurt and not trusting of religious leaders and everything. Don't worry, God is going to avenge. They talking about God going to avenge the white man. God going to avenge those racists, those wicked cult leaders that have abused people really seeking after him. Y'all want to know who to go and get the greatest judgment? The book tell you right there. Not too many of y'all get up here and want to be teachers. The book tell you who gonna get the greatest judgment. Y'all just think this judgment, this white man. Let me leave these folk alone. I'm getting off this live.
Around the life of Ignatius. But not so fast. When Ignatius uses the term Christianismos and Judaismos, is he really talking about a system of beliefs and practices? Talking about two separate religions? Well, no, he's not. He's defining orthodoxy and heresy, like what we talked about in the last video. The scholar Daniel Boyarin has a lot to say on this issue, and if you want to answer this question,
I don't recommend Daniel book. I got it, but listen to this. The church, dude, look at this. Look at this. Let's make Israel descend a lie today. You know how many people are known within Christianity to church hop? To church hop?
Yeah.
Who getting a, how many church? Show me video with do we got people moving like my man said? He's like, listen, I ain't worried about no people leaving church like a bus stop. You don't catch this one, you'll catch another. She leaves, somebody else will come. It's a revolving door. I understand it. I'm used to that. That's how people come around here and be like, yo, you got a heavy blocking spirit. Somebody else will come. Let them folk go. After a while, I feel bad. Let me unblock people. I'm too ignorant with that, but I already know. So where y'all getting that from? Every church gonna get up there and say your name and say your business. They be like, she gone. She was crazy anyway. Calling the pastor hours all night, running up on the pastor wife and come forward. She can even get out the car. She crazy. She gone anyway. People come and go all the time. Jehovah's Witnesses are known for that. Tell you not to talk to somebody that left. That's how I know Israel just said. That's how I tell you y'all don't know church culture. Y'all never was them people. You would never make that statement saying the average Baptist church does that. The average AME church does that. The average Pentecostal church does that. You would never make that statement. Because pastors tell you they lifetime. Gilman, you played the video yesterday. The pastor said, don't take it personal. People are going to leave. People you love will leave. People going to leave. People going to come. I'm the pastor, bruh. What you telling them, you can't tell me. And you can't say to the average person been in here going to church. If they in the religion or they not in the religion, you can't give us that. Y'all could talk, but y'all can't give. Y'all have been deceived.
And then pastor will talk to you. He see you in a Walmart. He see somewhere to talk to you even after you left the church.
Come on, even after you left the church. How you doing? And remember your kids. Yo, I'm telling y'all, I'm not playing with y'all. Remember your kid's name. He done stuff for you. That helped this fool find a job. He done came home, gave him parole letters, counseled him and his wife. How much? And then we go back and we look at the books. In 3 years, he gave $57. Good God in heaven.
Yep. And then the person
all in front of the crib, 12 is up there. He's running up, coming to the crib. Her brothers and them out there with hammers to kill you. Boy, pastors, boy, salute to the pastors. The real pastors, they not popular, they don't get talked about. Why? Because they're doing right. But the average cop in the United States of America ain't getting talked about. But the ones that let them things go and start doing foul stuff, those the ones we got on the front of CNN. You don't hear about 99% of the pastors in this country for a reason. They ain't doing nothing foul. And we live in an age where people hate pastors or anybody do anything, they'll spread it all over the place. I said it yesterday, most of y'all don't know no pastor ran up in another broad and got her pregnant. Most of y'all just go off of stories you heard. Most of y'all ain't been up in no pastor's office. Most of y'all ain't got no grandparents and parents who was pastors, and y'all don't know what it is, so y'all just talking. Told y'all ain't coming on this channel tearing down these pastors. Y'all ain't gonna do it. Not when they uphold the whole black community. You got these new Negroes running around on the corner now thinking they done did something they got on the corner 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Most of the time when they moving like that, just show me the buildings. Show me ISUP. Show me all of these dudes for the last 80 years, 50 years, 60, from the time when One West came out. Show me One West feeding non-Israelites. I'll pull up Captain Tazaria right now. No, he African. That ain't you little young dude. No, he African. They don't put a spirit in y'all. Oh, y'all hate the Hamites. Black on black, the religion got your mind. Y'all can't feed me nothing. Oh, don't worry. I blows at the church too. Y'all can't feed. That stuff y'all selling, I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it. Fair use.
Hold on. Let me see. Biblical Christianity has never been popular. Popular Christianity never been biblical. And you see the brother saying, now he's saying the church mad people claiming Israelites. Is it as simple as that, or is there something more to it? Over the years, has the term been tainted? Had it been beef that come with the folks just saying the church got to do this and that? We got to keep the law, statutes, and commands, all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, let it play, brand fair use.
In depth, please read his book Borderlines, The Partition of Judeo-Christianity. Dr. Boyarin reminds us that this term, Christianismos, was invented before our modern concept of religion. So early Christians defined it differently than what we would expect today. Their term Christianity referred to something different than our term Christianity. So what did Christianismos mean to ancient Christians? Was Christianity a whole new race, a whole new ethnicity, something completely different? Dr. Boyarin writes, for these Christian thinkers, the question of who's in and who's out became the primary way of thinking about Christianicity. The vehicle to answer that question was, again for these Christians, orthodoxy and heresy. So when Ignatius uses this term, he is trying to show that identity within Christianity is not based on language or history or geographic location, which so many ancient religions were based on, but whether you believed or practiced the right stuff. But as we talked about in the last video, we need to be very careful to distinguish between what an author is writing about and what was actually happening on the ground in society. This clean break between these two communities was not playing out in society. A lot of our assumptions about Christianity and Judaism parting ways is based on our privileging of belief over practice. From our modern perspective, this makes a lot of sense. A lot of people would define Christianity as believing in Jesus as the Messiah. But in antiquity, religious identity came just as much from religious practice as it did belief. So for example, let's take a hypothetical ancient man from Antioch. This guy was born in a Jewish family, lives in a Jewish neighborhood, attends a local synagogue, celebrates Jewish holidays, and married a Jewish woman. Oh, and by the way, he also believes Jesus is the Messiah. So what is he, a Christian or a Jew? Well, for all intents and purposes, he's Jewish. We are importing our own modern bias, our own modern criteria of what constitutes religious identity onto this guy if we assume that his belief in Jesus outweighs his religious practice. The thing is, this guy is not so hypothetical. Our ancient sources talk about Christians attending synagogues, keeping the Sabbath or feast days with Jewish friends, betrothing their kids to Jewish families, and marrying Jews themselves. Religious practice, the way these people actually lived, blurs our easy categories between Judaism and Christianity. It blurs Ignatius's categories too. This is why Daniel Boyarin says belief in Jesus is not a good enough criterion to say that Christianity and Judaism parted ways in the 1st or early 2nd century CE. Because in so many other ways than discipleship to Jesus, early Jesus followers shared a lot in common with ancient Judaism. In fact, some early Christian groups had more in common with Jewish groups than they did fellow Christian groups. So for example, the Ebionites were a Jesus-following sect that saw
Now, this is where Henry gets dangerous, because he and Elaine and them, well, most of them, what we would call secular scholars with degrees in the field, though, they're not like us, because we say, well, wait a minute, who are the Ebionites? And I want Dunamis to pull that up, the Ebionites and so many other early sects sects or groups. They popped up and Orthodoxy shot them down. Orthodoxy existed, or proto or pre-Orthodoxy existed, and said, no, they're not right because they're not teaching what we have received. Remember, back then there wasn't no email, so you couldn't get word. When by the time you got word that the bishops and them got word that some crazy stuff was going on, for them to have a silent or some type of council to get together to examine a doctrine, a lot of people have been exposed to it already. Things didn't fly around quick like it did here. I'm gonna let this keep going. I'm gonna step away from it doing this.
Saw Jesus as the Messiah, but they rejected that he was a god, and they insisted on following Jewish law. Another Christian group, the Marcionites, rejected the entire
Most excellent. Who were the Ebionites and the Marcionites? And what how did the Marcion help us with what we would call the biblical canon today? Oh, that's a good one right there.
entire Hebrew Bible and saw the God portrayed in the Hebrew Bible as an evil deity oppressing humanity. So when you compare these two groups, the Ebionites and the Marcionites, sure, they both believe Jesus is the Messiah, but the Ebionites have a lot more in common with traditional Jewish groups than the Marcionites. Since Christianity and Judaism were so diverse in the first century, it's impossible to talk about a single point in time when these two religions parted ways. Some Christian groups maintained very close contact to Jewish communities and held on to Jewish practices well into the 4th, 5th, and even 6th centuries. Later church authorities like John Chrysostom complain about Christians hanging out with Jews, and the Theodosian Code tries to outlaw these interactions. But they probably didn't have that much effect on the general populace because they were trying to impose an orthodoxy versus heresy dichotomy onto a society that just wasn't playing along with those rules. So in the 1st and 2nd century CE, we don't so much see a parting of ways between Judaism and Christianity, but we see what Daniel Boyarin calls a partitioning within Judaism, when certain Jesus-following groups started to distinguish themselves apart from mainstream Judaism. Authors like Ignatius enforced this partitioning, saying that Judaism and Christianity are completely different things. And some Christian groups, like the Marcionites, did go off on their own. But on the ground, Christian and Jewish communities had a lot in common.
Now, we get ready to bring up John in a minute. You can see that catechism, mess around with them, mess around with Anna. Oh, we gonna bring up John in a minute. We don't have no choice but to bring up John and see what John said about the Jews. Now, when he's talking about Jews, he's not talking about Messianic Jews. That's what I'm saying. We're looking for Messianic. We're looking for 1st, 2nd, 3rd century Jews that kept the feast days, kept whatever calendar, and loved him. Because we do know the Gentile church started growing, and the Gentile church weren't, a lot of what we call a Gentile church, people are claiming that they kept all of the feast days. These are where we get the arguments. This is where the stuff coming on. Come on, Crystal, come on, Covey. At least somebody in here, because I'm telling y'all right now, boy, it's hard to find some of you podcasts want to get out here and tell this truth. So we gotta say the good, the bad, and the ugly. Y'all don't want to say that Christianity felt some type of way about them Jews. And so let me ask you the question. If Ant said that, if Covey just said that, let me ask you a question, Covey. When some of the Jewish stuff start popping up, could it be some of that? Well, I'm Pentecostal. Could it be some of the same spirit that have them fighting against anything Jewish? Want Paul to eat pork? Don't want you to wear. Well, some people, I don't want people to say, we don't even want to bring nothing up. But this is why we have so much beef on this channel. When people say, I'm a believer, I'm Israel, and I'm not doing it for salvation. Could this be one of the reasons? Because there's an ancient spirit on them that's been in the church, maybe lying dormant at times. Sometimes it will rear its ugly head. I'm asking, don't y'all get yourself blocked. I'm talking to folk been in this community. And you outsiders, though, y'all can listen in, but y'all don't need to say a word. Say you jump on the link at Jump on Code if you want to share some of that stuff right there.
Hold on, Ant. So, Ant, what do you say about John Chrysostom's anti-Semitism? What's your views on that?
And what he said, we follow his divine liturgy for service. That's how I asked y'all years ago, Ant, could you be a slave owner? Could you be a racist? And you could be, and can God use you? Can God use you with things That's how we got to explain the gift and the calling of God. And did God know Moses was going to strike that rock ahead of time? That Moses was just a. Did God know this ahead of time about Peter? He was ignorant. He was going to cut off the ear after walking Messiah for 3 years. He was going to cut off the ear. He was going to deny. Did God know ahead of time? Do He know ahead of time when He called you that you got crazy, that you got freak in you? Do He know ahead of time? And maybe He don't look at your woe, He don't look at your shortcomings as bad because of the blood. And He knows the end you, what He gonna do. He that has begun a good work in you. So He ain't sweating it as much as us church folks sweating it. I wish I could come on. Matter of fact, it's zoo running time. It's muck running time. I'm finna let that link go. It's muck running time out here. For those that we know. I can't even say that because some of the people we know, they muck runners.
You see, Ann said how I feel about it. Obviously, he was wrong, but man, you'd be hard pressed to find a Christian without skeletons in his closet.
Ah, boy, Ann, come on, shots fired. Y'all don't want the truth like this. Y'all don't want the truth. Yeah, I'll talk crazy, but a lot of, like the other guy said, he said, well, when you start moving in the ministry and stuff like that, you don't talk about your past and stuff like that because they can't really look at you. They don't need to see the leader playing basketball and just jiving and joking. They don't need to see the leader shooting pool and just in the, just hanging out at the backyard with the common people, with the laity. They don't need to see the pastor just sitting around laughing, lounging on the bench and the first lady at a cookout. So, I tell the pastors to hang out with themselves and other ministers and don't go to cookouts at the saint's house and stuff like that. And there's a reason for that, because y'all don't want to see the leaders as a regular person. I don't know why that's like that, but that's just how it's been. Aunt talking good right there. Well, she said, "Oh, I disagree." I mean, I'm just going right by that. I'm going right by that. I'm going right by that comment. All right, look at Covey now. Look at Covey. Read that, Covey. Is it that simple? Read this, Dunamis.
John Christian against the Jews. Enough said. Is it that simple?
Matter of fact, I'm going to stop Henry right now, and I'm going to bring up John. And so, in case they don't know what most excellent, in case they don't know what Ant, in case they don't know what some of the people are saying, and y'all tell me from some of the, y'all just tell me. Y'all tell me what y'all think, and is it good, is it bad, and maybe y'all should remind them of some of the hymns our mom and them sang. Y'all sing them at funerals, and y'all crying. Y'all say y'all feel goosebumps. Y'all say y'all feel the spirit. But when you heard the story behind the man that wrote that song, don't forget the part you said you felt the spirit. Because what's that other song? They were talking, not I give myself away. One of them songs, every time that song played, I go to crying. Crying don't mean the Holy Ghost. That's one thing first. Nowhere in the Bible, crying means the Holy Ghost. See, we got to talk to these people about the Bible. Because we confuse and mix up experiences and mystify them and think, and we'll start thinking somebody crying, that means they got the Holy Ghost. Nope, that ain't Bible right there. We're gonna make sure we take our time and we're gonna all sit down and we're gonna talk about this stuff. Let's look at some of this right here. I'm gonna start right here.
Very good point, and I'm going to use that point when I'm going to show you the complexity that start being on the ground. So that's a very good comment. Thank you. Interesting that Jesus Christ is referred to as yeast, a raging agent, which was prohibited during Pesach. Do you think this was intentional? That's interesting. Well, Jesus has a very strong ties to Passover, of course, and the lamb of Passover so there's a lot of imagery doing that. The yeast here has something to do with how Christianity looked at itself in relationship to the Judaism that came before that. And there is something that has to do with leftovers from the past that we've developed into the new Israel. So there's a few metaphors that Christianity uses. There's a tree and leaves, and there's roots, and there's yeast, right? There's like the beginning of it, but yeast can go bad. So, right, so how do you go to a new yeast? So this is one of the metaphors. It's very complicated and needs a lot more explaining to read Christian theology, but it's a good point to notice that. What is the symbolism of a lion, the picture of Ignatius? That's a very good point. And I really am not an expert in art, but lions actually appear a lot in church fathers' pictures. This has to do with strength and the metaphor of that, but also some of their ability of some of those sages to converse with animals. It's very, very interesting. Not the topic at all of our talk today. So we're not going to go there. Was there criticism of those declaring the religion of Jesus had stupid laws? Was there criticism of those declaring the religion of Jesus? I can't, Amelia Leibovich, I can't kind of figure out the syntax of this question. But if you're asking if there's similar claims that Christian beliefs were as stupid as Jews, yes, there was. And we have some text like that from Dialogue with Trifle, for example. So we can actually try to relive the dialogue between them. The only problem we have, and that's the problem I always deal with, is that Christian texts are much earlier than Jewish texts. So sometimes I have to reconstruct the Jewish text from the earlier Christian text. I think I'm going to stop. Will the slide be made available? The talk is being recorded and you can look at the slide later. I'm going to stop with the question now. Please feel free to ask more questions. I'm going to leave a half an hour at the end of my talk for more questions and we'll do more. But now I want to move to more text and make everything what we've done now much more complicated. We're not going to end the day feeling good with ourselves. This is going to be complicated and this is on purpose. So let's do some more slides. So the first guy I want to introduce you to is this guy, Eusebius of Caesarea. Now, by the way, every time I show you a picture of church fathers, do not think they look like that. These are later depiction of them, how people thought that they should look like.
Dunamis, the professor just said something right there. We ain't even got into the anti-Semitic quotes right now, but the professor just said something like that. When you see these pictures, because these guys read books and they take pictures and y'all just making stuff up. Pictures came about later on from some of these writings, so they just added pictures.
Yeah.
Who was the first ones with the printing press? And there's a reason why they look like the first people that had printing press that was printing these ancient books. That answers a great mystery. Because these people coming with an argument, why they give us that picture? With a great argument that came about 1,400 years after the fact, they deceiving us, they lying to us. I'm like, listen, brother, let's read the words of the book and leave them pictures alone. But that's a whole nother story. Let's get into this anti-Semitic thing.
Because
can you hold feelings of racism? Can you not be perfect and God use you?
Yeah, and then Brent, don't forget about
because some of the slave masters have been saved. Y'all said absolutely not, impossible. Then when we start asking about personal things, about personal things and marriage and struggles and drugs and drinking or porn and any type of struggles. We got people struggling with a whole bunch of stuff. Y'all would be surprised how many preachers. All right, let me leave these folk alone because the opposite take that. How many worshipers, how many people out here that you think are really, really anointed and they have the craziest struggles you could ever imagine. The craziest struggles you could ever imagine. Oh, they can't talk to y'all because they bless y'all too much. Woo, that's my song. I'm like, boy, if the truth ever come out, would you switch it up? Or did that song still bring you through a lot? That's the question. Now, that's just in case anything comes out with a gospel artist. Don't switch up now after you done been blessed by the song, because when you ain't know his private life, you loved him. And it was a blessing. But Sister Jones, y'all are switching up quick. Oh, now you found out he a homosexual. When he made the song, he was living with another. Now, let me leave these folk alone. Go ahead, Dunamis.
Tony.
Let me leave these folk alone.
And then Brent, it's just very important of, even when we talk about Michelangelo, some of the Renaissance artists, they would use Jews as their models.
Hey, yo, I hate Aunt now. Aunt now you're being foul. Now you're being messy. You know Calvin, and now you're being good and messy. He using his biblical history knowledge to be good and messy now. You know you can't speak no words against, you know you can't speak no words against Calvin. Why would he even do that?
I know.
Let's off this thing here. Go ahead.
I got some beef with Christian. Now I'm gonna say Christian stuff. He was a little sensationalist, but I ain't gonna talk about it. Let it play.
He said the slave owners did not repent. So there's some slave owners that you're going to see in the kingdom. Robert Pearson, there's some slave owners you're going to see in the kingdom. How most excellent repping for Christianity, and he just gonna tell. Said some folk gonna tell the truth. He said Martin Luther was terrible with it. Terrible. Hated them Israelites. Terrible with it. But I see that I noticed they didn't answer that question. That's how I said we had these Zoom conversations. We got to talk private when we telling the church business. Because the ops will take and say, yo, they confess. They confess. Other people just never said nothing about it. But we're going to bring it out because it need to be done because of the type of community. Because of the discussions and stuff we have, we want people to make, when they're making these decisions, when they're hearing different things, when like y'all heard that, that disagreement last night and everything with leaders in the community and all of that stuff. We just need to just be informed on the history. But I noticed nobody said, is that because a lot of y'all ain't Pentecostal, is that a spirit that have always reared its ugly head in the church of anti-Semitism? And is it the same thing as the awakening, or it's different? They just hate the awakening because they know that these folk are Hamites just acting like Israelites.
Oh, here comes your sister.
Boy, I'm telling y'all today, I don't even want a public. I'm gonna have to talk behind the scene because this one gonna make me talk crazy.
Oh, here come a boo. So now we're getting from the Eastern and Western viewpoint. Abu, how should the church fathers be viewed in light of anti-Semitism? How should the church fathers be viewed in light of anti-Semitism?
Should we even bring it out in this type of I personally think it's beneficial. Should we even bring it out, Abu, in this type of environment, or is it going to give fuel to the mother folk? I'm here for the comments. He said, "What's good for the good? These folk ill with it, but it is what it is." They should be viewed as sinners in need of a savior.
Oh,
these folk already. Oh, boy, let me just. Never mind. We ain't even see that. Let me just keep on going. Fair use.
Right. So this is Eusebius, and Eusebius is very important because Eusebius writes a church history. He doesn't talk about Jews in this case at all. He's talking about Christians. And he's confronting a very horrible accusation against the Christians. You know, the Christians, they have a ceremony called the Eucharist, where they have like the Lord's meal, where they drink wine, and this is likened to, or the actual blood of Jesus, and they eat bread, which is the body of Christ. Now, this sounds very strange to the Romans around them, the Greco-Roman world around them. And a rumor starts going around that Christians they're cannibals. They eat blood and they eat flesh. So they accused Christians of eating the blood of children. Sounds familiar to you? This was an accusation against the Jews as well. But this was also an accusation against the Christian. Everything that you learn about religion in the ancient world leads to the conclusion that there's nothing new under the sun. An accusation, they're always the same. But in this case, they accused the Christian of eating blood. And Eusebius answered that in the 3rd century, and he says the following: how would such men eat children when they are not allowed to eat the blood of even of irrational animals? So Eusebius says, listen, we've been accused of eating the blood of children, of Greco-Roman children, but it doesn't make any sense because, says Eusebius, those Christians don't eat the blood of irrational animals. So they can't, in fact, by the laws, eat the blood of children. So Eusebius is not talking about Jews, he's talking about Christian, and he's saying that Christians of his time observe some kind of dietary laws. They keep kosher in some way. Wait a second. Did we not just start half an hour ago this conversation by saying the Jews are the ones that keep kosher and not Christians? And it doesn't make any sense to keep dietary laws. But all of a sudden we see a Christian church father saying to us that Christians observe dietary laws. They keep kosher. You don't eat the blood of irrational animals. What's happening here? And yes, I'm going to take the entire list and try to show you that if you look at different texts in different times, that list makes no sense in actual time. Different Christian communities observe certain practices of Jews in different times. So this is one of them. Kosher, not just Jewish, not all Christian maybe, because the writer of the 2nd century text that we started with don't eat kosher and he thinks that's stupid, but Eusebius is talking about Christian keeping kosher. Let's do one more.
Why is that important? Because Nathaniel had you thinking every Christian out here eating pork. Never been like that. What Ant is saying is so important. When we deal with Christendom and them, they view Jews as adherent, as a separate religion, as spiritual movement, not hating on them because of their race, amen, or their color of skin. Don't drag that into none of this that we talking about right here. Because the ops will do that too. Thank you. Now here's your guy. Here's your guy. Let me see what.
And then he said, and Abu hit us with the, let God be true and let every man be a liar.
Come on.
Be a liar. Or let every baby cry, that the evidence makes them uncomfortable. Yeah, I know that.
Let the chips fall, and that's how all of us have already been. Abu been consistent, y'all. All these years he's been consistent. That's what all of us just saying. Let's put it all on the table and let the chips fall wherever they may. Nobody trying to stop nobody. Well, maybe I have to rephrase that part right there. With this one more. Oh boy! All right, we go.
Yo.
Them pork, with them good pork levels. Fair use. And do we got scripture on that? Would that go back to Romans 14? Oh, but y'all said every Christian, because y'all saying every Christian, the early church, nobody was eating pork. All the early church kept the feast days. I wonder where Bruce get that from. Is Bruce getting it on tonight with oh, wait a minute. Let me call Elder Green was doing something. I forgot all about. I'm sitting here messing around with y'all. Let me play this thing and go get me an energy drink. I'm sitting. I forgot all about this thing.
This is like my favorite writer of ancient time. His name is John Chrysostom. He lived in Constantinople in the 4th and the beginning of the 5th century. And his name, Chrysostomus, means the mouth of gold, right? He's a great speaker, has great practice in oratory, and look at what he's doing. So he's giving a speech, a sermon, and his church to his Christian followers. These are all Christians in his church, and he's giving a speech, and he's saying the following: another serious illness calls for any cure my words can bring. An illness which has become implanted in the body of the church. So he's very grave, right? He stands in front of his church. Imagine, church full with Christians. And he's very, very serious and very glum. And he says, there is a serious illness in our church. Speaking to a Christian, what's the disease? Why is he so upset? And he says, what's this disease? The festivals of the pitiful and miserable Jews are soon to march upon us one after another and in quick succession. We should imagine him in about, beginning of September. And he's saying, and I love that description, everyone who's tried to keep the Jewish holidays knows that the festivals are coming in succession one after the other. Is a very, very, familiar description of the Jewish holidays. And he said, the Jewish holidays are about to dawn upon us. Again, he's a Christian church father standing in a church and talking to his Christian audience, and he's talking about the Jewish festivals. What's happening here?
What's happening here, Dunamis? That's how come Christians don't like the feast days. They got the Spirit of John on them. But they're saying, Christians, crazy, y'all. You hate the Most High feast. You hate the Most High feast. What's happening here? Where Kofi at? What's happening here, Most Excellent? What's good, Pastor D. Flame? What's happening here? Don't be quiet now. It's your church fathers. Y'all always bring up the church fathers. Don't be quiet now. Let's discuss it. Don't worry, we're going to get rid of this video. If we're gonna discuss it before we delete this, we discussing it.
He's working through it. He's like Ann said, as a spiritual movement, he's trying to see what's the need for it. That's what it sounds like.
All right, what's the need for the feast? If Christ died and the church is and the church is a quote unquote, and remember, these are not the, or at least I don't believe that they're talking about. I'm for evidence that they're talking about. They don't consider them brothers in Christ, because these are Israel. These are Jews that do not believe in the New Testament, so they're different from the Jews that's coming around us. These folks say we believe Jesus died and rose again, and we beefing with them about the feast days and fringes and stuff. But just saying he died and rose again, I'm not saying that make you a believer alone, because a lot of people believe that. But let's just listen to church fathers. Let's listen to some of the early pastors, bishops, leaders.
And you see, here comes Chris. Hence the quaternary
controversy. That was a Constantine time. That was saying, besides Nicaea, what came up? Were we going to deal with a fixed day of Passover, or what they would call Resurrection Sunday? Some people would call it Easter. People did want to separate. So when Bruce did that how long Bruce was on here? And then, folk hit me about Bruce and everything. I'm like, I don't know, man. And then I was like, and I ain't gonna lie, these supporters, some other people, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know, Pastor. I gotta pray about that. Folk just want to, folk sick of Bruce. Folk sick of some of y'all.
Brian, you think if Bruce is around the time of the church fathers, he'll have much full time as he does?
I'm telling y'all, Bruce getting ready to retire. Bruce get ready to tear YouTube up. He get ready to tear YouTube up. And messing around and bringing them on here. We done gave him a jump start. He get ready to tear YouTube up. Y'all hear me?
I just hope I hope the channel don't get flagged. Family, they don't flag the last two videos because I speak too much truth. They don't want to hear. They don't want
to hate you. I hate this guy. All right, Finn, I'm Pastor Green. Let's get cooking right. No, we healthy. No, we want to, and especially then I'm surprised. I know you said you were at the church last night, though, because I dozed off. I got to apologize, young Pastor Green, because I know like last time, anytime something jump off, that you'll jump on, even if you don't say nothing, at least you'll jump on the panel. I guess you were real busy because it wasn't going too good yesterday. But I know you said you were going to jump on, but then you got, you was at church, you got caught up. So, stuff went a little sideways, but we're going to try to work through it. Maybe you could jump on later on. I'm going to try to get Elder Green. I guess I'm at the run, get me a coffee or something. Elder Green should be in the house. And I don't even know. Maybe we should put that thing to the side with him and Bruce if they're going to do that tonight. I don't know. Let's just play this out. Let's just get these church fathers out the way so we can, because I like talking about church folk. We ain't got no sin.
Here, and look at the list. Feast of the Trumpets. What holiday is that? Rosh Hashanah, right? The shofar. The Feast of the Tabernacle. What is that? Sukkot, right? With the booths. And the fasts. Yom Kippur, right? And maybe another fast. I'm not going to drop that this at this moment. But he knows the Jewish holidays very, very well. And he says they're about to start. So why is he so upset about the Jewish holidays in his church, to his Christian community? And he's saying the following. There are many in our ranks who say they think as we do. Many people sitting in this room, Christian card-holding members, they say that they're Christian, yet some of these are going to watch the festivals and other will join the Jews in keeping their feasts and observing their fasts.
Ooh, them church folk don't like that. Christian ain't got no business keeping no feast. They weren't even Messianic. You ain't got no business. Ooh, folk ain't like that. Ooh, folk ain't like that right there.
Opa, that's interesting. Some members of his church watch the festivals. They go to the synagogue and hear the trumpets, right? They go into the booths to see the festivals that the Jews do. And some of them observes and join the Jews in keeping feasts. They eat the Rosh Hashanah meal. They go to the synagogue. And the fast. They fast on Yom Kippur. So Chrysostomus is talking to his very Christian audience, in which some of the people in his audience fast on Yom Kippur, observe Rosh Hashanah, sit in a booth in Sukkot, even though they call themselves Christians. Did we not just say, did we not have a list from 2nd century where the Jews keep lunar calendar, the Jews do kosher, and all of a sudden we have a Christian community in the 4th and 5th century observing Jewish holidays? A Christian community. What's happening here? And again, notice what we...
A Christian community, Bruce. Take this and run amok and say everybody was doing it. It's standing out. Why is that a Christian community is keeping the feast? Apparently everybody wasn't doing it. But we got all the writings of the church, well, most of them.
We saw before, we have two different Christian audiences, right? We have the speaker, which is Chrysostomus, who's very upset and want to keep those two religions separate. And we have the people on the ground, his audience, right? The Christians going into the church who do something very different. They are putting their feet on the seat in front of them. They're going into the synagogue. They're doing Rosh Hashanah. They're fasting on Yom Kippur. They're participating in the festival of booth. What's happening? So Chrysostomus is very, very upset. And he says, if they hear no word from me today, they will then join the Jews in their fast, and they will commit the sin, and it will be useless for me to apply the remedy. Don't do that. Why? Because the Jews, says Chrysostomus, they gather rabble, effeminate men, and prostitutes as they drag the crowds from the theaters and the actors to the synagogue. He's like, those who go with them, they're the worst of the worst of us. They're effeminate men, that's the worst of the worst, says Chrysostomus. They're prostitutes, and the crowds that go to the theaters. These are the people that the Jews influence in going into their synagogue. If that's the truth, these are the people that the Jews managed to convince, why are you so upset? Why are you so upset? Is that true? Is that really only the people that the Jews managed to convince? Or is this a real problem to you in your community? I kind of think it's the latter, because he's dedicating this long ceremony to telling everyone, don't go. It looks like a real problem to him. I'm going to skip this a little bit because I'm going to...
Brian?
You know what? I don't want to skip this because it's too good. Chrysostomus continues in...
And what has Pastor Jay been telling us all this time about actors? Man, we just got to accept it, you know? So, hang on. So, hey, Shay, have you asked your the leaders at your church about sports and what the church fathers viewed on the games and whatnot and what their views are? I don't want to take us off track, but he said actors too. What about acting? Fair use. Let's let it play.
Another story. And he says the following, and he says, listen, I'm going into the street 3 days ago, says Chrysostomus, and I saw a noble or free woman who is modest and faithful being forced into a synagogue by a coerced and senseless person who appeared to be a Christian. And he forced her into a synagogue to make an oath about certain business matters which were in litigation. So what's happening? He goes in the street, and then he sees this woman being dragged into a synagogue, a Christian woman being dragged by Christian men into a synagogue. And later on, he says they passed by a church and they didn't go in, and they went especially into a synagogue. Why are they going into a synagogue? And Chrysostomus asked them, and apparently they're about to sign a lease. They want to about to sign something in litigation. They're about to sign a contract, and they want to make this stick. It's kind of like today when you shake hand on a contract, right? You make this, we make this official. We shake hand. This litigation, this contract is signed in a synagogue. Why? Because he asked the Christian, and look at what the Christian says. And he says, I asked the abductor whether he was a Christian, and if it was, and I reproached him, why did you go in? And I asked him why he had died by a church and dragged the woman specifically to place in the Hebrews. And look what the Christian guy says. He replied that many has told him that the oath which we're taking there were more awesome. They were more binding. So we have an example on the ground of Christian men and women believing that oaths taken at the synagogue were more meaningful and more special and more binding than in a church.
All of this stuff is beef, but it had to do with the segregation of the Jews and Jews having their, like Joseph was a carpenter. They had their little blacksmith shops and carpentry, milling chairs and tents and leather workers and all of that stuff. And that was part of letting your yay be yay, your word, or like some people would like shake hands on it. You back in the days, you say my word is my bond. My word, boy, that don't mean nothing these days. On my mama, y'all will say anything. But that and maybe because people had looked up to the Jews and the God of the Jews and their dedication, even through persecution, and how they loved the God that they serve. And then remember, the thing that freaked them out about them Israelites in the first century, them folk, nobody could see their God. That's how Dunamis keep beating y'all the head with pictures. Nobody can see their God. He invisible. They're the only one in the whole Levant, the whole Mediterranean had a God you couldn't see. They were like, what type of nonsense is this? It's only one God, and he's the most powerful, and he ain't got near image. And y'all folk wanted to go die for him. It was just different to some people. So that oath thing was already popular before Christianity. Well, I ain't trying to make excuse for it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Let me just leave it alone for somebody to cut this up and try to say he trying to clean it up. Elder Green ain't answer yet. I'm gonna let a little bit more of this play than Dunamis. You got some stuff lined up? He must have walked away. There you is.
Yeah.
Again, Chrysostomus goes nuts. He doesn't want his Christian people going into synagogues, but there is. So we have the leader, John Chrysostomus, yelling, keep apart, don't go in. But we have evidence from his stories about how the people do Christianity in his time. And people do Christianity by also celebrating the fast with the Jews, also going to a synagogue to sign contracts.
Okay, look at Lone Wolf. Look here we go. Lone Wolf, I think Lone Wolf got another. I think Lone Wolf that other. But all of those Hebrew feast days and ceremonial rites were only for the Hebrew Israelites, Jewish nation to obey. Christ never told his followers to obey them. One of the biggest problems that we had is in order to rock with Israel in the Old Testament, I don't know if you consider a proselyte, you're a God-fearer or stranger. Some people ain't go through the whole thing of circumcision and everything, but a lot of people love the God of Israel and the moral and Noahide laws and all of that stuff. And in the Old Testament, it seemed like to come among Israel, you had to do that. Now that we're under this new covenant and the Gentiles are ruling, some would say, well, like you said, Christ told his followers never to do that. The only thing is, being that we're dealing with the same God, a lot of people believe it's the same principles. That's not our argument. There's a few people, and they're in error. I tell you, the other brother came in here. You got to keep all the feast days. That's plain in the book. Every scholar can see that. I don't even know what we know. Most of us in here not forcing that. But what we're talking about for us regular folk that's in here, and Elder Green, he is saying, don't Judaize us, and we won't, don't Gentilize us, and we won't Judaize you. And we've always been running with that. Now, these people aren't saying that they're doing it. This is the whole beef. It's like, y'all, it's like y'all can't hear it. When the people ask, why post-resurrection did Paul keep the feast days? Oh, they talked about Pastor Mine too. I forgot he even jumped on. They had to remind me on the phone. I'm like, oh boy. When Paul went wide after the resurrection, what we do have is proof. We can argue of Acts, certain portions of Acts, if all of Acts is descriptive, prescriptive. That's where we fight the oneness and everything. And all the fighting takes place in Acts, because Acts covers the first 30 years of the church. That is the New Testament history right there, the book of Acts. So that's where we get all into all of the fighting. Is everything we see in Acts prescriptive, or it's just describing what happened? Should we do some things in Acts? Should we preach the way Paul preached in Acts? Should we preach the way Peter preached in Acts?
Now, Breen, you know,
Because you ain't finna sit here and say everything is just descriptive. You don't have to do nothing in there. Not the whole book. But we have to divide and see what's prescriptive and what's descriptive. And they're saying that they were working it out. By the time Acts closed, the book don't say it, but by the time Acts closed, they're trying to act like Israelites weren't wearing fringes anymore. Israelites was eating pork by then. We'll turn around and say, because then they asked Pastor Mama, we'll turn around and say, let's say it's just for custom. He'll say, all right, it's just for custom. But and then because people are very worried that automatically, once you get into the feast days, you're slipping into legalism. They don't think once you get to Christmas, you slipping into paganism. You can't just slip into worshiping the devil. They don't believe. I'm not saying the tree is pagan. Don't take that. They fuck. Matter of fact, let me shut this lie down and start all over. Go ahead, Dunamis.
Yeah, because Brand, I want you to be careful as you talk now with Acts, because you know that's where the power is.
Come on, you better shut your mic. Pentecostals listen to.
I know. Shoot, what you trying to say? We can't use handkerchief?
Now there he go. Now he got. I said Pentecostals listen, and he think we all got handkerchiefs.
Keeping kosher according to Eusebius. Few more examples before we stop for a second and talk a little bit this. I'm kind of like, I don't know if you're noticing this, but I'm skipping between the genre of literature in this talk. We started with a letter. We move into a church sermon. In a second, we'll do a story, which I really like. But I want to skip now to law, canons of law. Art mentioned I'm going to be at Harvard Law School.
What the guy, what's the name of the guy that started Illuminati? He was professor of canon law. What we mean when we talk about canons of law, canon law, what we mean when we talk about that? Most excellent.
Next semester in the fall, and I'm going to concentrate primarily on law corpora, and this is some of the texts I'm going to teach. When you look at the laws that talk about Jews and Christians in the ancient time, these are interesting, and I brought you a few examples of laws from around different geographical areas. So look at the first one. This is from Syria in the 4th century, and look at this canon of law. This is a Christian canon of law of what people should do or not do.
I can't let that go. Look, read that. Read that right there, Dunamis.
But Christ,
is this legit right here?
But Christ celebrated the Jewish holidays, and the apostles continue to recognize the Jewish feast days, but adding Christian perspective to the feast.
The apostles, now what about everybody else? What about the rest of the church of Antioch? He said, but Christ celebrated the Jewish holidays. He came under the law, was born under the law, and the Bible explains why. And the apostles continued recognizing the Jewish feast days, but added a Christian perspective to these days.
Now, I gotta ask,
where are the cocks at? Where are the people at?
Now I gotta ask Robert Pearson a question. Did anything shift after 70 AD?
That's a fair question. Adam Westhoff, thank you, Chris. That's a fair question. Did anything shift after AD, 70 AD?
The only book that
after
we have,
132, 135, when did shifts take place?
Yeah, because the only book that we have post 70 AD, you know, scholars debate, but
no
Revelation. Majority of the books, well, Acts is pre 70 AD. So have there been any shifts after with the apostles? I don't know.
And are we doing what when we start saying, but the apostles didn't do this? Are we reading into the text when we start saying that they stopped keeping the feast? They stopped, but some people say they couldn't keep it after I don't care if they couldn't keep it. Did they wear fringes in Babylonian captivity, or fringes came after? Let me see where these people at right now. Let's try to get some stuff together, because these folks get to telling me anything. They didn't stop. She Hebrew, so she's trying to help the awakening. Go ahead, though. Let me see. I mean, I know y'all a couple seconds behind us. Fair use.
And look at that. If any bishop, presbyter, or deacon, or any of the list of clergy keeps fast or festival with the Jews, or receives from them any of the gifts of their feast as unleavened bread, any such thing, let them be deposed. And if he a layman, let them be excommunicated. So this law says the following: members of the leadership of the church, if you guys keep the festivals with the Jews, fast with the Jews, or receive gifts from them, and look at the example they're bringing, and that example repeats again and again in many. If you receive matzah from them, I always say that I don't get that. I never got that. Why would they want to do matzah? So I know that matzah is, this was the last meal of Jesus, and Passover is very directly tied to Jesus and Easter, etc. Very important. But matzah, it tastes like feet. And I don't understand why they would want to eat that until I got to the United States. And I found out that almost every supermarket has this like aisle of kosher stuff, like a few kosher products, and there's matzahs there sold year round. And they're actual people who buy them, but they don't have to. So very strange to me. Don't get it, but okay. And every time I say that in one of times, there's always someone in the back that raises their hand and say, no, matzah is really good. And I look at them respectfully and roll my eyes. But in any case, apparently that's a very ancient tradition to receive gifts. You would get like a basket of matzahs from the Jews to eat. And that's a thing. And everyone's doing it. And again, remember my sticker example. You don't make a law. Don't fast with the Jews. Don't do the feast with the Jews. Don't get matzah from the Jews unless people are actually doing it. And who's doing it? We have actual members of the clergy, bishop, presbyters, deacons, right? That are doing it, not just lay people. And that's very, very upsetting to whoever writes the law because they need to be excommunicated. But their only reason to do it is because people are actually doing it. So we have evidence from Syriac in the 1st century that this was a thing. Let's look at Turkey in the 4th century. It is not lawful to receive portions sent from the feast of the Jews, not to feast together with them. They're doing this with the Jews. It is not lawful to receive unleavened bread from the Jews, again, the matzah, nor to partake of their impiety, right? Look at canon number 29. Christians must not Judaize by resting on the Sabbath, but must work on that day, honoring the Lord's Day. Wait a second.
I want to know. I'm a park right there. I want to know, COVID. Israelite, say a word to me right now. Because my Christian anti-Semitism is at an all-time high right now. COVID, is that beef? They already were honoring the Lord's Day, but a lot of earlier believers are like they do in Ethiopia. They honor they Sabbath and Sunday. Now, in the church, I mean, people, ministers, people is involved in apologetics. They would say that Paul and them, the only reason that Paul and them was keeping the Sabbath is that Peter, Paul, James, and John, and they were going to preach to the Jews. That was the place to go and talk, and they would let visiting rabbis get the floor. So they would go to the only reason they went there was to preach to the Jews and opening and alleging that Christ must need suffer. And Christ, this Jesus that I preach unto you is the Christ. But they so wanted to separate people from the Jews, people would read that and say it wasn't until law came out where they started making them to work on Saturday. Is that what was happening here? Or this could be where some of the confusion comes in. Come on, Dunamis. I didn't want to go past that. I got to play it again so y'all can hear that.
And then
that we were already, everybody knows, except some of these folk, everybody know what they call the Lord's Day was Sunday. Honoring the Lord's Day. They was calling that Sunday, so don't be confused about that. And the Sabbath was the Sabbath. The Sabbath never changed. Vatican ain't changed no Sabbath. So stop them demon lies. Now, did Constantine turn around and told them fall people don't work on Sunday? That sounds like what God said not to do on the Saturday. But these folk are saying to work on the Saturday and honor the Lord's Day. I guess some people try to say that the church is taking that and they changing the Sabbath to and another thing. This ain't the Roman Catholic Church either, but y'all don't know that. Let's keep going.
Yeah, see, I would disagree, Berean. Duran, let's break that down. What do you disagree with?
I would disagree with Berean. Yeah, break it down. Tell me if you see any more comments. Pull this video up to the what you call. I got to step away for a second to that time if you want to even continue with that, because that's a little beef right there. Kobe, somebody got to explain some of that right there.
Hey, drop the link in the chat too.
Somebody got to explain some of that right there. This is not a good look for the Christian church. And we always talking about these folk don't know no history. These folk don't know no history. These folk don't know no history. I'm wondering if some Christians don't know no history. That's why they banging so much on these other folk. I don't think you got to be Israelite to be saved. These church folk are taking it twisted. Church folk got just as much wickedness than anybody else. Don't let these folk fool you. Folk will take this. So folk will take this. How you can't have straight conversations in public? Folk are taking it twisted. Something happened here in this community, and we gonna sit there and we gonna talk about it. Let me hit Ella Green on my what you call it. You can take it down if you want to. Dumas, go ahead. I gotta step away for a second.
All right, go. All right, go ahead, JT Mack, and I'm pull it up.
Okay, what's up, brother?
Do me a favor, man. Before you read Covey first. Read Covey first before you. What's good with you?
Okay, I'm all right. What's up, brother Brian? I'm trying to battle through the flu or whatever it is.
Yeah, you sound like you got something.
Got a frog in my throat, right? This why I've been saying we need to make up conspiratorial history. The truth is wild enough. Kobe be hit.
Yeah, well, we don't need to make up. Yeah, we don't need to make no history of, because the truth is what the truth is. Go ahead, I'm listening to this.
Yeah, so I hung on as far as I could yesterday, and then my tablet got hot and shut down on me. So we've had these discussions before, and there was a time that, when I defended Hebrews, or people who claim Israel for keeping some of their customs, man, I got jumped on, and it is mind-boggling to me. But that's why I was asking you guys in the chat, even in the back chat, to bring out their church history. Were there Messianic Jews still practicing certain customs from the law of Moses, or the Mosaic law, after Pentecost and after the destruction of the temple? If they were, then how can we get upset with modern Israelites and Messianics keeping some of the customs? Now, I know it can be a gray line if they're doing it, for salvific purposes or some other weird reason. But if it's just a custom, why is there such consternation? And it seems to me, I could be wrong, that same spirit that was bothering those Messianics back in the day is that same spirit bothering folk today. And I don't know, bro. It doesn't make no sense. Everybody on planet Earth can keep their customs and their culture, but Jews. And here's the question: when you asked earlier about the quote unquote white bottle, I keep asking this: are people going after Dr. Michael Brown, or people going after Rabbi Schneider and other white Messianics? I don't hear no noise and no banging on them for keeping some of the customs. Matter of fact, Rabbi Schneider looks like Elder Green's brother. I'm literally so they look like blood brothers. So or anybody you're gonna keep that you're gonna keep that fair and shoot a fair one, you got to go after white Messianics and the other Messianics that been keeping these customs for decades and centuries. Right out there, we can see for decades we've been seeing following certain Messianic Jews who keep the customs. We ain't never had a problem with them, but now all of a sudden we got a problem with. Brother, it's mind-boggling to me, man. And people say, well, I don't have a problem with them keeping customs. Then they turn around and say they got a problem with keeping the customs. Hey, look, brother, Either you do or you don't. If you don't, leave these people alone. If you do, then it is what it is. We just don't have to disagree.
Let me say something. How long is it going to be? How long? Now, I don't know. I'm gonna bring this other guy on. I don't know how long he coming on, because he ain't finna come on here and preach to us that all of us need to put no fringes on. I don't even know if I'm gonna bring that guy on. But Dunamis, you can do what you want to do. I'm gonna step away.
Hey,
Listen,
Brian, keep the link. Put the link in the back chat. I can't find the video.
What? Oh, yeah. Hold on. I gotta put. All right. But listen to this. What that last part that you just said, JT Mac, that last part, say that what's that last part that you just said right there? We got to figure some stuff out. We got to really, really figure this out. You don't think they're keeping the same energy?
Yeah. I don't think they're keeping
Pastor
the same energy.
Mama was speaking. Your computer down when Pastor Mama was speaking. He said he's a little worried that how long is it, JT Mac? One thing I'm gonna do, I'll talk in front of folk. How long is it gonna be before COVID tell us we need to keep on fringes and keep the feast day? Isn't it a progression? First, they start off saying, "No, I'm just doing this for me." Then they start preaching because people already worried because him and Most Excellent and them back there controlling the whole back chat. Let me stop.
Let me play this first.
Oh no, Bruce! Every time I'm trying to talk good, Bruce jump on here.
Hey, real quick, Dunamis, real quick. Before Bruce get on here, I want to reiterate that just because you heard us say some Gentile believers were keeping some customs with Messianic Jews does not mean everybody in the church was required to do it. There is no such commandment in the New Testament. So before Bruce started running amok with that, I just wanted to put that out there.
All right, fair use. Let's start with this.
Christians who doesn't become Jew, because if Jesus was Jewish,
right,
every Christian should become Jewish.
Yeah. Do you know what the word Christ means? I'm a Jewish man.
All right.
I believe in Jesus.
All right.
Am I wrong?
No, Jesus was Jewish.
Yes, but to believe in him as what he said he was.
Jesus was Jewish.
Yes.
So he believed in himself, right?
Well, he believed in himself as God in the flesh.
I guess.
Come to atone for our sins.
Yeah, well, that's the story. But
right.
He was Jewish, right?
That's absolutely right.
The Last Supper.
The Last Supper
was the evening of Passover. Right?
Not many people know that.
I know that.
You know that.
Okay. So he kept Passover.
That's right.
With the chametz, with everything.
Right.
He was Jewish.
Yes. You know what he said at the Passover?
What?
He had the cup. This cup is the new covenant in my blood.
Okay.
When you drink this, do it in remembrance of me.
Okay.
And then he gave his life for our sins. And those that believe in him, that he died and rose on the third day, will have everlasting life and a reconciliation with God.
Yeah, but that's the believing about Jesus.
That's right. That's right.
His biography.
Yeah.
He lived as Jewish, right?
That's right.
So he is Jew.
Yes.
Who believed in Jesus, right? Because he believed in himself, right? He must have believed in himself. Everybody believes in himself, right?
Yeah, he believed in the Father that sent him. Yes.
Most of us believe in the Father that sends us.
Yeah, well, not these days.
Pity for them.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
But Jesus was Jewish.
Yeah.
Since that, I don't believe. I don't understand Christians who doesn't become Jew, because if Jesus was Jewish,
right,
every Christian should become Jewish.
Yeah. Do you know what the word Christ means?
Christ is the
No, it means Messiah.
cross.
It means Messiah. It's
Okay.
Greek, Greek translation for Messiah.
Okay.
And so if you look in the New Testament, the first sentence of the New Testament is the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah, Jesus Christ, son of Abraham, son of David, son of Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
And so he comes from the lineage that he was supposed to throughout the Tanakh
Mm-hmm.
for the Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically,
Mashiach ben David.
That's right. That's right. So I believe that he is that.
Okay.
And that he came for what I told you that he came for. So thank you for your opinion.
Well, thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
God bless you.
So Jesus is Jewish. So Christians should be Jewish.
Crazy talk.
Go ahead, Gideon. You have the floor. If that is Gideon.
Yeah, this is Gideon.
All right, shalom, brother.
Shalom to everybody. All praises to the Creator in the name of Yeshua. I was just listening. I kind of stepped away for a little while and I'm back. But just listening to the conversation, one thing I notice about when we need to understand about the scriptures is that even Yeshua says it in the New Testament that he speaks in parables, and the Most High has done that from the beginning. And what we fail to realize is that, as I've always stated, when they approached Yeshua, told him that his mother is outside, and he asked who is his mother, who is his brother, is those that follow the will of the Most High. And of the will of the Most High is that all be saved. And we can only be saved through the new covenant, which is shared by the blood of Yeshua. Now, where I'm going with this is that if we stick to the true words of the scripture, everyone who is saved by Yeshua becomes his brother. By default, you're becoming an Israelite. So when we say we are Israel, and you, if you believe you are a Hamite, you should say, I agree, I am Israel too, although your father is from a different nation. See, I feel we get a lot of lineage understanding mixed up with the spiritual understanding of Israel. Everyone who is saved is an Israelite, and it's no two ways you can cut it. Now, people ask, what is the culture of Israel? Well, it speaks of it in the Old Testament. It speaks of it in the Torah. Our culture is the Torah. The same way people have their St. Patrick's Day, their Father's Day, their Christmas, our culture is contained within the Torah. So that's the way we should be living. So I hear the brother Alton Dunamis all the time. I hear his acts, what is the culture? And it's in the Old Testament. That tells us how to live our life every day. It's nothing that's left out. And the thing that we fail to realize, or rather Christians, and I'm gonna land right here, is that they don't understand that Yeshua being the end of the law, meaning he's the judge of the law. That doesn't mean you can break the law, because if that was the case in John 8, if I'm not mistaken, when the harlot was forgiven for adultery, he did not tell her to continue to commit adultery. He said, sin no more. So we still have to observe that law, and we still are Israel, whether you are born Israelite or you have been grafted in. And I land on that.
Ghana, step up. Are you Jamaican or is that, or no, you said Ghana. I'm sorry. Question for you, man. Did
Yeah,
Jesus?
no doubt. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, did the new covenant begin before Jesus went to the cross?
No.
Okay.
Right. It begins after the cross.
Okay.
Because if
So,
you, and I just want to say this is where a lot of people get it confused again, because when Yeshua said he only came for the house of Israel, that's a true statement. When it says the law will be given to the new covenant will be given to the house of Judah and Israel, that's a true statement. But the thing that we got to realize is once he shed that blood, he made it possible for all to become Israel. So the statement is still true. He's only coming for Israel, only for
okay.
the lost. So yes,
So,
you're right.
so we just established that before he went to the cross, that the old covenant was still in force.
Correct.
Okay. Christ did say he came to the lost sheep of Israel, but something along the way happened, right? Did not the Jews reject him as a whole?
Correct.
Did not
But
he send
you
his?
had tens of
Hold up, brother.
thousands. You had
Hold up,
tens
brother.
of thousands that believed. So we
Right,
can't. Right.
but that's a fraction. That's a minority. You would agree, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. So a minority of Jewish converts joined with follow Jesus, and then when he died, a great many of them fell away, walked away from it. Now, these were Jews that walked away. They weren't Gentiles, because this all happened in Israel, right? Okay. So Christ dies. He then says, yeah, now I'm going to use the Gentiles to make Israel jealous. And you're going to sit here and tell me that God used Israel to make Israel jealous? Because that makes no sense at all. And Paul explicitly said he was the apostle to the Gentiles. Now, I don't know how you guys are reading scripture and what interpretations you're getting for the word Gentile, but, you know, in the original language, when it's talking about Gentiles, it's talking about people who are not Israelites, people who are not Jews, people who are not bloodline. So my question to you is, if we're under a new covenant, okay, why would we try and keep the old covenant? Now, before you answer that, I want to give you a caveat, and I'm not talking about moral laws because the apostles taught moral laws, okay? Moral laws existed before there was ever in Israel. Moral laws existed before there was a Mount Sinai. God's moral laws existed before they came out of Egypt, before there was an Abraham. And it continues to exist because the apostles reaffirm all of the moral laws. So taking the moral laws off the table, let's just deal with the rest of the Mosaic law. Why on God's green earth do you think Gentiles are required to keep the Mosaic law?
Okay, so Deuteronomy 4, it states that, or rather Deuteronomy 14, I'm sorry, I can't, it slips me right now, but I believe that if you add one jot or tittle to the word of the Most High, you are cursed. So what you're doing and what's been done for the last several centuries is that we're starting off our argument with a presupposition. What is your presupposition? The presupposition that you're making is that there is a moral law separate from all the other laws, that there is a ceremonial law, that there is I forgot the other category that, you know, the Gentiles like to put the law into, but there is nowhere in the Bible, the scriptures, that states something as such as being said by you yourself, that there is something separate from a ceremonial law, that man has always had a moral law. That's
Okay,
not
so
correct.
stop right there, brother. Was Cain punished for murdering his brother? Yes or no?
Correct.
That's a moral law, brother. There's no getting around that.
Correct. But Cain got that from his father, who got that from the Most High.
It doesn't matter where he got it from. It's a moral
No,
law that was
it
violated.
matters because, as I stated, I'm going by everything that's laid out in the scripture, whereas you're starting with a presupposition. Your presupposition is that the moral law is just some ambivalent, like just
No,
floating
what I'm
around
saying
in the
is,
air that's not created by someone or something. What I'm
no, that's
saying
not what,
is
hang on, brother. That's not what I said. I said God established his moral laws from the beginning. He taught it to somebody. Okay? Cain knew that he messed up when he killed his brother. Okay?
because it was
And
a
he
law
tried to, hold
explicitly
up.
stated by the Most High.
He tried to hide that murder from God. Okay? That was a moral law. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. Moral laws were being violated. These were before there was ever such thing as in Israel. So God established his moral laws in the earth. Long before there was in Israel, he established it with man. Israel didn't come on the scene till when? 1,000 years or so later? The book does not begin with Israel. Okay, brother?
Again, that's what I'm saying. I'm sticking by what's stated in the scripture. That law that Cain broke when he killed his brother, that was explicitly given to man by the Most High. So you're presupposing and you're trying to cover the thou shalt not murder as some universal law so you can kind of graft in other things that we know that we should not do, like steal, kill, while as other things of the law that you have separated, like keeping Shabbat or recognizing Shabbat or observing dietary laws, those things, by you presupposing that it's been separated, you don't have to keep. And you're not
Yes.
you're not showing me where that this thou shalt
I
not
am.
murder just floated into the to the mankind, like just out of nowhere. I'm showing you in the Bible where it came from.
Okay,
So it's
brother.
still not a presupposition to add that to be a moral law.
Brother, I did not say it came out of nowhere. I said God. Listen. This is a good skill to do. Listening to people and what they actually say. I said Yahweh established his moral laws in the earth before there was ever in Israel.
Of
I
course
agree.
they were. Of course they were. And what they got to do is turn around. They got to switch the timeline up. They got to tell you the law of Moses was in the Garden of Eden and make all this other stuff up because they don't want to tell you that God had a moral law in the earth. Enoch ain't had to have no moral law, walk righteous with God. Paul says that the law of Moses came on the planet at a certain time, but they're going to switch it up and say the moral law infringes was in the Garden of Eden. It don't make no sense. He's saying you start with a presupposition. Cain knew killing Abel was wrong, but they're going to twist it and make the law of Moses up there when it's back there. God always had law. God always had law. Law, where did Noahide laws come from? Not the laws of Moses. This is what we're talking about. But go ahead. I'm sorry, y'all. I said I wasn't going to butt in. I
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, and I know it's, and I'm not trying to offend anybody. So
No, but then
I know
I want y'all to listen to
your
this.
patience
He
is
is
short
the
with.
last
Yeah.
person. Hold on a minute. He is the last person. Nobody is coming on here preaching us that we got to put on fringes or we got to keep the feast days. We don't accept we're not talking about the doctrine no more. Who Israel? Why Israel can't be Israel and why we can't be who we be. Don't Gentilize us. That's the doctrine we have established. And that's what we're going to do from now on. Ain't no Judaizing no more. Ain't no Gentilizing no more. After that last thing that went down last night, ain't no disrespect. So y'all can't come on here telling us what we ain't right about. And we ain't finna tell y'all what y'all ain't. We can have discussions, but y'all ain't coming on here ruling us to preach us. We cursed all of a sudden. We curse. All these hundreds of years we've been cursed. We did more for any blacks been in America. These new folk coming to tell us we cursed. But this ain't making no sense. I'm not finna have that on this channel. We're gonna do some stuff. I don't want the church to dog y'all out. But at the same time, y'all think I'm vagina. Y'all gonna come here, just run all the muck on this channel. All y'all want. Ain't no Israelite even speaking up for us on no channel. Come on, man. Go ahead. Matter of fact, we'll see you later, brother. We'll see you later. Not another one. Humanity is my man. Not another one coming on here telling us what we ain't finna do. We been walking in this thing. Y'all ain't finna. Y'all don't rule us. Y'all ain't got enough light in your own community to come here trying to rule us. No, sirree, Bob. I got an energy drink too. No, sirree, Bob. Go ahead. Play the video, brother.
To Messianic Judaism, we first need to answer the question of who it is we're talking about. Many Messianic Jews would look like this. He believes that there is one God as revealed in the Tanakh, which Christians commonly call the Old Testament, and also accepts the New Testament as scripture. He believes that Jesus was the promised Messiah and believes that the one God is in three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Now, you may be saying, that sounds an awful lot like Christianity. Messianic Jews accept that Christianity is a true form of worshiping God, but are normally hesitant to call themselves Christian. The Messianic Jewish Theological Institute says, Jewish life is life in a concrete historical community. Thus, Messianic Jewish groups must be fully part of the Jewish people, sharing its history and its covenantal responsibility as a people chosen by God. At the same time, faith in Yeshua also has a crucial communal dimension. This faith unites the Messianic Jewish community and the Christian church, which is the assembly of the faithful from the nations who are joined to Israel through the Messiah. Together, the Messianic Jewish community and the Christian church constitute the ecclesia, the one body of Messiah, a community of Jews and Gentiles who, in their ongoing distinction and mutual blessing, anticipate the shalom of the world to come. As you see there, the Institute says that Messianic Jews are fully part of the Jewish people. However, they have faith in Yeshua, Jesus. Ron Campus, writing for the Times of Israel in 2013, explains, Messianic Jews embrace Jesus as the Messiah, but hew to Jewish traditions, observing Jewish holidays and reciting Hebrew prayers and services. Many, but by no means all, are born Jews who have come to accept Jesus and see their practices as legitimate expressions of Judaism. Mainstream Jewish groups generally have rejected Messianic Jews, seeing them as luring Jews into Christianity under the pretense that they can maintain their Judaism even while accepting belief in Jesus. In the article, Campius quotes Jewish Rabbi David Wolpe, It is dishonest, deliberately or inadvertently, to say that one can live in a Jewish faith community and accept another scripture or accept a different God. It's striking that for thousands of years, the definition of being Christian was believing in Jesus, and all of a sudden they've discovered, no, you can do that and be Jewish. It is, whether they realize it or not, a marketing tool, not a discovery. A 2013 poll from Pew Research Center surveyed American Jews and asked, can a person be Jewish if she does not believe in God? 68% of Jews said yes. Another question was, can a person be Jewish if she believes Jesus was Messiah? And the answer to this found only 34% said yes. However, many Messianic Jews found that number to be heartening.
What? You can't claim to be, hold on a minute. What are they saying to you? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Let me tell you. I'm sorry. I apologize for the way I came in here with my ignorant self, but I got to keep it a buck. It was hurt. It hurt me what went on last night. But dealing with these Israelites, it happened before dealing with the feast and the customs. I fight a lot for you Israelites. I'm not an Israelite. The church don't care one bit about y'all. So what I'm not going to do is tolerate nothing. That's me, because y'all not even my peeps, but I'm speaking up for y'all because I just want conversation. That's all. So no Israelite can come here and attempt to Gentilize me, Judaize me. They can't do it. I don't care. Once you start saying all of us are in sin because we ain't keeping feast day, and this is what I said right before I left. Right before I left, I said, how long is it going to be? When I came and I blew and I said, yo, y'all ain't finna tell me about putting on no fringes. I don't think about no fringes. What COVID turned around and do? Blessings for putting on fringes. Blessed are you, Lord our God. I just said Judaize. I just said it's a matter of time before he start doing it to us. Because it seems like when y'all start off, y'all always start off saying, I'm doing it just for me. A couple of months later, I'm doing it to the best of my ability. We'll see where this thing go. Because they're like, are you popping out, and they throwing to the E in my face, are you popping out Christians or are you popping out Israelites? Oh, they talk about everything. I said, glory to God. When Ant turned around, Ant was like, yo, I got my DNA back. I ain't Israel. I love God and da-da-da. I'm sorry, y'all. I just suffer what it is. I'll keep it a buck. That other chick running interference. Somebody, don't let nobody tell you ain't Israel. Pete, I said I got my DNA and I ain't Israel. He don't accept it. And you want to get your attitude? He ain't your man. But it's a cult mentality in this religion. We ain't gonna have nobody Judaizing nobody, gentilizing nobody. We here for discussion. That's what we here for. And we want to keep it fair. I was playing Dante's video, something happened. Kobe said, yo, in all fairness, Ashkenazi or the Jews do believe such and such and such. In all fairness. I said, that's okay. Because they said, keep an eye on him. I said, nope, that's okay right there. Because that's all we want. Y'all don't want to be fair. I sit here, I'm telling y'all right now, and I'm broke too. I'll tell y'all right now, I get out here get to blowing on Christianity and all of that stuff, and y'all get the giving. I'm different. Whatever it's gonna be, it's gonna be. I know this community right here unique, and ain't nobody finna dog this out. I done worked too hard. Ain't nobody finna come up in here and disrespect. Y'all gonna follow the rules. And there's other channels. It ain't like this one. There's other channels. Come on, Gideon. You can come back on here, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Gideon there's more going on than what you were saying. It's a big issue.
Come on, brother. The link is back out there. I'll put it back out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a big issue. That's all. But bringing to the video, it seems that atheism is more accepted as being a Jew than being believing in Christ.
Now look at Covey. Covey said, y'all right, I'll keep it to myself. Covey, you like me. Oh, but you've been in the military. It's different. Go ahead.
Yeah, so being atheist, so it's interesting. So
you can't be a Jew and believe in Jesus the Messiah? Who's saying this? Who's making this up?
No, I'm talking about in terms of survey. It seems being atheist is more accepted than being a Christian.
Than being a Christian. The Jew, they don't like Christians. But to be honest, from what we've been seeing, Christians don't like y'all either. This is, like I said, this was been going on way before all of us was born. Every single debate. For some reason, church on like y'all church and accepting y'all. That's how come I'm like, I got to go down there and see what Elder Green doing. Or Elder Green only got one Gentile in there. I can't see how the church of Antioch, I can't see it. I know I read it in the Bible, Rev C, but I can't see how Israelites and Christians can gather and get it on. I can't see it. But go ahead. I'm here for we gotta figure it out. It takes time, it takes a lot of discussion, it takes patience, and everybody is not gonna, a lot of people are like, this is just devil worship, what y'all doing. You trying to get together with heretics. And I'm arguing all of them can't be heretics. It's impossible. But hey, if it is what it is. Go ahead, y'all. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, it seems that according to history, Christians, Gentile Christians and Messianic Jews been throwing, some, not all, been throwing blows from the beginning, or somewhere around after the original apostles were off the planet. So you're right, this is nothing new, but it's that same, to me, it's that same spirit that's keeping division up. And I always look at the principle of what Paul was saying. If they're not doing it for salvific reasons, of whether a man do eat meat or don't eat meat, that's pork. If he don't eat pork, or he do eat pork, or he wear fringes, he don't wear fringes, or he want to celebrate on the Sabbath, and he don't want to celebrate on Sabbath, that's his business. New moons and Sabbaths and all that stuff. So I honestly, bro, this is getting to the point of weirdness, because people, I reiterate, people say, oh, I don't have a problem with people keeping customs. Then they turn around and lay out all the reasons why they have with people keeping customs.
But let me ask you a question, though. Do you think, because people say it, they always start off saying it's just personally for me. That's how I brought Covey up. They always say, they start off saying it's personally for me. Then they'll start saying that you're really in sin if you don't do it. And it's a progression. They say it's a cult. They'll start off saying, I'm not doing it for salvation. Next thing you know, they appreciate, they looking down to you for doing what you're doing. Then they'll start saying you foul for calling him Jesus. You foul for going to church on Sunday. You foul for your dietary. They'll start saying you're foul, because they'll come in here saying one thing. Some people will keep it a buck. Like Paul said, you ain't gonna tell me to tell y'all eating pork is good. But some of them come in nice and friendly, and then they'll start slowly talking down on you like you're not on my spiritual level. You don't keep the feast days. Then they'll start giving you pseudo history about pagan holidays.
Don't you want to do what Jesus did?
Don't you want to do what Jesus did? Jesus and the apostles kept it. That makes sense too.
I can tell you about spiritual practice Jews did, and you just feel closer to God when you do it.
Yeah. Again, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Berin. There are some who do go down that rabbit hole, but as we are accustomed to saying on this channel, let's not broad brush, because there's plenty of them that don't go down that rabbit hole. But some do get caught up like that, and next thing you know, they over there. You're over there with their camp uniform, right?
All right, dude. So for the record, you're not Israel. You're not even thinking. You're not Israel,
right?
Because y'all will get up in here in a couple of months, start claiming Israel, change your name and everything. Rest of y'all Israel, 15 years, they still calling y'all Anthony.
So JT Mac, if you take let's say you take a DNA test right now, and it comes back that you have Ashkenazi or Sephardic or Mizraim or Ethiopian. You sent from Jews. What then?
Man, I probably got American Indian, Chinese, and Japanese, and European, and whichever.
You gotta jump on. You gotta jump on.
Whichever tribe.
Yesterday, I'm sorry. Go ahead, JP.
No, whichever tribe in Africa. Hopefully it's the Mandingo. But anyway, and God knows what else is mixed in. These percentages that people are coming out with and saying, oh, they may be.
I understand that, JT, but let's say you come
back. They may be 25%. They may be 25% Sephardic, but what does it mean?
But that's your culture. That's your history. Those are your people.
But what about all the other cultures that I'm mixed with? See, it's up to me to decide which culture I want to follow, right?
Gideon, what say you, brother? If a brother comes, is it up to the person, or if they come from, if they sin, then they should go with the beliefs of their father, namely Israel.
Again, in my humble opinion, the mistake that I see that's being made when I hear other arguments like that is that you're not able to separate and understand a physical lineage apart from a spiritual lineage.
Okay.
So when I'm speaking to people who are not lineage-based Israel, and really we can't know, we don't know for a fact who is physically and literally descended from Jacob. All I know is that the 12 sons of Jacob are what we would call sub-Saharan Negro people. They didn't come out mixed color. They didn't come half Mexican, half white. Or they were black, what we call black people. Now, where they at
All
now?
12?
I'm sorry?
All 12?
Yeah, all 12. All 12 were what we would call Negro people.
Where did you get that information from, brother? Where is that? What historians or archaeologists or who confirms that?
Yeah. The historical record speaks to that. And if you think, or if you believe that the history states that the ancient Egyptians and Nubians were black, then you will also have no choice but to also concur that the Israelites are what we would call black people. So that's what I say about Israel. Now,
Well, it's been coming out that the Egyptians. There's a lot of information coming out that the Egyptians were a mixed multitude too, as well.
Where Hebrew Israel at? Hebrew Israel in here?
That's what I was going to say. Where's the Yap gang? And when they left out of
I said Hebrew Israel. I'm going to ask him one question. Go ahead.
Yeah, and when they left out of Egypt, they were a mixed multitude. So even if you believe that they were Negro, which I don't agree with that, if they're a mixed multitude and they're mixing and they build a community and a people together, then how could they still be just Negro?
right, because that mixed multitude consisted of 7 different tribal groups, but all those people were still black. It wasn't how it is now. You see what I'm saying? Back then, we were different because we were ethnically and tribally affiliated with different clans. But if you were to transpose this understanding we have today to what it was back then, all of those people from the mixed multitude still were what we would call black people. It wasn't just one type of black people back then. The Egyptians were black people. The Sumerians were black people. The Akkadians were black people. So you had all type of black peoples in that area. Furthermore,
Question,
right.
Before you go any further, what is your definition of black people?
What we see in America today, the black people that we see today, and it ranges between several different phenotypes. So that was the origin, or the sons of Jacob. They were what we call black people.
Hold on, JT, man. Let me ask you a question. Because he could be making the same black man as original man fallacy. Well, I ain't gonna say as myself, but everybody, who them black folk with them blonde hair? Who them black folk in not the down there, they Australia? Everybody black all over. Everybody, them people in Australia black. Them original dark skin, big nose people.
Yeah, they black, but I wouldn't call them the descendancy where I come from.
Okay, so everybody that's black, I'm trying to get some clarity. I'm trying to figure them out. I'm trying to figure out what you said.
Right. Nah, you got black Indians, you have black Dravidians, you have, people from the Samoan Islands, that's black too. But I'm speaking of curly hair, big nose, black skin, people that were taken from the West African region right before slavery and during slavery. That's the specific black I'm talking about.
So you don't connect nobody from Australia, the Americas, or Melanesia, thank you. You don't consider all dark-skinned people scattered all over the world as part of the curse that's Israel?
No, of course not.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
But no, I was going to ask, what's your evidence that the Negroes that was stolen from the west coast of Africa with the big nose and like you said, which I don't disagree with you. What's your evidence that that's what the ancient Israelites look like?
The historical record speaks to it. And something else that, you know, I try to frame for people to look at is that
Brother, what historical records?
you cannot identify an ancient Egyptian like you can identify an ancient Israelite, because an ancient Egyptian or Cometian, Tameri, Taseti, whatever name you choose, they do not come from a specific people. They were a metropolis of different African peoples in that area. Whereas, and opposed to Israel, Israel comes from a specific man who has specific children. So saying you know, I'm an Egyptian descendant, that's not really saying anything to a person who really understands and studies the history and the ethnogenesis of people and cultures. So
Okay,
saying
brother.
you're an ancient Israelite, you can trace it anthropologically, culturally, linguistically, and historically to West Africa right before the slave trade.
Okay, brother. So you said
The
there's
Israelites?
yeah, that's what
Right.
you just said. But now
Right.
you're contradicting yourself because you said there's no way to trace our lineage back to ancient Israelites.
Right. There's
So
no there because again, when
but,
you look
but
at
hang
the
on a
West
second.
when you
Hang
look
on a
at the
second because
West
you said a
African
lot of
slave
stuff, brother.
trade, it had several different people groups in it. Israelites were only one of them. So
Right.
I cannot sift through, with me being absconded in slavery, I can't see which one of those people groups I was, but it's a high probability I'm an Israelite based on the
Okay.
evidence.
So you do know that the Egyptians got mummies, they got pictures of Egyptians. They don't have big noses, bro. So I mean, we're gonna have to call Garfield over
Hey,
here.
Mac, do me a favor. Just read what Bruce said, because Bruce is along these same lines. That's how I can't even preach my black man. It's the original man doctrine, because Bruce, these folks just be messing me up.
I know, Brian. I ain't gonna say
You
too
shut
much.
your mouth. Read the super chat. Thank you, Bruce.
the ancient Egyptians show on their wall what color they were. Black.
They show that?
Pull
it up, Bruce.
I was going to say I haven't seen that. I mean, they may be some shades of colors, but black.
Yeah, no, brother Beran, all the early.
Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. Go on, brother. Hold on. Why are we always caught up on? It's like we can't get past first base. Back to this blackity black. Then when somebody say leave it alone or it don't matter, y'all want to go crazy and go to his image and everything else.
All the early pre-dynastic pharaohs, all the early dynastic pharaohs, when they're depicted totally Negroid. The pictures that we were shown, you know, Ramses II, different photographs and different, all of those are Ptolemaic era or just random people from the Nile Delta. There's this brother, I forget his name. He has a channel on YouTube, like 50,000 subscribers. But he kind of breaks it down that's the propaganda that we're fed. And you know, I heard somebody mention Garfield, and he can't like the way the thinking along those lines. They try to say that no scholar teaches that the ancient Egyptians are white, which is true. You cannot go into any university, find any historical data, primary evidence saying that the ancient Egyptians are white. But the masses of people do not go to college and study history. And where we're taught and the way those people are taught, they are taught subliminally that the ancient Egyptians were fair-skinned and at the very best could be white people, but definitely not Negroid, racist term, sub-Saharan, primitive people. They no way could have been that. So yes, the mainstream media, political, economics, all of that is structured to teach that the white man fathered all the great civilizations, without a doubt.
But brother, on this channel, we don't believe that the quote unquote Europeans were Egyptians. Okay, so
No,
you
don't, but you have an offshoot of that doctrine because
no.
And suffer me, brother Berean,
Oh,
while I
go
feel
ahead.
that.
I suffer you not, but go ahead. I'll suffer you this time.
Right.
Oh, God, I think I'm
The reason why I say that, my brother, is because I feel that the Hamitic hypothesis was
I ain't so
introduced.
Garfield.
It was introduced so they can hijack the Israelite identity, but they first had to hijack the Egyptian identity. So by them making
Who's they? Who's they? Who's they?
the scholars of the 20th, 19th, 18th century, all of those scholars had propagandized that the white man was the father of all these ancient African civilizations north of the Sahara. That's what they taught.
But Gideon, who started Hamitic hypothesis? Where's it originate from?
That was started during those centuries I just named.
But it was started by the Jews looking into the Talmud and to
No, that was the curse of Ham. That was the incorrectly proposed curse of Ham.
So the Jews started the curse of Ham, but then the Europeans took that on to come up with the Hamitic hypothesis.
Correct.
So
correct.
ultimately this stems from Jews, though, right?
Well, it all expounds from the Talmud and from the Jews that converted to Judaism and was teaching those things. Yeah, because that came around. I want to say the 7th to the 9th centuries. That curse of Ham, which is incorrect doctrine.
All right, real quick, and then you bet you that just for clarity. So you rock out with the Khazar 13 tribe? Yes or no?
No, the Khazar, that's a fact. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he rocking with that.
That's based on primary evidence. Like what's baffling to me is that we have Africans in Africa, besides the written historical record that stating the same thing, that they are indigenous, aboriginal, and I'm just using contemporary terms, Black Israelites, original from the stock of Jacob. We have those records today and from the past of these people saying that they are these people, yet we say they are not these people. However, we have primary documents stating that European Jewry, or rather the Khazars, were converts. That's their own record. And we toss that to the side and give them the benefit of the doubt of being bloodline descended from Jacob. That's baffling to me.
Brother, what I was trying to say was, I don't view the world as black and white. God never created the world black and white.
Me neither, my brother.
So God created all sorts of groups of people.
I agree.
Okay, so the Egyptians don't have to be black or white. Okay, and they did, and those images of the Egyptians on the walls does not look like big-nosed Negroes. That's the point I'm telling you.
Nah, you definitely have a certain variation of people in America today, Black people that look like that don't have the big nose, the big lips, is more aquiline features. We have that in the African population that we see today, whether it's in America or in Africa. But
usually when you
my man just jumped on. Say that
okay, go ahead, Garfield.
Hey, peace and love to y'all, man. Hey, it's a happy Sunday. Blessed to everybody, man. And I hope everybody have a safe. I hope y'all ate good. Sunday dinner is normally the best of the week for Jamaicans. It's rice and peas and chicken. I don't know what y'all eat. I don't know what y'all eat, but I know that's what I eat. All right. But what Gideon talking about?
Go ahead, give him a rundown before Bruce get to running amok. Give him a rundown of what y'all talking about with the Egyptians. Give him a rundown on. I want Golf to hear that. All the original tribes was black, but go ahead, give him a rundown.
Hold on, brother Barry. Wait, say all the what is black?
The Israel, all of Jacob, all the Israelites.
Nah, that's it. Right. That's impossible. That's impossible.
And Garfield and all these.
No, I want Gideon to tell them or Dunamis.
Oh, okay.
So listen, I'm gonna say this very carefully. The sons of Jacob and the Israelites up to the 1st century AD were what we would call sub-Saharan Negro people. That's what.
So we don't see no light-skinned Jews till the 1st century. No light-skinned Jews during the Maccabean period.
Orthodox more. That's a light-skinned brother. So if we're gonna transpose it, yeah, if we have light-skinned brothers today, we definitely have light-skinned brothers in Israel 1st century AD. but they still all fall under that category of being what we call a Negro.
Oh boy.
First of all, that's made up, because if you look at what the Sepharia wrote, when they wrote about what the Jews talked about what they look like, they said they don't look Ethiopian, meaning burnt face, and they don't look like the Germans. So they like an in-between middle tone, which is what Egyptians look like. But let's be honest though, I'm gonna pull up the skin map and put it on the screen. People could have a different set of phenotypes and ranges based on where they live, the climate. Like the Olmecs have big thick nose like sub-Saharan Africans because of the heat of where they are close to the equator. So when you're breathing, your nose is bigger. So when you look at the people all over the world, you're gonna have people who are black. That's why that word black is very dangerous. Because when you ask an Israelite, don't call me black Hebrew Israelite. But in America, the descendants of slaves are called black people. They are the ones that's championing this black talk. The people who are descendants of slaves who come in the West. So you know, when you say black power, you talk about Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, black power in the 60s. But when we talk about being stopped as an individual on the streets, oh, I'm a black man, Bereen is a black man, Garfield is a black man. We need to cut it out, because what happened is when we say the Egyptians were black or the Israelites were black, what type of black, what do you mean? What type of tone? What type of phenotype? How does the skin color look? And how the people look, they range in different tones, Bereen. I got to be honest. This goes for Egyptians, Arabs, people who live in that region. You're never going to look dark skin. You're going to have somebody as dark. You see how Dudeman's picture is just dark? You're going to have people that look dark. You're going to have people look light. And they're still going to be considered African or black. You see, so when our obsession with blackness is what's keeping us backwards.
It's clouding the conversation.
Because even right now, I will say every person who is a descendant of slave in America, not me, because I'm not a citizen of this country, they should get reparations. Who do you mean? Black people. Because the people in the West, you call them black people. Only in the West is where you have this black people talk. In Africa, everybody's identifying with a culture. They say they're Igbo, they're Yoruba, they're Mende, they this, they that, they Ethiopian, they this. But only in America, black people is everybody. There's just one umbrella for everybody. So we need to cut out of that. If we want to be scientific and be academic, we need to cut out this black people talk. I have no problem with anybody being black and proud, but in a specific context. The issue is how we use the words, and the issue is color. If you look at the brother beside me, between me and Gideon, he has a sign named Hallelujah, right? If you look at the top, you see a lightish brownish. There's some people in the what you call it, could look that way. They could look that way. That's possible. They could look that way, but there's nothing wrong with that. Our color, the color thing is what's messing us up totally, because everything has to do with color. So
now, hold on. I want Garfield to wait now. Now I want Bruce to come and talk, because both of these guys feel when we deal with the original Israelites, when we deal with the 12 tribes, when we deal with the Egyptians, they were all black. In light of how he just described what he described, come on, Bruce, come to the microphone, talk that black talk now.
Praise the Most High Yah and the Son Yeshua HaMashiach. Now, what the deception is, and what the oppression is white supremacy, and what white supremacy have spread for centuries is white dominance, white this, and they went so far as to say now that the Egyptians were not black, and they were black, and everybody knows it. The Hamites were black. Their phenotype was black, and everybody knows it. And why do you all insist on? Why do y'all insist on catering to the narrative of the white supremacists who have taken over centuries of telling the story, because the victor tells the story, and y'all know that. And it's nothing but lies. The 12 tribes of Israel were black. You all can sit up there and deceive yourselves if you want to, continue to be in deception. But the 12 tribes of Israel were black. They only mixed with Hamites. And I'm sick of you all talking about there was a mixed multitude. Yeah, the mixed multitude were Hamites. They didn't mix with no Europeans. They mixed with black. And you look in that Bible, and you tell me everybody who mixed with a Hamite, from all the way from Genesis to Malachi, those are Hamite folks. There were no European folks. So stop lying, quit deceiving yourself, and speak truth to power. And
Share my screen, Barry. Share my screen, please.
No. And here's the thing: the Egyptians told.
You have the nerve to talk about he's sick of us. Unbelievable.
And brother Brian, and look at the walls on Egypt. Look at the walls on Egypt, and look at the walls of Egypt. They tell you who they are. Yeah, there was some light skin, there was some brown skin, but they were still black. There was some dark skin Egyptians, but they were still black. They were black. The walls of Egypt tell the story.
Okay.
They tell the story, and you all are catering to white supremacy, and that's all y'all doing.
All right, cool. All right. First of all, that's unscientific, your whole conversation, because you can't say somebody is black. Who are you talking about? If you look at the skin map where Egypt is, right? You see that this is an estimate based on the weather and how close you are to the equator. If you look in the middle of Africa, if you look in South America, Ecuador, Peru, different places, you'll see that those people are darker than the people that's in there. A matter of fact, I'm from Jamaica. When I came to when I came from Jamaica, I wasn't this. A matter of fact, I got lighter when I came to America 25 years ago.
But you ain't turned white. You didn't turn white. You didn't turn white. So stop it.
Why? I never said that. You see, the issue.
All right, then. So don't tell me that somebody dark as you or dark as Maria.
Beloved, calm down, bro. Calm down.
You know that race be having them going, that skin color be having them going.
Yeah, so this is the issue now. Nobody said the Israelites were Europeans. Nobody said that. Nobody says the Egyptians. Nobody. As a matter of fact, since 1950, the UNESCO came out with a what they came out with. They came out. I got my notes right here actually because I was arguing with Unc about this earlier. 1950, they came out and said that race was a social construct. 1960, they came out again. 1970, 1974, after Diop and them had the conference with them, they basically said that the Egyptian people were a homegrown people and that they had different phenotypes and they had skin tones from light to dark brown. They never said there was Europeans. So whoever teaches that the Egyptians were Europeans are liars because the academia doesn't even say that. The same white supremacy you're complaining about corrected themselves and said that they weren't Europeans. So since 1974, they've been saying that. So who is going around saying that the Egyptians are Europeans?
That's the straw man that the Israelite, that the camps and Bruce and them use against us because we argue with them. They want to say we lifting up white supremacy and we preaching it.
Nobody teaches the original.
Nobody.
Well, listen, you all.
That would be incorrect. The Hermetic hypothesis strictly teaches that the ancient Egyptians were white.
Get in. That's the Hermetic hypothesis is from the 1800s, beloved. We're talking about from 1950 when UNESCO put out that race is a social construct. They put that out. So the consensus of academia, let me finish, beloved. The consensus of academia, even if you ask the whitest Jew today, they'll tell you that the people in Israel were people of color. Look at the skin map. It tells you these people were brown. These are brown
Garfield, let me just say this and then you can go ahead.
Nobody's saying that.
All I'm saying is that what you just said is part of the white man's deception to deceive the world.
I need your deliverance and need people.
Okay, good. So this skin map, and by the way, Higgins, I've never said that the what you call it was white people. I've never said that. They've always been a people of color in my eyes.
That's all that they hear. Anything you argue, that's all they hear in their mind.
Which skin map is that? Because you know it's several with several different shades.
Hold on a second, brother. Hold on a second.
No, I'm asking though.
You have zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. It doesn't matter which one you use. You could bring up any one.
No, it does because one has Australia being way darker because you know some people in Australia, the Aboriginals are so black they call them blue.
You know what? I dare you. Pull it up right now. Pull that one up right now. You pull it up because you always say things that you never. Well, we ask you to pull up stuff you can't pull it up. Don't make a claim you can't back up. All right, but watch this, family. These people, what happened is you're saying that they're sub-Saharan Africans. That's the problem. No, they are not. No, they are not, and we need to cut it out. I listen. Even with Ramesses III, people don't realize that Ramesses III they actually, the estimates of his DYS and his SMPs or whatever they call it was actually too small to draw a conclusion that he's E1B1A. But everybody run around, I'm E1B1A like Ramesses III. It's not even true. He's actually closer. The one test had him at R as a R, and another test had him as E1B1B. It's still inconclusive for Ramesses III. When you look at all the kings in the 18th dynasty, Barine, they all are R1B going back to Europe. Yeah! These are Egyptians who are Africans, who are born in Egypt. They are mixing, and you look at the wives, they are mixing. All of them go back to Europe. K, they got K markers. They got this marker. They found the oldest dynasty, in the 4th dynasty. They have a sample that's dated to the Neolithic period, like the Natufians, and go up to West Asia and Europe. These are the markers the Egyptians carrying in the Middle Kingdom, the same thing. But they are born in Egypt and they are Africans. They might not look like Europeans, but they carry their genetic markers. Look at Gorilla Hebrew. Look at the brother James Cassell. I think he's one. Look at other brothers who darker than me, carrying the R marker, the European marker. Your genetic marker is important. Your mixing and your admixture with your autoseminal tells who you are. We can't run from this. We are a mixed up people. We are mixed from all over, but primarily us in America come from West and Central Africa. One of the biggest markers, I've said it over here a million times, is sickle cell trait. The sickle cell trait even went to Egypt. It comes from the haplotype, from the Benin haplotype in West and Central Africa. So you can't run from who you are. This is who you are.
Well, here's the thing. Garfield.
You gonna believe science, or you gonna believe that chart? Bruce.
That is science. Science tell you ain't no black man went to North America, South America, and turned white. That's
Who's black man? Which black man are you talking about?
Listen, the black man, the black man. The black man been on the. Hold on, wait a minute, Garfield. Hold on. The black man been to every country on the planet of the earth, and we are the first people that inhabited North America, South America, China, India, and everywhere. That's just a fact, because we were the first. The Most High Yah and his and Noah and his sons and were dark folks. You can. I do know that. You just don't believe it. That's all.
Were you there? Were you there?
Because you cannot get no. And even. Well, I ain't even gonna say this, but I would say that the 12 tribes of Israel were black, and they only mixed with Hamites, which means they were black. And it wasn't until all this race mixing happened, and the Europeans came, then everybody got mixed up. Then white supremacy and the Greeks and the Romans, and for thousands of years mixed up, enslaved our people. That's why you got all these covered. But the bottom line, Garfield, is you got light-skinned black folks, brown-skinned black folks, dark-skinned black folks. They're still black. And it ain't no black supremacy, Xavier. You just been deceived by white America and white supremacy, and that's all you know because you've been indoctrinated. Period.
Can I ask you a question, brother? Before you go, can I ask you one question? If I grew up in Russia, right, and I'm black, am I related to you because you're black?
Well, I'm gonna say two things about that. First of all, if you black in Russia, you black. You look at them walls. You look at those walls and those Christian walls. Them Russians show you who the black folks were, who the 12 tribes were, who the 12 apostles were. They were black. I know you're not gonna ask that because you can't answer that. You can't answer that because here's the thing, Garfield. In Russia today, they show you who the 12 apostles were. They show you what color Jesus were, and their ancient writings, ancient paintings, and everything.
I asked if I'm related to you based on the fact I asked you if I live in Russia and I am a dark-skinned black man like you, are we related because I am a black man? That's all I asked you.
No one can answer that if you are totally related to me. But here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. If a dark, light-skinned, melanated people, brown-skinned, melanated people, or the darkest melanated people, they are still from black. They are still black folks, and they're not European. Quit trying to make the choice. Well, you know, the only issue I have is you all trying to lie against the scriptures, and the only problem I have, you all are lying against what the scriptures say, and what and
I didn't mention one.
no, y'all lying on what the scriptures are saying. Hold on, Garfield.
Garfield never talk religion here.
Yeah, Barry, the white people have melanin. What do you mean
Of
melanated?
course.
So what is he
Of
talking about
course.
melanated people?
This
What
is the
melanated people?
madness.
What melanated people, brother? My brother.
Bruce,
what melanated
Bruce.
people are you talking about?
Hey,
See, you know,
listen, Garfield.
Garfield. You know what this is? You know what
I'm not going. You know what? You know what? I'm Garfield.
No, you're discounting science, and what you're doing is you're mixing up science with your own agenda. Everybody's.
No, I'm going from the Bible and historical facts.
Hold on, Bruce. They say you don't never let nobody talk. You the only Israelite. Come on here, run them up. Go ahead, Garfield.
How did black people end up in Alaska? That's what I want to ask you. Or Iceland, or the Antarctica region. How did black people reach there?
I just told you that black folks inhabited the entire planet before any white folks who was sitting over there in the Caucasus Mountains and in northern Europe. Black folks visited every part of the land. Even we were here even before the Native Americans. Them black folks that was here, those black folks were here before the light-skinned Native Americans. And you know this, and everybody else know this, but quit allowing white supremacy. And you don't believe no white supremacy is in science?
All right.
Y'all don't believe white supremacy is in science?
Hold on. What we do, Barine, what I find out, right? Because nobody in academia, if you go to school right now and take a college course.
See, that's the problem. Academia.
Hold on. For the last 30 years, nobody in academia is teaching like the Egyptians are white people. They're teaching that these people are right. They don't teach that for the last 30 years. This is white supremacy academia. But what happened is, for black Hebrew Israelites to survive, you have to have a white boogeyman to blame.
Enemy, come on.
So what we do now, we say, oh, they say this and they say that. No, you're the one that's making this paradigm up to fit your own inconclusive and
old Afrocentric.
No,
exactly.
No, I'm not gonna let you do that.
If you want to be
no. You ain't gonna flip it on us.
Hold on, beloved. Let me finish, beloved. I made you speak. I made you spew whatever you're saying, and I'm going to respect what you're saying. What I am saying to you is, nobody is saying that the ancient Israelites were European. So nobody's saying
why
that
they always hear that? Because they're obsessed with the white man in their own mind.
Exactly. This is why they hate the term black Hebrew Israelites, but when they say, oh, we as black people get treated wrong, but they hate the word black Hebrew Israelite, when the fact of the matter is it was made in Western world in America. It's made in America by black people, and that's the reason why you really should call it the black Hebrew Israelite, because you have no connection to ancient Israel except the one that was made up here in America. And it's just the truth. It's made in America, just like the Moorish Science Temple, just like the Nation of Islam, just like all these Asiatic groups in the 20s and 30s. It's made in America because the people were tired of Christianity, so they needed something else. That's the truth.
And
right now,
Bruce could bust shots.
Yeah, now you can bust shots. Prove that anybody came off the slave ship claiming to be a Hebrew, or Israelite, a Jew, or whatever you want to call it. Show and prove. I've been asking for 8 to 10 years. Now let's beat it up and let's get it right. Let's go.
All right, Damon in here, but we got Garfield. We got to stomp him out. I'm gonna put the link out right here, and G-Con in here too. Hey, y'all want to catch a body?
Listen.
I'm gonna put the link out. We're gonna catch some bodies today.
Listen, you all. It ain't no all talk. You know what the problem is, Garfield. If you know what the problem is, you don't believe the Bible.
That ain't got nothing to do
curses.
with
You don't believe the prophecies. Hold on. You don't believe the curses. You don't believe the prophecies. You are a non-believer.
You say the same.
No.
You say the same thing to preachers that come on here.
They are, because they've been indoctrinated by Eurocentric Christianity, which is racist, which is white supremacy. Because they've been indoctrinated. Because Moran, they've been indoctrinated by Eurocentric Christianity, which is white supremacy, and they are not.
Garfield ain't even in the church.
Bruce, let me ask you one question.
Making no daggone sense.
Bruce, let me ask you one question. Are all black?
I ain't paying no attention to Garfield was bringing over here with all that deception. Ain't no
Okay,
person of
Bruce,
sound mind and normal
let me ask
temperament
you.
gonna allow Garfield to come in here with that foolishness.
You don't want the.
You don't want the smoke? You want me to leave, Bruce? Bruce, do you want me to leave? I could leave, Bruce. I could run for.
No, I ain't talking about leaving. Hey, Garfield, I ain't talking about leaving, but you ain't gonna you can deceive the weak-minded people like that, but you ain't gonna deceive people who know who they are.
Bruce, answer the question, please. Just answer the question, beloved.
What question? What question?
Can you show and prove of any Israelite coming off a slave ship or a Jew or a Hebrew? Anybody claiming that when they came off the slave ship? Did they practice any of that?
It was,
please.
Well, the slave records, the slave records indicated they were black folks and they had Israelites' name and they ended with Yah, and so that's proof enough for me. Now, if you don't want to believe it, go ahead and deceive yourself. They're putting, and you know they brought them for the land. You know they took them folks from the kingdom of Judah on the west coast. You know they were black. You know them kingdoms were black, and they were. Wait a minute, hold on. Why you keep talking over me, man? You asked me, and I'm telling you, those ancient maps said it was the kingdom of Judah. You know they targeted those people from the kingdom of Judah, which were black. You know they took those people from the west coast of Africa, where Portugal and Spain took them. History tells you they were black, and history tell you they were Jews. Where do you think they took them Jews from Portugal and Spain? They put them on the west coast of Africa. Common sense should tell you that they put them on the transatlantic slave trade and shipped them to the four corners of the earth, which were black. The historical record is clear. Quit relying on white supremacy and Eurocentric Christianity. And matter of fact, I don't include that with you, Garfield, because you're a heathen. You don't even believe in God. You know.
All right. Can I share my screen real quick? Let me kill this in 2 seconds. There we go.
Your screen never come down. It's still up.
Hold on. Let's go right here with the Yah names right here. Let's go right here. I got this.
All right. Now here we go.
I'm prepared right here. Let's go. Because you know what? I like to shut people up in the middle of what they're teaching. Now let's take a look at this on my screen real quick. This is the Yah names. We did this with Dante Force a couple weeks ago. All right. And we're going to look at these Yah names. What does this say right here, brother? Nyamoli, Enya, Inya, right? Hold on. Let me get this on my screen, full screen, so everybody at home could learn something. First of all, these people that left, they left from one part of Africa, and they actually, when you look at the disembarkation, they actually went to another place. Another thing also is that these people that came on the slave ships, they never came to America, because guess what? It was during the time period of the illegal slave trade. It was after 1820. The slave trade ended 1807 in England and 1808 in North America. So what they were doing is transporting people illegally. Now, over 800 people had the name Yah. 800 people. Let me just be careful. This is the screen big, so you could see that Garfield's not playing games. I made it bigger here. I make it smaller here. What happened is, you see the origin says Ebo or Hebo, right? Embarkation Bonnie, disembarkation Freetown. All 800 people who had the names Yah, 822 to be exact, ended up in Freetown. But watch this. It gets even worse. The names as it appears on the register changes. It says Nyamoli right here with the Yah, right? But another pronunciation is Noamabi or Noamabe or Nyamaoli. So it could be any one, but of course you wouldn't research that because you're not a researcher. So what you do, ladies and gentlemen, who's watching at home, freeze the screen. When you go on the Slave Voyages website, right? This is what you do. You're going to see View African Origins View. When you click on that View button, you're going to go to this page. And this is going to show the pronunciations of the name. It just so happens on the record they kept the name in Nyamoli, but it could have been Nyamoli at the bottom, or Nyamoli here, or Nyamabi, or Nyamabi. They don't know how to pronounce the name. Let's go here to the next one. You have Enya, right? But look, in the registry, it says E-Y-N-A-H, not Ya, Enya. It says E-Y-N-A-H here, or I-N-I-Y-A. But guess what, my brother? None of these people came over on the slave trade. They all went back to Africa. They stopped the illegal slave trade and returned them and recorded that they left them in what's called right here, Freetown. This is where everybody ended up. So that's wrong. I have another thing that you said.
Well, here's the thing.
Hold on, Bruce. Bruce, hold on 1 second, brother.
All right.
You made
Go ahead.
2 points. What the point you made was what? You said the Yah names, and what was the other thing that you said? You said wider. Hold on, I got you.
No, I didn't say nothing about wider. I did not.
You said the map. You said the map with the wider. That's what you said.
Oh, I said the kingdom of Judah on the old maps, and they targeted and they
Right
hold
here.
on.
Right here,
You asked me what I said.
Let me respond.
Hold on.
I got you.
And the west coast of Africa, those
right here, wider, right here. I got you. The map. This is what you're talking about. I got you. Let me respond to that. Two things you said.
That's good. Let 'em
Watch
go.
this. Watch this now. First of all, to everybody who's watching, we need to understand, and this is from this book by Robin Law, a white guy. If you want to call him white supremacist, that's your business. But the primary sources, right? I want everybody to pay attention to this. Freeze the screen and read this at home. These are the two pictures. Although Oida is the spelling of the town's name current nowadays, it occurs in European sources between the 17th, which is the 1600s. In fact, at 1670, I believe, 1671, what is it, 1660? All right, between the 17th century and the 19th centuries in various other forms. In English, we say wider. So if you look on the map, you will see wider, right? Okay. In Dutch, it's Fida. In French, it's what? Judah. And in Portuguese, it's ajuda. So it's a word that's being translated in different languages. But look at this now. All these are attempts to render an indigenous name that would be more correctly written by modern conventions as Hueda, or in a dialect variant, Peda. Strictly and originally, Haida was not the name of the town nowadays called Oida, but rather of the kingdom to which it belonged to. Now, watch this now. This is more important. Watch this now. Watch this now. The people of Hueda belong to the same linguistic group as the Fon. So the word originally is actually, and ladies and gentlemen, the word is actually X-Weda. X-W-E-D-A. That's the word Wida and Judah and Fida come from. But they're trying to pronounce it in different languages. Watch this now. The first time they find it in contemporary sources, the name Hueda, because this is the real name from ex-Weda, the fun word that they get it from, may have been noted first by Spanish missionaries visiting the kingdom of Alada to the northeast in 1660, who recorded it in the form of what? It was actually recorded as Jura. Not even Judah. Jura. This is the first recording of the name that the Spanish was trying to record it. Or Lura, more certainly it enters the historical record 11 years later as Judah, when the French first established a trading factory there. So this Judah is a French word for ex-Weda, which is Oida or Wida or a Judah or Fida. So the name has nothing to do with the Bible. It's people later on. Hold on, let me finish, beloved. Let me finish.
Well, how long you gonna take? Or are you going on and on and on?
My brother,
Bruce, you always cut everybody off when you ready to get it in. Everybody's
just trying to tell you, instead of we arguing about the name because it's on a map by a white man, he's not a white supremacist that put it there. What happened, my brother? Again, the name where you see here on the slave coast, Wida and Judah. This is basically a remix of the fun word called X-Weda. It's called X-W-E-D-A. And X-Weda is Hueda, H-U-E-D-A. For the people that's coming here, the white supremacists that come there, they pronounce it in their own language. Fida, Judah, Wida. Those names come from the same word, which is Hueda, which is X-Weda in the fun language. So it has nothing to do with the Bible. I yield.
Oh,
it's a historical fact. It's a historical fact that the Jews were in Spain and Portugal.
We know that. Hold on a minute, Bruce. I want Gideon to get. Come on, Gideon. You jump back on here to say something, Garfield.
Let me just say that till he get ready. It's a historical fact.
Yeah,
it's a historical
I'm trying
fact.
to get back on because I wanted to share my screen. Do you see? Can you?
Hold on, man. Let me just finish this thought. You can have the floor. Let me just say this. You can have the floor. It's a historical fact that the Jews. No. I just want to say this, and then he can have the floor.
Yeah, but it's can't hear.
It's a historical.
Get in.
Listen, let me just say this, and you can have the entire floor for the next 8 hours. It's a historical fact that the Jews were taken from Spain and Portugal and put in on the west coast of Africa, and they targeted people of the tribe of Judah. Judah, no matter what you say and what that white man said in that book, they were shipped to the four corners of the earth in captivity, in slavery. And the bottom line is those maps that you showed, there's other white sources that says things totally different, and they were like Gogby and the rest of them, and other people who made those maps. The kingdom of Judah, there were Africans and people from the tribes of Israel on the west coast of Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. They were Judah, and they went into the west coast of Africa, and they chased them down. And the matter that you're speaking of is some white man putting in some book about that stuff, but you cannot get around the fact that those Jews came from Spain and Portugal. They were shipped to the west coast of Africa, and they were Jews, and they were shipped to the four corners of the earth. And I don't care what that white man said in that book.
Rose, can I ask you two quick questions? Why would they ship them to West Africa to just come back there and enslave them? Why not enslave them in the first place in Portugal?
You read the account of the king and the king. Read the account of the king of Portugal and Spain and what happened. Just look at the historical account. They shipped them to the west coast of Africa, St. Thomas, Sao Tome, whatever you want to call it, and they shipped them to the four corners of there. Those black folks were Jews, and when they chased and when they captured those Jews, even from the kingdom of Judah and all the motherlands, you're speaking of one area, brother Garfield, but there were Jews all across Africa, particularly on the west coast, who had their own communities, they had their own communities, and they targeted Jews. That was a conspiracy. It came out of Africa. It came out of Africa, and you all know this. I don't care what that white man said in that book. They ain't nothing but liars. That's all they've been is liars. Anytime you read something from the white man, you better.
Bruce.
Go ahead, Garfield.
Bruce. All right, watch this. So
the whole awakening is built off of the white man, but when they don't like it, they use the white man stuff.
Yeah,
when they want the white Bible, they're using it all the time. All of his leaders do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna and by the way too, I heard what's his name saying the Sumerians were black people. Did what's his name say that earlier?
He right here, he back on, yes.
I said, can you hear me now, Brother Beran?
Hold on. Before you go, Gideon, I gotta beat you up a little bit because I didn't hear the whole thing, and I do want to hear, but I do want to ask a question to everybody. These are the primary accounts of the Sumerians. These are primary pictures. I didn't make this up. This is them drawing themselves. Now, you could draw the conclusion what they are.
Uh-oh.
This is the primary source from 2600 BC on the walls. You're telling me that these people are Africans? These are Africans right here? Is this an African? Is this an African right here, my brother? Come on, man. We got hold on. Let me finish. Are we playing games with our people, man? What type of games are we playing with this black talk? How is it beneficial to you? These people had the PAC3 gene. The PAC3 gene is when you have the unibrow, like Anthony Davis. That's very rare when you have the eyebrows here. This is what the Sumerians had. They had that PAC3 gene. You see it on the statue here. The PAC3 gene. This is what they have. This is how they drew themselves. So this guy looks just like Gideon, by the way. I couldn't miss this resemblance. And this is the primary source I just talked about. They're showing different kinds of people worshiping, carrying cattle, the lower class at the bottom. You had more working class in the middle, and you had the rulers at the top. This is what Sumerians look like. This is not a game. I do this. Chuck Morgan is a part of Dagger Squad. He is like reading the language and everything now. This is what they look like. Why are we running around saying that these people are black? They're not the ones who's drawing these pictures? Is it the white supremacists? The white man? Who is the one doing all this work? Who are these people here? Who are these people right here? They're drawing themselves. So they're so in love with white people that they're drawing them and say, this is us. They're faking us out. They're faking us out with
whitewashing themselves.
Yes.
All
You're
right,
faking
so
us
now
out.
can
No,
I
hold on,
respond,
hold
brother
on, hold
Brent?
on,
We've been
hold
going
on,
for like
hold on,
10
hold on,
minutes.
hold on 1 second. I gotta deal with the brother that spoke before now. Let me deal with him. Give me 3 minutes. Let me just deal with him and this whole thing about
3
Jesus.
more minutes? Okay.
Is that okay with you though? Because it seems like it's your show today. Is that
Nah, I'm
okay with
just
you?
trying. Nah, you good. This ain't.
All right. So let's deal with the Jews in Europe, because, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the people with the yellow badges in Europe were Jews, and of course they don't look nothing like me and you. Right here, these two guys with the red hat with the yellow badge, because the Jews had to identify themselves by wearing yellow badges. That's in Europe. I just heard that the Jews came from Europe and how they look. This is the Negroid type of the Jews. When we see black, there are rabbinical Jews that are called black in Europe. They use the word black to describe them in Europe, because black, they wanted to associate them with other people who are dark skinned, because it was like a class system. So when you say black, we got to be careful. Now let me find this what you call it real quick, and let me just deal with this guy and let's get out of here. But this is just ridiculous at this point. All right, so here we go. We have, where is this guy at? Okay, so these are the white Jews in Africa, right? Who came, and the Africans in Senegal drew them. This is what they look like. So these are the Jews that came in Africa. We call them Lancados. Ladies and gentlemen, Lancados is Lancados. Lancados. These are the Jews that came in and intermingled with Africans and produced a Luso-African class. If you want to be these people, you could go ahead. You get no fight from Garfield. No fight. The Luso-Africans, these are the people that intermingled. The Jews wanted to get involved with the trade, so they felt sleeping with the African woman, with the tribe chiefs' daughters. They slept with them and produced a Luso-African class, which were called mulattoes. Those mulattoes were separated from the Africans and separated from the other people. They were by themselves. These were practicing Jews. The people at Loango. When you talk about the Loango Jews in Congo, my brother, we have primary sources talking about how the Jews left from Europe and slept with African women and produced that class of Jews in Congo and Loango. We have primary sources for that. We got primary sources in Timbuktu, where the Timbuktu people admitting, saying that the Jews came over and slept with that black woman and produced again the Luso-African class. So this is what the Jews are doing. They're going around, and what they're doing, I don't want to use that term. I don't want to curse on Brother Beree's channel, but they're sleeping. You know the word I want to use as a non-believer. The Jews are known for sleeping with African women. They're known for trading people, being merchants from Morocco, North Africa, into places like Taout, and then to Niger, and then to Timbuktu. So Judaism was brought to West Africa. This is why people in Africa have a history of following Judaism. And if you notice which Judaism they're following, the Judaism of the Talmud. That's what they're following, because that's the tradition that they come from. That tradition don't believe in no Jesus. It don't believe in no New Testament. So if you want to be that Jew, fine. But the Jews in Africa, especially West Africa, they were merchants. They slept with African women, right? Created a Luso-African class. They were merchants and they were slave traders. Those are the four things that they did when they were in Africa. So which one of those Jews you want to be? Let me know right now so I could point you out to the community and tell you exactly what they did. So let's not play games about Jews in West Africa. We know they left from Portugal and Spain and came in. We have the edicts of when they tried to kill off all the Jews at Taout, because the Jews at Taout had killed some Muslims. So the Muslims killed off all the Jews in Taout, and they called them, what's the name of the brother that died? That was here, Plummer. Plummer brought the source on and taught me that they were called the Rothschilds of their time period. Yes, they were the Rothschilds, and those were the Jews in Taout. Now you show me the African Americans that reminisce of people like the Rothschild family lending money and all that stuff. You ain't got nothing to do with it, bro. You are a convert, and that's the best you can be. I yield.
All right, hold on a minute. Gideon, come on to the microphone. Do me a favor. I appreciate everybody, but let's try to do the super chat today. If y'all $ Berean teacher, if y'all want to put something, y'all please put that on the Cash App. We appreciate the support, because times like this, it ain't gonna be no lot of support. It's not gonna be a lot of support when stuff like this come forth. People are upset, they end their feelings, and it's just a bad time. But we can't just be talk to make people feel good. We got to make them think. Come on, get in.
Yeah, and definitely everybody, in the name of good brotherhood and good character, let's support the brother Berean. Brother Berean, do you see my other profile in here because I can't share
Oh,
it from
you have a
this.
screen. You ain't never had a screen up. Garfield just took his down.
Yeah, no, I'm in the back chat, and the one that's in the back chat, I can share my screen and pretty much just take care of everything that Garfield said and all the incorrect
Oh,
statements.
man, he talking about he finna take care. Dunamis,
Yeah.
fix what he talking about.
Okay, yeah, do you see me? I'm in the back chat. That's where I can share.
In the back chat, I just see 2 comments from JT Mac. What do you mean the back chat?
I'm in the back chat. You can let me in my other profile.
Dunamis, you know what he talking
I don't
about?
see another profile. I don't see another profile up there, Gideon.
Oh, okay, because I was trying to
Ain't
get
nobody else in here. Come on, while he fixing that. Come on, young Pastor Green. Or you just chilling? I don't know if you got time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peace and blessings to you and to
Fred,
everyone
you could drop
on the
that
panel.
link one more time.
Okay.
Pastor Green, peace and love. Long time, beloved. Peace and love to you, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to see you. And man, I'm aware of you from when you first showed up on over there with Sidnet in the House of Consciousness.
Garfield talking that talk. You like that talk. Go ahead and
And
say it. I know you like that talk.
One thing that I noticed when you first showed up over there, I was like, this brother, he studies and he puts forth good effort to show forth, the sources and what he's presenting. And so I've kind of followed you silently here and there, off and on. And I admire your work, man. I admire the effort that you put into just bringing the truth. And I know you don't really have a dog in this fight, but so much of what you share, it is the consensus of the Israelites and the historical facts. And so, man, I just want to say hats off to you. Keep putting in the work that you put in. I know this is something that you do over here, but you have other areas that you work in over there with the House of Consciousness and just the conscious community at large. So just keep doing the good work, and we're praying for your, repentance and salvation. You come on home, but hey, man, you don't have to be a believer in my book for me to admire
God's work.
the
Garfield,
work that you do.
God's work.
Thank you, man.
Yes,
They
sir.
gonna
Yes,
hate
sir.
you. That gonna mess up your Cash App, Barry. Don't say Garfield and God's work in the same sentence. Hey, Elder Green, I appreciate the kind words, brother. And any prayers is always accepted, man. I don't care who it's coming from, as long as it's sincere. Peace and love.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was gonna ask Bruce. I don't know if he's still on. I heard him talking about
Man, Garfield ain't doing no God's work. Stop that, Berean.
Brother.
Hey, yo, Bruce, you gonna step, Bruce? They done with you, man. They done. They told me get rid of you. I said, wait a minute, Bruce's peeps. They done with you. They say you talking too much, you over talk, and you talking about you finna retire. Yo, I'm telling you right now, Bruce. I'm telling you right now, y'all my people. You Garfield. Listen, y'all ain't gotta be Trinitarian Bible believers like me. I got plenty of peeps that don't believe the same thing, but I'm praying for Garfield. Garfield peeps say what y'all want. Before I even met Garfield, I got the truth right there. I like that dude. I like that dude right there. That's the truth, and it ain't nothing changed. Garfield is peeps. Garfield family. You can jump on here anytime. Come on, Gideon. Let's see what you sounding like.
Yeah. So am I good?
Yeah, I'm still gonna go, but I'll pause. I'll pause.
Young Pastor Green, you got time? I know Sundays y'all be busy, but you off Monday, so relax. Oh no, well let me shut up because you probably
Yeah, I got a
you got
little
a
time.
side
But did
job.
you
You ain't
want
got
to
a
get
private jet yet?
me?
Oh yeah, you know they think preachers, all preachers got private jets.
Man, no, I'm driving a Nissan Xterra and a Hyundai
You ain't stealing that
2016, brother.
on.
And I actually preach against those preachers that are talking about private jets.
Come on.
No, sir.
So
No, sir.
I'm
Yeah,
just gonna share my screen right quick when the brother
go
finish
ahead.
out.
I'll wait. I'll wait till you're done. Getting.
Somebody call
Appreciate
Garfield
that,
and tell him to come straighten Garfield out.
So
Come
with
on,
Garfield, a lot of the things Garfield was saying was just
where's your screen, brother?
actually
Where's
not
your
true.
screen, brother?
I'm sharing it right now.
Come on, let's just get it on. If we're gonna get it on, let's get it on.
So am I sharing right now? Can we see that?
There you are.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is, he said earlier, show the skin map where it's different from his, and we can obviously.
I'm muting myself. Listen to this.
We obviously see that this is a different variation of the skin map. So once again, as I always like to say when talking to brothers who believe like Garfield, that's your religion, that's your belief, that's your faith. I have no problem with that. Now, when he was speaking about the names that we find in West Africa that's related to the Bible, I'll just go to this next slide right quick. Let me just show this real fast, and it'll basically break down what Garfield need to know. Let's go right. I think it's right here. Right here. Tell me if y'all can hear this.
Getting your screen is just showing StreamYard.
Okay, I'm sorry. How do
go to the other screen? You get something else. Or the other tab.
Will let Bruce get wrecked if he Bruce left?
Okay, how do I see? Because it's different. Hold on, let me stop sharing. So I must share my screen.
Well, real quick, Garfield, do you understand my question? What I was trying to ask Bruce? Or am I off?
Say it again. Say the question again, beloved.
It's two things. Why would they ship the Jews to West Africa to then come later to come enslave them?
Okay, so I got it, my brother. I got it.
Why not enslave them there? Then two, for the Jews that converted to Catholicism, we have no historical accounts of them being enslaved them. So I'm trying to follow the logic, but it's not going sense. To why ship them all, then enslave them?
Hey, you know what's crazy about the whole thing about Portuguese, and I see my brother Orthodox more in the chat. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Portuguese that got shipped out, the Jews, the Portuguese was trying to bring them back to Portugal because they weren't making any money when the Jews left. So they were trying to get them back into Portugal. So if they were going to enslave them or do anything, I don't know why they would do it in what you call it. They would have just sent it out all the way, period. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, my brother. These Israelites make up their own paradigm just to try to sound good. I don't know why they all just become converts and just say, hey, I'm a Jew by faith, and the conversation's over. We ain't got to debate no more.
All right, so I'm ready to share my screen, and I'm just gonna show real quick. Garfield was
your screen already up there, brother. We trying to figure out what your screen's saying.
Right. So what I'm about to show is that this is the skin map that I was telling Garfield that is one of many of. So like I'm saying, that's your belief, that's your faith. But let's go back to the African names that you were speaking of.
Hold on 1 second.
Hold on. I did not enter.
Okay,
you went for like 10 minutes strong.
No.
So let's just go to this right.
Let me mute up.
Yeah, please do.
Did you know that there are hundreds of Ghanaian names in the Bible? Yes, hundreds of names of millions of Ghanaians are still in the Bible. It is present in the King James Version as well as the local Akan Bible. Here are some few prominent ones. Please read the Bible quotations that are
and these are the names along with the Bible verse you find them in.
That the names often spell the same and mean the same. The first name we'll consider is
spell and mean the same.
This name is often spelled with a double N in the middle. However, this is a recent phenomenon. Traditionally, the
no
name
offense, no Jewish converts brought these words into West Africa.
So 2 examples. 1. Kofi Annan, a renowned Ghanaian diplomat. The next one is Annan Ankoma. So you can see that in Kofi Annan, the are 2 ends in the middle, but in Annan Ankoma, there's only 1 end, but they are all the same and they come from the same location, the same culture. The next name we'll consider is the name Okra, another popular name in Ghana. You can simply go to Facebook and look for the people with names like this, and you can count the black ones amongst them. The majority of them will come from Ghana. Okran is also a biblical name and also a Ghanaian name. That's because we're Israelites. The next name is Anani. Now, Anani is often spelled with an E at the end and sometimes an I at the end. I think you get the idea. The I and the E both produce the E sound, so they are interchangeable. Now, Anani, as in Dr. Anani, is a very popular politician in the period of President Kufuor in Ghana. The next name we'll consider is Ahi. Ahi, A-H-I. It's also a biblical name, as you can see on your screen. An example of somebody bearing that name, a popular person with that name, is Honorable Samson Ahi, a lawmaker in Ghana. Now, the next name is Amasa. Amasa is a very interesting name because it is popular among the Ga community, Gadangwe community. The Gadangwes in Ghana are known to have come from the tribe of Gad. And they have known this, that they are Israelites for a very long time. They still know. See, these names and
So that's one aspect when you're trying to connect a people that don't have no more written history about themselves because it's been destroyed. You only have few scant pieces of evidence, and linguistically we can tie their names. So he's speaking about the slave voyages database. You have dozens of names of Israelites that we find in there. We got Eli right here. This one we have Yara as a suffix to the back of a name. We even have a name Yakoba. We have Yahoo or Yahoo. Abdiah. It's a brother on YouTube with a channel and on Facebook with that name. And all of these, Ira, Yahoo, Akia, all of these mean something. So Yakuba, Amaniah, Yahoo, and I'm gonna go to this last one. There's a lot of them, but this one is interesting. I'm gonna bring it up close. The name is Yafeh, and when we look at it, that's actually a Hebrew name, and we can go get it in strong concordance when we look at it. I skipped off, so I got to get back. So that's 9 and 5. Let's go to it, and we'll see it in Hebrew. Where is that at? And I'm gonna land with that one. Let me see. Right there. Yafeh, adjective, fair, beautiful. And when we go, we see that a slave woman in slave voyages have been documented with that same name, Yafeh. Not something Yah or, because that's what Garfield's trying to say, that it's just a coincidence. But like the video I just played, we have the same names with the same meanings. And this is just a sample size, because a lot of people like to say all of these boats were intercepted and brought back to Sierra Leone. That's true, but this is just an example of the many more that weren't captured. So that argument falls on its face. It doesn't hold the test of just the data and the population people that went into the Americas.
Hey, by the way, don't move your screen. Look at the disembarkation, everybody. Freetown. You see that? And look at the date. 1829, after the slave trade, 1816. These are people that never came to America.
I just said that.
They never came here.
Right.
So why are you bringing them up? You're killing yourself.
The cumulative evidence shows that this, like I say, this is just a sample size. So when you're making DNA arguments, you're making the same one because it's taken from a sample size, Garfield. That's why I say, like, when Garfield, it's the same. It's basically the same thing. It's the same formula that you're using when people use DNA material to make positions and to say this is where this person comes from because we have a sample size of X amount of people. That's all this is, Garfield. It's called just data. But I land with that. But Garfield, bro, you can't discredit the linguistic evidence that's tied to the ancient Israelites. Sans, S-A-N-S, any Jew, any rabbinic teachings, and no offense to the Jews.
All right, cool. Hey, let me ask you a question before you go, right? You said in Nehemiah 10:26, Anan is in Nehemiah, right? Are you saying that that's a cognate to a Niger, the Hebrew, which is an Afro-Asiatic language, is connected to the Niger Congo language because the words are spelled the same way? What is the rules to do a cross linguistic analysis? What are the first rules?
The first rule,
Mm-hmm.
and the rule that I just played for the audience, is that they're pronounced the same and they have the same meaning.
All right. Now watch this. Beautiful.
That's 101.
Beautiful. All right. Now, what does Anan means in Hebrew? What does it mean?
I would have to go back and,
All right. So
look at it.
let's look at it. Let's look at the word and look what it means. I'm going to share my screen real quick. The Names or Berin, share my screen real quickly here. Let's look at this Strong's word that he's talking about. The word is 6051 Strong Anan. Anan is right here. The Hebrew, the transliteration is Anan, pronounced Anan.
You're not sharing your screen.
I'm not sharing my screen. Hold
No.
on. Let me see if Berin, are you there, brother? Berin or Dunamis? All right. So if you look on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, the word means a cloud mass or cloud. Now, if I was to adopt my Akan or my Asante name, my Asante name would be Kwame Anan. You know why? Because Anan represents you're the fourth child. I could be wrong, third or fourth child, and Kwame is a Saturday born. I was born on Saturday. So my name would be Kwame Anan. So that's why I know it's BS. Whenever you see a name, family, and this goes for everybody, this goes for you, Gideon. You're not going to admit that you're wrong because a Hebrew never admits on the spot that they're wrong. So I don't expect you to admit that. The word Anan means a cloud mass or cloud. It doesn't have to do with what the Anan. Anan is the fourth child born. My name would be Kwame. I'm Saturday, fourth child born. So you can't be.
This comment section is stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Oh, yo, the comments are off. I'm here for. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Golf.
Yeah.
I'm here for the comments. Go ahead.
So watch this. So that takes this out. So the other words that you put in Akan is really Ashan, and the CH is in the Hebrew, and it has a different meaning that it would also in Ghana. I'm going to say this, my brother. If you're going to make a linguistic claim, you have to do what's called cross-cultural analysis. So the words could mean the same words. I mean, it could sound alike or
so show me the comparative name
hold
in the African tongue.
Hold on. And Kwame, and
you're just showing one side of it. You're showing one side
of it. All right. You know what? Let me see if I could do that right now, because I actually have it here, but I'm gonna have to look for it. But just bear in mind though, if you're gonna make a claim, you gotta make sure.
Don't jump out the window like that clown dude who just made that comment.
Yeah, don't worry, don't read the comments. You're gonna go crazy if you read the comments.
I'll never read the comments. I'm talking about that clown that just opened his mouth just now.
Which clown? You talking about Berin?
Of course not. That clown that used you for transportation. The dude that just said whatever he said.
Who are you talking about?
That's talking. That talked before.
Hold on, I'm waiting for Garfield to pull that up. But y'all ain't real Bible believers. Not with the behavior y'all got in the chat. I'm saying the way y'all talking, y'all not right. Y'all not right. Roger started off. Roger talking about that's a Nigerian scammer. Oh man, I can't do this internet. I gotta find something else to do. This is so much wreck though. I gotta admit. Go ahead, Golf. You want to pull your screen up because I took that.
Yeah, I'm pulling my screen up again. Let me just replay what I showed a while ago, and I'm good to go. Hold on a second, and I'll look for the Anan for you, my brother. I'll look for that for you. All right. So this goes back to what he just showed about the names again, right?
I can't put Bruce out. Go ahead, I'm mute myself.
So what I'm gonna do is, family, again, whenever you look at a name, always look at when the time it happened. If it's past 1808, that means it's during the illegal slave trade. If the disembarkation is Freetown, that means they never came to the United States, they never came to the Caribbean, they never went to Europe. You press the word view, and this is gonna pop up. This is gonna give you the different spellings of the names and what it is. So the name that you said, Yafi, I could pull it up, not in the mood, because it's the same thing that's gonna happen. These people names are going to be
But
spelled
that's the crux of
differently.
the argument.
Hold
You
on,
can't
hold
rebut
on, hold on,
something without
hold on. I'm
evidence.
not. I
You
don't
just
need
say,
to. My brother.
No, wait a minute. He
Hold
let
on.
you talk. Hear him out now. Don't cut
No,
him
no,
off.
no,
No,
no.
because y'all got
Yep.
an interference spirit on y'all.
Yep. So listen now, family. The issue is I pointed out to him that the dates were 1816 and 1821. That was after the slave trade, and the disembarkation for both boats was Freetown. So what I'm saying right here applies to that. So all you did was make my argument more true than what than what I presented before. You actually agree with me. You're actually agreeing with. So when you talk about any names on the slave ship, remember, these are not the people's real name. These are assumptions. There's nobody getting off a slave ship and say, hey, what's your name? There's nothing going on like that, bro. Yo, you think they're collecting millions of names? This is because this was an illegal slave trade. I contacted the people. I could show you the email. All right. And by the way, too, I gotta show this video right here real quick. I gotta do this. I gotta do this to Gideon since he wants to be the tough guy. Barine, are you there? Barine?
Yeah. What you want to pull up your joint?
Yeah,
I don't see it.
Pull this up right here. It's on the screen.
Okay.
Am I on the screen now?
Yeah.
I want y'all to listen to what Gideon said.
That came on the ship to the Western Hemisphere were Israelites. That's what I'm saying. So you might not be an Israelite. You might be whatever. I might not be an Israelite. I don't know.
Got him! Got him! So Gideon is going around saying he don't know if he's an Israelite. But he's coming on here.
The other pastor was just saying, isn't this the same guy?
He just saying he might not be an Israelite.
Whoa! Is a large group of slaves that came on a slave ship to the Western Hemisphere were Israelites. That's what I'm saying. So you might not be an Israelite. You might be whatever. I might not be an Israelite. I don't know.
So, and the people that believe you, Garfield, is the
Hold
people.
on.
That wasn't you, Gideon. He lying?
Hold on. You just said in the video, I might not be an Israelite. So how you arguing for you being an Israelite?
All right. I want to keep
I love
it.
y'all,
I want to keep it organized. So let me know when I can respond.
Hey, family. All he presented, and by the way, to whenever somebody says,
hold on, I'm sorry. Pull your screen up, Garfield. I gotta walk away, but unless you go and pull your screen up so that you can have it up.
Yeah, I'm here, Brian. I'm here.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. All right.
What I'm gonna do is,
so Garfield, what you're trying to do, bro, is play on the intelligence of the audience, and I don't think this audience is that dumb.
Gideon, let me finish, brother. Let me finish.
Go ahead, my brother.
Gideon did two things a while ago. He brought up Bible verses that have names that are similar to the names in Ghana or West Africa. Now, if anyone encounters this, all you need to do is look up the words that he's saying in the Ghana language, and then you confirm it. If it has the same name and spelled the same way in the language, it could be a borrowed term. It could be a loan word. Just like how the Israelite Bible, the Hebrew Bible, has tons of loan words from Egypt. The Egyptian writing, the Medjugorje, has tons of Semitic loan words, over 500 in the New Kingdom from Semitic speakers. This is what cultures do. So when you trade with a culture, and if they borrow a word, it's not a big deal. So now, with that being said, with the other thing that he showed with the Hebrew names on the slave trade voyages, those people never came over to the West. They went from one part of Africa to another part of Africa, Freetown. And then the third thing that I just did was play a video where he's pointing out on Sarnetta that he doesn't even know if he's an Israelite. But he's on here saying he's an Israelite. So, hey, it is what it is. But I'm out of here, man. I want to say peace and love to y'all. And I got to go.
All right, man. Appreciate you, Sam. Go ahead, Dooms. You want to play that other oh, man, yo, I can't. I'm trying to figure this chat. Y'all different. Y'all, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Can I say something real quick, Maria?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So what he just played is something that not speaks against me, but speaks against the intelligence of his chat and the students at his so-called university, which I'm quite sure is defunct by now. So whenever I'm here presenting any evidence, my position is and always has been that we can prove that the Israelites, or what we call black people, and that they were in West Africa, and that they were among the peoples that were taken in the West African slave trade. That's what I can prove. Now, once we got here to America, there are Israelites. You have ancient other people. I can go into the names, but that's not the point. So amongst all of those black peoples, because as we just were saying, just what Garfield was saying, black doesn't describe who you are. That's a misnomer that has been applied. So within these black peoples that came into America and to the Western Hemisphere, it was several different people groups that came. Amongst those people groups were Israelites. I claim that I am from the lineage of Israel. And furthermore, when you read the scriptures, now I'm spiritually speaking, when you become saved under the name of Yeshua, according to Ephesians, whether you're a physical Israelite or not, you're in the kingdom of Israel, which makes you an Israelite. You're grafted in. So I have no issues with me dying, getting to the pearly gates, and the Most High says, you know what, you was a Carthaginian, you a filthy Philistine, but under the grace of Yeshua, you Israel, you're grafted in. So either way, I win. I'm claiming the greatest African culture that ever existed, Israel, and I'm claiming the greatest savior and the only savior that ever existed, which is Yeshua. So that's what I'm here to prove. I can't prove it by DNA and all this stuff that try to get muddied in the water, which Garfield plays to his peanut gallery. But I would like to think Berean's chat is a little bit more intelligent, but you know, they still, but yeah.
All right, go ahead. The comment section still ill. That don't change. The default in the comment section got bad behavior. Go ahead, Dunamis. I'm listening.
Nothing. Jesus man want to say something.
Yeah. So, and all of that, Gideon, you've been contradicting yourself too. You said you don't. You said that earlier before before Garfield played that video that you know you didn't know. You can't trace your lineage back to ancient Hebrews, and so then you was talking about some of the Jews migrating to West Africa, and then you made a comment that the majority of Africans stolen, if I heard you right, were Jews. And what evidence do you have for that? And number two, here's my other question. Since you guys are getting into the weeds of names, both my youngest son and my daughter have Hebrew names. So does that make them Israelites too?
No, it just means they got Hebrew names.
Okay, so what was the point of bringing up similar names in Ghana?
Well, so since we don't have the history from the people themselves during that time, it's something that you do. It's called anthropology. And when you're doing anthropology, you're looking at the culture, you're looking at the customs, you're looking at the linguistic evidence that's tied to the people that you're studying and the people that you say, in my case, that they come from. So in the case that I'm saying we're Israel, or the black people that was in West Africa are Israelites, I'm looking at all of that evidence and I'm putting it together, since they do not tell their own story. The last surviving historic annals that we have of any form from so-called black people are from the Ethiopians, and there they explicitly say they from the scion of Jacob. So since we don't have that in West Africa, we have to go to their culture, their traditions, their linguistical ties, all of that to make a form and sound decision, what's written about them. So all of that shows that the Israelites, not the Jews, but the Israelites were in West Africa. And,
so the guy
and
named
I'm gonna say 10 more seconds, because and I'm gonna land, my brother, because this just came to my mind. Garfield spoke about the Luango Jews that, you know, took on the tradition of Judaism. That's completely false. Like there are sources out there that speaks to Israelites being in Luango before any Portuguese, Sephardim, anybody stepped foot in that area. I'm quite sure he not even privy to that information, but that would happen when, you know, you really don't look into it. You just kind of spit a lot of rhetoric like he did. And for him to for his rebuttal with the names, for him to just because I said so, that played out with Dr. York, I hope, a long time ago. But go ahead, my brother.
Well, no, I was going to say, so you made a point of, similar names don't really mean nothing, but keeping the culture, when you see examples of keeping culture. So the Guyanese were keeping Hebrew culture and practicing the law and keeping the law. That there's evidence for that. As a people, the people in Ghana were keeping the law of Moses, or the Mosaic law. And then also, one last thing, you brought up Orthodox Moor as an example of a light-skinned black man. And if I'm not mistaken, Moore said many times that his father is Jewish. So that kind of kills your argument, bro.
Yeah, my phone was ringing. Let me see what it was. Hold on, let me take this call right quick.
Why are you taking the call, please?
You got to first shave your head. You dress all in black. You've got to wear a white robe, eat only kosher foods. You've got to become a vegetarian. You face Jerusalem. You've got to face India when you pray. You pray only in Hebrew, and you grow a nice big beard. And if you do all of those outward cultural things, you'll discover the God of the universe.
How you doing to me?
And I'm thinking, this is crazy that someone thinks that they can.
Yeah.
You familiar with General SETI over there on Sonata Channel?
Yo, what's a setting?
They about the same skin tone, kind of look a little similar too now.
Yeah, careful now,
Yeah.
careful now, brother, careful.
Yeah, go ahead, carry on.
Very
force their culture on God, and that God's going to be impressed by what you wear, what direction you face when you pray, what you eat, and all these sorts of things. It seemed to me that if there was a God out there who could be known, he should be able to be recognized no matter where I face, no matter how I'm dressed, because he's God. Growing up, we always understood that we had our Bible and the Gentiles had their Bible, the New Testament, and that they were two completely separate books. Because the only people I knew who were believers in Jesus were all people in our public school who were Italian Catholic, I imagined that Jesus was Italian. And so the understanding that he's actually Jewish was a shock. And then to hear that the New Testament was written by Jews, I couldn't believe it. My expectation was that the New Testament was like my grandparents had told me. It was a book on how to persecute the Jews and something you should stay away from. Of course, when you're told you should stay away from something, curiosity gets the best of you, and you've got to see it. When I opened the New Testament, I was expecting to find a handbook on how to persecute the Jews. My grandparents had warned me that it was written by people who killed the Jews. That's what I was expecting to see. And yet when I'm opening it, I'm reading a story written by Jews about Jewish people. The New Testament was a fascinating book. And so as I opened this book in the library, I kind of looked around, made sure that none of my friends had seen me taking a Christian Bible off the shelf. And I opened it. Here's the first sentence. It says, "This is the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah, the son of David, the son of Abraham." So 3 people are mentioned, and they're all Jewish. I was very shocked. And as I continued to read, I'm reading the story of a Jewish man who was born in a Jewish village, in a Jewish country, and one day walks into a synagogue and announces that he is the Messiah. The more I read the words of Jesus, the more I became attracted to him. It was as beautiful as anything I had ever read in any other part of the Bible. As I came to faith that Yeshua, that Jesus was the Messiah, it was clear that that was the most Jewish thing I could do. This is not the person who's a renegade to our people. This is the one who was promised in our Bible, the 53rd chapter of Isaiah. It is astonishing. If you would just read that chapter, just without the Bible being around it, you would say, oh, this is some Christian Bible. This is Jesus. When you realize, though, that it's in the middle of our Bible, our Jewish Bible. When I first came to faith, I dared not tell my father, because this is a time period in the 1970s when there were lots of gurus and cults. And he was very concerned about me getting involved in some crazy sect and going off someplace. So I waited for months. And when I finally told him, he was very skeptical. On his own then, he started to read about Jesus as well. About a year and a half later, I told him that the fellow who wrote one of the books that he had read, that this fellow was giving a lecture in the city of New York. And he agreed to come out to hear that person. And one of the most amazing moments of my life was the speaker said, "Would everyone here who is a Jewish believer in Jesus, would you raise your hand?" And I raised my hand. My father also raised his hand. And I looked over, I said, "Pop," he didn't say would all the Jews raise their hand. He said, "Would all the Jewish believers in Jesus raise their hand?" And my father looked over and he said, "Yes, I heard what he said." The decision to come to faith in Jesus as the Messiah was not something that was a momentary lark. It wasn't something that was a passing fad. And I could see changes in myself that I knew were not from within myself. I had kind of tapped in to a truth for our Jewish people that was very powerful.
How to reset for a bit. And to answer your question, Elder Green should be on soon. But I don't know if we're going to have the debate. I'm not too sure. We're going to see.
Yeah, so yeah, excuse me, I had to take that call, but you asked the question, and I mean, you know, we passed that, but
no,
yeah,
I can repeat the question.
Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and wasn't that great, that video, your Jewish brother coming to the Lord?
Oh yeah, man, that was heartfelt, man. Just, you
So
know.
yeah, we were talking about names and stuff, and you had mentioned that that there was a large group of Black Jews who were stolen from the coast of Africa. Now, I'm one who believes there was some, but I believe it's a minority, a fraction. I don't believe the majority of them at all were Jews. But it sounded to me like you were making it out to be the majority. So, is there a percentage that you came up with, and where did you derive? How did you derive from that percentage? And then the other thing I said was, you mentioned you were using Orthodox Moore as an example of a light-skinned Black man. And I just pointed out to you, I think he said, I believe he said several times that his father was Jewish, so that kind of kills your argument. Those are two things I said.
All right.
What's up, Pastor Green, by the way?
All right, cool. So let's deal with the first one, which was you know, first you spoke about Moore, and the first one was what again?
The majority of West Africans, stolen West Africans, were Jews.
Right. So you said you do. So you say that there were some in West Africa, right?
Oh yeah.
And they were Black, right?
They could have been, yeah.
See, that's where you just can't let the vampire out your system fully, because you kind of hesitated when you said that. So,
well, that doesn't. I mean, that was just like earlier when I told you to define your definition of Black. You know what I'm saying?
So I can even go with what you're saying. If you're saying that there were a few Black Jews that were in West Africa, I can go with that, you know, because that still doesn't change the fact that those original Israelites were Black people, because you have a lot within the Israelite community in West Africa that were converts. But the fact still remains, the original Israelites in their inception were what we call sub-Saharan Negro people. So whether you just say it was a few of them or it was a lot of them, the fact still remains that they were Israelites that were Black in West Africa that came in the slave trade. Now, if my life depended on me being an Israelite, I'll be out of luck. But what I said earlier with Yeshua, we are all under his covenant. He ushered us into the new covenant, and with that, we are all Israel. So even with that being the case of me not being a bloodline Israelite, I still and I will, and all Christians should claim the nation of Israel and claim that they are either a sojourner at the very least, but they should be screaming that they grafted in. So yeah, if you want to say it's a few black Israelites, Jews, whatever you want to call it, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Okay, well, so you don't argue that all the Negroes on the ships or most of them were Jews or Hebrews?
Nah, I don't make that argument because it's not needed. I don't get into the minutia of what percentage of them. You know what I'm saying? They were just a black people. If you want to be an Israelite in the name of Pan-Africanism, you can do that. But you know, it's more on the spiritual side with me, you know.
So on the spiritual side, then that means it's a belief system.
Yeah, it's called faith.
Okay, so then why are you going back and forth with Garfield about migration patterns and stuff?
Because Israelites that were black people went into West Africa.
Which one of those were the light skinned ones? Because you even have some of those South-Tomians that's still claiming their Jewish heritage today, and they're all distinguished by their light skin. So where's this light skin coming from? Wherever we see these mixtures in West Africa, wherever they may be, they always produce a lighter skin. It's not like a one-off or that one over there is rare. Like I have my youngest son, he is light. But everyone else is a little bit more tanner. But when you look at these surviving populations, wherever the Jews were there in West Africa, they're all noticeably lighter than everyone else. What's up with that?
Well, I mean, you do have some South Tome Jews that are light skinned, and you have some that are dark skinned as well. What you're looking at the offspring of Sephardic Jews. The Sephardic Jews at that time of them being expelled to the island of Saint Thome, they were basically mulatto, because the Jews of Spain at that time, you know, although you had, you know, some white Sephardic Jews, for the most part, they were black, and in their origin, they were black. When you look at the so-called Messiah of the Middle Ages that made his way all through Europe, that was a Cushite. They called him black, and this was what we would call a Jew. So how you know can you look at all the evidence that's stating, you know, in the Middle Ages, all the prominent Jews, especially in the early Middle Ages, you know, they were black people. You know, when you look at some of the rebels that rebelled against slavery in the Western Hemisphere and set up kingdoms in the Western Hemisphere, they were Israelites. At least one historical record speaks of one being an Israelite. So,
yes, sir.
You know, that's just in the name of black history, in the name of Pan-Africanism. You're celebrating a black people on their accomplishments, but spiritually speaking, you know, you're grafting into Israel. So, I mean, either way, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't word it as grafting into Israel. I'm grafting into.
Right.
Well, Paul does in Ephesians 3.
Yeah, he's talking about
and
the
4.
Israel of God, but he speaks
That's
plainly and
the only
explicitly
Israel I'm
that
speaking of, my
the
brother.
Gentiles, you know, he wasn't telling them that you need to practice, you know, grafting in to Israel. You're grafting into Christ, and
But
Christ
see,
is the new man. So I think that's where I would differ. And hey, man, I'm not going to bang on you and try to tell you what to believe. We all going to be held to the same measure and the same standard of judgment. So that's why even if my DNA came back as an Israelite, it wouldn't mean anything to me, because when I'm judged, I'll be judged by the same standard, and whether I'm an Israelite or not don't have anything to do with it. That's why I really try not to bang on y'all and be very understanding of where y'all coming from. But I will have to stand and say, no, I wouldn't put out before anyone that I teach at my church that we're grafting into Israel. I would always lead with, and that's just based on when the Holy Spirit comes, he's going to testify of me. That's what Christ said. So everything that we do is Christ-centered. We have a Christ-centered worldview. And it just seemed like so many Israelites have an Israelite-centered worldview. And if that's where you are with it, that's where you are with it. I'm not here to try to tell you what you should or should not do. But for me, we got to stick with what the scriptures say.
Yeah,
Well, let me
because Christ is the root, brother.
right,
So we're grafting into Christ. He's
right.
the root of the tree. Yeah. So
Where
there are
you
branches.
right?
Hmm?
No, I feel you, brothers. No doubt, no doubt.
Yeah. And what Pastor Green is just trying to say is that some people make it all about Israel. You guys got to be a part of, the nation of Israel, and you got to keep our. And I'm not saying you're saying this. You got to keep our legislations, and I've heard them say this stuff. It's not we're grafting into Christ because
Well,
before there
let
was
me ask you, brothers, this: during the millennium reign, when Yeshua will be ruling on earth, where would you brothers want to be? Would you want to be with the nation of Israel in Zion, or would you want to be the other nations that's bringing tribute to the Most High?
Oh, brother, we in the millennium right now, brother.
Okay. Okay.
They ain't no third temple and all that kind of stuff coming. All that's done with the second temple from history.
Oh, okay. So revelation already happened to you then.
I didn't say revelation. Well, it's a spiritual and idealistic view to see revelation. But the second coming, that's to come, judgments to come. But not everyone holds a millennial view. But it's definitely a conversation that we've been having for a while over here. So you believe there's going to be a third temple, a literal third temple?
Not made with man's hands, no.
Not made with man's hands.
Right.
So where's the temple going to come from?
Like Christ is the temple.
Christ is the temple.
Huh?
So
I thought you was going
to be made.
I thought you was gonna say New Jerusalem coming out of heaven. You said Christ the temple, bro.
Yeah, no doubt.
So when the sacrifice is going to be made, then that talks about Ezekiel in that millennium.
It's going to be made to Christ, to Yeshua.
But where's the temple?
By David.
Hey, Dunamis, let's not badger the witness. Let's not badger the witness. He not solid on this part right here. Let's give him some grace. he not solid on this part right here. Let's
so
give him
this you
some
got to
grace.
understand. When Yeshua comes back and when he establishes his millennial reign, he's going to have priests, and the people of the outside nations are going to come, and they're going to bring obedience. They're going to serve Yeshua in that 1,000-year reign. That has not happened yet.
So brother,
Clearly.
women's the temple, right? Gideon.
Yeah, I'm here. I just kind of muted that thunder.
Oh, okay. I know. Oh, good God. It's storm where you at?
That's just my back.
All right. So right now, brother,
But see, this the thing, man. You brothers is trying to get into eschatological matters when
I wasn't trying.
You brothers
to
can't even must get the milk of the scriptures, the historical layout of the Bible.
Hang on,
you the one
trying to go into the millennial reigns, and y'all got the people mixed up.
Yeah, you brought up the millennial reign, Gideon. We were talking about how we're
Right.
grafted into Christ, and then you shifted.
Right, you brought it up, dude. No, we didn't bring that up.
No, you asked me how I feel I'm Israel, and I'm saying on each side it doesn't matter. And I went to Ephesians and how Paul speaks of us being grafted in, or rather the Gentile being grafted into the commonwealth of Israel. And the brother, he belabored the point and spoke on what he thought Paul said when Paul explicitly says you are grafted into Israel. It's nothing around that. So you guys belabored the point. Give me 1 second. Go ahead.
I'm talking eschatology. No, bro, I don't. The grafted in that doesn't lead automatically to eschatology.
Okay, so before we got into spiritual matters, I was saying why I claim Israel.
Okay, yeah. I
Right.
that. So now because I brought this video for a purpose. Gideon, do we see a culinary tradition in the Americas with Israelites and food?
But this is a cook. This brother he makes slave food.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, like in Louisiana, they got callaloo and fufu, right? That we can trace back to West Africa with food. Do we see the slaves cooking something in an Israelite manner or Israelite foods?
Not necessarily in the Americas that I have seen, just your basic cultural things that have been developed once we got here. Because a lot of the things that we eat, you know, some of these things are based on uncleanness, and they was just provided to us, and those were the only things that we had at the time, like chitlins or possum. All those things is diets that were formulated, you know, in our Ma'afa, in the diaspora in Americas.
So in Haiti, when they took over the portion of the island, and they have free control, do we see them going to a kosher diet, an Israelite diet, or Israelite cooking styles, or do they just eat whatever? Do they have a certain culinary style that an Israelite wouldn't eat, even though they were free?
Right. The only specific cultural like tradition that you can see associated with Torah will probably be just the dietary restrictions that we have, and us being you wouldn't really see that, not in the Ma'afa.
Why is that?
Because when you're in a state of being a prisoner of war or a captive, the last thing you're worrying about is what you can and what you cannot eat, especially when your whole government has been destabilized. Like with Daniel, at least him and all his brethren knew that they was Israelites, and they knew their history, and they knew their tractates that came with the Torah. Whereas with us, for hundreds of years, we've been attacked, we've been destabilized. This started with the Arabs. So when we come to the Americas, the dietary law has been totally stripped from us. So that's something that we can't practice if we want to stay alive. And although we do have a strong record of killing ourselves or committing suicide before we submit to pagans, a lot of us don't rock like that. So you're not gonna see that.
With the slave states that revolted and were freed, do they go back to eating that they would as Israelites?
Nah, because it's
were freed, that they're no longer prisoners of war. They're free.
Right.
They have a choice.
Right.
Do we see them keeping dietary laws?
We don't see that. Nah, we don't see that in the Americas. We don't.
Hey, Dunamis, is it okay if I read Romans 11 since he called me out on it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Romans 11, I think this is verse 17. But if some of the branches were broken off from the vine, right? And you, although a wild olive shoot, were grafted in among the others and now share in the nourishing root. Who is the root? Of the olive tree. Do not be arrogant towards the branches. If you are, remember it is not you who support the root. Who is the root? But the root that supports you. Then you would say branches were broken off so that I might be grafted into what? The tree, the root? That is, they were broken off because of their unbelief, but you stand fast through faith. So do not become proud, but fear. For if God did not spare the natural branches, neither will he spare you. And note the kindness and the severity of God's severity towards those who have fallen, but God's kindness to you, provided you continue in his kindness. Otherwise, you would be cut off. So the branches are grafted into the root. Some of the branches were cut off from the root so that the other branches, the wild branches, could be grafted into the root. And then later on, some of the natural branches are going to be grafted back into the root. It doesn't say grafted into Israel. So who is the root?
Well, my brother, you got to understand the whole context. The root is Christ at all times. But you got to understand the context of what he's saying. I don't know if you read the verse earlier, but he was putting forth the rhetorical question about what then about Israel? Have they not obtained that the grace or the mercy that Yeshua provides? Basically, that's what he's saying. But he's saying, no, the election, they have obtained it. And he went on to speak further, because when he's speaking of the rejected branches, he's speaking of the Israel that fell away, not the natural. So if you have natural branches, that's Israel, you're not going to have Israel and an Amorite tree. It's going to be an Israelite tree. But the root we all know is Yeshua. But
Okay,
that
so
tree is still Israel. You're grafted into Israel, so you actually killed yourself with that verse when you try.
no, the root is Christ. So again, did Paul say that the wild olive branch, which are Gentiles, was all wild olive branch grafted into Christ or grafted into the root or the tree? The branch, the wild olive branch and the natural branches are in the tree. Some of the natural branches were cut off from the tree. Okay, the tree, which is the root.
What are the natural branches?
This is the olive tree.
What
the
are
root
the natural
is Christ.
branches?
The
It's
natural
Israel,
branches
right?
is Israel.
Okay.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say the wild. It doesn't.
The natural
Listen.
branches is the
Hold on,
wild.
listen, brother.
The wild
Listen before
branches
you
are the
answer.
Gentiles.
Listen
Go
before
ahead,
you
my
answer.
brother. Go ahead.
It doesn't. Paul did not say that the wild branches were going to be grafted into the natural branches.
He does say the wild branches are grafted in.
He didn't say to the wild. He didn't say to the natural branches. He said to the tree.
Okay, the tree that's attached to what? The
Jesus
natural
is the-
branches, right?
No, yeah, but who is the tree?
You're not going to have an apple tree with fir branches on it, my brother.
Who is the tree, brother?
Christ is the tree. Yahweh is the tree.
Thank you. So you keep cutting yourself and you keep arguing, contradicting yourself,
But
man.
we're speaking of being one. You're speaking as if you're separate from Israel. Israel is the
I didn't
natural.
say that. We're believing is Jews, Hebrews who believe in Christ, and Gentiles who believe in Christ are one. They're one people on the tree.
Right.
Different branches on the same tree, which is Christ, not Israel. That's the whole point I'm making.
Okay, but if you're speaking in terms of Israel or not, if the natural branches are part of a natural tree, that tree, whatever the branches are, that tree is, and vice versa. So if the natural branches are Israel, then the wild branches that come to it are grafted into the tree, which is attached to the branches, which is when you transpose it with Ephesians 3 and 4, 5 as well, it tells us the same scenario, the same formula, just in a different way, my brother. It's just you fighting against the grain.
All right, hold on. Pause right there. Let's see golfer jump back on. Let me just read this and explain something. There are special foods eaten at different times of year in the Gullah. Some are Muslim, and some may have been Judeo-Christian in origin. When I bring the food thing, is that if it's about an ethnicity claim, then let's not just look. Let's put the religion down for a second. There should be some cultural ties to show ties back to Africa with culinary arts that we see in other slave communities. That's all I'm trying to say. There should be a more nuanced argument dealing even with food. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to bring up.
Right, but you don't understand the dynamics of a slave trade, my brother. Because when you're looking at the people that's involved, meaning the captives, meaning us, we don't have that luxury to perform certain rituals and traditions that we have amongst us. So after the first generation, you see a vast disappearance of all that. By the third generation, it's completely gone from the memory. So we're not going to see a slave saying, "Oh yeah, we did this on the Shabbat," or we don't eat this because it's we Christians or we're Jews. Nah, you're not. I haven't seen that, and I'm not expecting to find that. That's almost like an Abel asking me to show them, evidence of how my specific ancestor got here, when we know that's a fallacy. So
Garfield, in Jamaica, are there foods that we can tie back to West Africa?
Bingo, bing, 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 bing,
bing. So there's the whole thing of there should be something. How to
my brother,
history, this is how to cook.
Again, it's the same thing, but it's a different category. You're talking about food groups. I'm speaking of restrictions. Those are foods brought over and the way they cook them. Y'all know that the people from Sierra Leone were very good cultivating rice, the people in that area. So they were brought to the Western Hemisphere for that very purpose. The people that were brought to Trinidad, they were very good with sugar production. Those are food staples that are brought here from Africa. So they're going to have some correlation. But I'm speaking of food restrictions.
Okay,
That's what
now
I'm
watch,
speaking of.
watch this, watch this, watch this. They claim the Maroons were Israelites. Some of them. Now, I don't know if Gideon does. The biggest, the most known food that we eat right now in Jamaica, right now, the number one food is jerk pork. That was invented by the Maroons. Okay, those Israelites who were not supposed to eat pork decided to chop up the pig and roast him and fry him properly on the frying pan. Okay, now watch this. Jamaica, ackee, the tree is brought to Jamaica. Why? Because the people in Ghana, the Asante, used to eat ackee. They used to eat all these different things, and they brought it. You hear it in the dialect of the Twi. When I talk Jamaican, you think I'm talking Twi. It's the same dialect. Some of the words are pronounced the same way. When you say uno, that's the Igbo for saying, that's the Igbo word for you. Uno go down on the road. You go down the road. They are speaking, you see the dialect, even in the Yoruba dialect in African Americans, the way they talk. I could show you whole slides with that. You could tell, you see the effects of what they used to do. You don't see no Hebraic culture. You don't see no Jewish culture unless they were on a Jewish plantation and they were taught Hebrewism. This is why they said, okay, Billy Simons might be the only guy that they could prove. Billy Simons is the only guy in the South that they say maybe was a Jew and that was brought over on a ship and whatever. He's like the only guy. They can't find nobody because there's nobody following the culture. It was taught to them here in America, and that's it. You can't go around it. You could make 10 videos. You could bring DNA. You could bring anthropology. You could bring whatever. You're not going to find any culture outside. The main cultures you're going to find is Yoruba, Igbo, the Asante, the Akan people. You're going to find those three main cultures. In America, you're going to find Angola, Central and West Africa, the Congo culture, and the Angola culture. You're going to find a majority here in North America, over 280,000 that came here. You can't go around what happened, bro. They don't want to be who they are. Everybody wants in this world, in the West, they want to be. And I'm talking about my Jamaican family too. They don't want to be Ethiopian. They want to be an Arab. They want to be an Israelite. Or they want to be an Egyptian. Those four cultures. And guess what? All of them got to be black. On top of it, they got to be black people. So this is what they want to be. Instead of just saying, hey, I'm a converted Hebrew or a converted Jew, and I'm going to be drafted in like the sister taught me years ago. But nobody wants to be a convert. I don't know why. If I was going to be a Hebrew, I'd be a convert. It's no big deal. But you want to be somebody that you can't prove that you are. And
hey,
you're Listen. Let me finish, bro. And by the way, too, you said something when I was gone about the Luangwa Jews and that I am not familiar. We had these arguments for years. So I'm very familiar with, hold on, brother. I'm very familiar with your arguments. But what I'm going to say to you is whenever you find a material culture, and the best place for evidence of the Hebrews would be in Brazil. You know why? Because Brazil has over 5,000 Maroon communities. Over 5 million people went there. So at the end of the day, you would find that those people that ran off, they would at least practice the Hebraic culture if that's what it was. And guess what? Those people followed the Orishas. They talk about Orishas and mixing it with Roman Catholicism. They don't know nothing about no Hebraic culture.
Right.
They don't know it because it's not there. And Jews did go on the boats. Let me just say this, by the way. Let me admit a point. Jews did come on the boats. They hitchhiked. You hear what I said, Dunamis? They hitchhiked. You went to the Netherlands and hitchhiked back to Senegambia. I have evidence of that. I could prove that. You can't prove no Jew. Show me a Jew that came back and forth. Show me a Jew that came back and forth on a slave ship and hitchhike and say, yo, hey man, I'm going to Curacao. Let me get a ride over here. And then from there, I'll go to the Netherlands. But you that's not you.
All right.
That's the
Brother
person
Brand,
who's
let me
gone.
share my screen right quick, and I'm gonna debunk everything he just said. But
of course,
when you was right,
we got to pull up Gideon. Yeah, we got to pull up.
I'm here, Gideon, and I got my slides ready. So go ahead and pull up, because I'm gonna pull up too. You gonna pull up? I'm gonna pull up too.
You ready, Brother Dunamis?
I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, okay. Let me just.
Yeah, I'm saying you pulled up. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, he pulled up, a video. I guess he was trying to just frame a narrative, but I'm about to really frame a narrative and show y'all how our brother Garfield really thinks. So let's just do it like this here.
And
Let me
let me
share
say
my
this.
screen.
Hold on, real quick. Real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on. Real quick with the food. I'm not trying to say that there were no Israelites. I'm just saying that this is something material we should see. And I see more put about the gullah people. That's all I'm trying to say. That people just do certain things, and you can see their influence with even food.
Right.
Because the language argument to me is kind of a deadlock. Let's look to something more material, to where now if food, we can also show culture and things we can practice today. If we're
That's
Israelite.
fair. Is that fair, y'all? Is that
Right.
fair? That's what you're gonna keep asking these people.
That's very fair. But
That's more than fair.
So before I just show evidence to kind of prove everything, not everything Garfield was. I agree with something, and I don't want to make it like seem like everything the brother say I disagree with. But we do got to understand where Garfield is coming from. And before I present the information to show where he was wrong, I'm just gonna show y'all really this brother's paradigm, and we just gonna. So if I'm sharing my screen, we're gonna start right here.
Hey, before you start, if we're gonna start, slugging and shooting at each other and denigrating that goal for everybody on the panel, we're gonna have to put a halt on that. At the end of the day, we have a standard that we must uphold and represent Christ. So I'm just letting you know, if y'all start slinging personal attacks at each other, I will be policing.
Yeah, nah. So I don't want nobody to have it. I don't want it to be misconstrued. So I'm just gonna lay off the brother Garfield. It's all in jest. But the brother said there are no maroon communities that we see in the Western Hemisphere that were Israelites. I do actually have a source evidence of Israelite that actually was one of the first maroons in the Western Hemisphere. So that definitely needs to be understood and corrected.
Well,
On
let's
the
see it. Let's
Garfield's
see it.
part.
I don't see nothing on this.
Well, we can look it up. His name is Miguel Berea, and we all know Miguel is derived from the Hebrew word Mikael. But yeah, he was definitely one of the first maroons in the Western Hemisphere. He set up a kingdom in Venezuela, and he actually was under the new covenant. So we have evidence of not only an Israelite in the Western Hemisphere, but one that practiced quote unquote Christianity, because he set up his kingdom based on the church. And that's documented evidence.
Now, who is this?
Miguel Barra.
All right. I'm here for the comments. I don't hear on Dumas. You there, right?
Yeah, and
yeah, I'm there, but
and like the statement that the Orthodox Moors said. That's go ahead.
No, I'm saying Gideon have to get on the right. Who's screen share?
No, I'm gonna put it. You know,
Oh, that's me.
Let me stop.
Yeah, getting your screen share, but you got to have on the right one.
Yeah, I stopped sharing. But yeah, like I say, we definitely will not probably see a lot of evidence or no evidence at all of slaves practicing the dietary law. It just wasn't feasible, especially if you wanted to live, because the slave master surely wasn't giving us the food that was halal or kosher. So it's non sequitur.
What else do you think that there's evidence of prayer?
But Gideon in Haiti. What about Haiti?
What about Haiti?
Haiti, they were, how long were they free? They had the whole half of the other island.
Right, but you don't revert to something when you lost it.
You got to learn it back from somebody else.
But then why would they have Christian names? If they had the Bible, then can't they just refer to the Bible?
Because we've always had the white man version of the Bible disseminated to us. That's not true. Is that
why?
false?
I don't.
Hey, family, listen, man. Stop falling for the okie doke. The only Jews that we find in history is the dominance of the Pharisaic community that started the rabbinical Jewish system that has dominated the world for the last almost 2,000 years. Let's stop playing this game about I'm a Jew, this a Jew, and every time you find a person who is practicing, they're following Talmudic Judaism. That is telling you the root of where it comes from. Even the converts, the Berbers who were the caravan traders, converted to Judaism, which was Talmudic Judaism. We got letters of them even in Africa writing back to Babylon, which was the home after Jerusalem got destroyed after 200 AD when Rabbi Hanasi and them started building synagogues in Judea.
Babylonian
They were
Talmud
given
on that.
permission.
That was
and
the
they went to-
stronghold. That was the
Yep.
school of the yeah, you got
And they have the root.
You can't let
They
God
have the
get away
root.
with this. You
And
can't
they-
let God
and
get away with this.
And they have
All
the
y'all
root.
talking about the Talmud, and he said, "Yo, that's what y'all following. Y'all gonna let him get away." Let me go. I'm being quiet.
So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this to everybody that's listening. If you're an Israelite claimant and a Hebrew, the traditions that you are following, 99% of the time you find anyone claiming to be a Jew, they are connected to the Hebrews. This is why Eldad the Danite. You see, Eldad the Danite is very important. It's because of him. That's why we're having this lost tribe argument now. Because what happened is he went and lied in his tradition, but the truth is he was connected to an Arabic community because of the dialect that he spoke. They could recognize where he was from, and he actually knew the Talmud, bits and pieces and so forth. But watch this though. Him, you can't use him because he was following some sort of Talmudic Judaism too. And if it wasn't for the Prester John story that connected, because the Christians had to compete against that tradition of the lost tribes, they made up their own Prester John story. So when the Portuguese were searching for new areas to do trading, that's what led to the transatlantic slave trade. I don't know if people recognize that, because of the Hanseatic League that was in the Baltic that got cut off by the Ottoman Empire. The Portuguese had to leave that region and come down to Africa. And they said they were looking for Prester John, which is the story that was attached to Eldad the Danite story. So if Eldad the Danite story wasn't written, we probably wouldn't even be here right now. That's the story that led to the Portuguese curiosity, got them into West Africa, the ports, and Adahu the Moor said, if you let me go, I'll get you some slaves to work for you for free. And that's what started the slave trade in 1441. So ladies and gentlemen, we here arguing about lost tribes. If it wasn't for Eldad the Danite, and you know what's crazy? You had the author called Tudela, Benjamin Tudela, in the 1300s of the Common Era, Berean. I don't know if you're familiar with him. You know what he did?
I taught you well, Garfield. Go ahead.
Hold on, be quiet. No, I want to hear this right now because Garfield getting ready to get out of here.
You know where he went to, bro? He went to the areas that the lost tribes were kicked out. The real story in the Bible of them being kicked out by the Assyrians, the areas where they were kicked out to, he went there and he found over 100,000 Jews saying they descend from the people who were kicked out. So those are the real lost tribes. There ain't nobody over here or in no Western Central Africa. All right. He pointed out those people. And if you read Acts 2, it tells you when the people went back to follow, I think the trumpets or whatever they were celebrating, or Passover or whatever in Acts 2, it tells you where the people were coming from. So they're coming from the areas where they were taken from. Even Josephus is saying, yo, I know where the tribes are. I know where these lost, so-called lost people are or whatever. He knows. James 1, if you read the New Testament, tells you they're writing letters to the lost tribe because they know where they are. They were never lost. It's a myth. That's the myth. So saying that they are Western Central Africans and Jews and people, that ain't got nothing to do with the biblical text and people coming back to who they are. Because I'm telling you, if I pull out 2 Chronicles 30 and start showing you where the tribes came back into the land and start living, you're going to run off this live stream. Don't let me go in that Bible. I promise, Berean, I ain't going to go into the Bible. I'm going to leave y'all with that. But I'm going to tell you about the facts of history. Only less than 10% of the people were taken. What happened to the 90% that remained in the land? What happened to the lost tribes of Judah that were taken during the time of Sennacherib, where it says in 2 Kings 18:13, there were 46 cities the people were taken away. The Assyrians said that, 200,000, they took 200,000. So when you look on the walls, they have the Nubians who was helping them fight them people at the time. Yeah. And they were taken away. Those 200,000 left. They left nobody in the land. They said it was 90% of the Judeans were taken. So all those people are taking, leaving 10%. Then Nebuchadnezzar come 100 years later, and he comes and take the rest of the people out. Come on. So where are the Judeans at? And then guess what happened now? The Edomites were helping Babylon invade them and took over the city, Hebron. They took over Hebron, which was Abraham's hometown, Hebron, and took that as their city. So they started mixing with the Judeans. So they were mixing with them in real life. So the Edomites was always there from the 6th and 7th century BC in the land, living and taking over and intermingling. The Ammonites, the Moabites, all of them mixing up. And that's why when John Hyrcanus, which is Hyrcanus is a Persian name, in the 2nd century, they started converting these Edomites and making it official. So Edom became part of Judah, and Judah and up to Galilee, northern parts of Israel became part of Judah. So when you read the New Testament and it says Judah, it's talking about Edom, old Judah, and parts of Israel up to Galilee. So that's the whole area of Judah. So anybody that lived there was a Judean. So how are you going to decipher who is who? How are you going to decipher? Because you have converts and you have everybody living there and they all call themselves Judeans. What you going to do? Then you have 6,000 different Jewish groups. The Pharisees is the one that lead. Then you have the Karaites break off and they did their thing. I mean, come on. I'm telling you, I don't see how we could claim to be these people. I don't see how. I don't see how it's possible. The only thing we're pulling is the whole blackness card. They're black, we're black, so we're all the same people, and we fit to this. You know how many people fit this description? What about the people in East Africa that were taken on slave ships into Asia? What about the Japanese and Chinese who were taken by the Portuguese? The same Portuguese that was enslaving us was enslaving Asians and shipping Chinese to Asia, to Europe, and enslaving them. They don't fit the 400 years too. They don't fit the stuff. They're being mistreated right now up until this day. What about the people in East Africa taken to Europe being mistreated? Taken to Asia being mistreated? Black people. Same black people that you want to generalize and call. Y'all don't fit it, but you want to be these people so bad. I'm telling you, it's sad to say you're going to die believing what you believe in, and it's never going to come to fruition because you're not these people. Period. You're not.
Garfield, I have a question for you, sir.
Don't
here,
spell
bro.
Garfield no more. Somebody call Fervent Charity. Somebody call Fervent Charity. Somebody go get Elder Wiggins and get Bruce and lay hands on Garfield and run him out of here.
Garfield, this is J-Mac.
What's up, bro? What's popping?
What's up, man? So Gideon asked me earlier, what if I got a DNA test, which I haven't done, and it breaks down, percentage this, percentage that. In your study, in your analysis and studies of DNA and have you found that there are any people 100% of anything? Because I know right now I know if I got a DNA test, it's going to be percentage of this, percentage of that, and let's say it was 30% of Sephardic or 30% of whatever. I can claim a Jewish lineage, or I can say, well, but to me, it's more by faith because I got all these other cultures in me too. And I'm just trying to get people to see that none of us are 100% of nothing. So at least that's what I've seen. So what are your thoughts on somebody being a majority or 80% of this or 100% of that? And especially, of the ancient Israelites, 70-80% Israel or 70-80% Hebrew. What are your thoughts on DNA testing?
All right, good question, brother. First of all, there's no DNA test to determine ethnicity, period. What you do find is that this is where it gets tricky because the Lemba tribe, we are taught that the Lemba tribe is attached to the people because of that lineage that they have with the 50% of the men carrying that J marker. So what happened is they have a sister named Sister E that used to run around and say, hey, I'm Lemba, but it wasn't for the woman. It was for the men. It's not a shot at Sister E. It's just saying that it has nothing to do with the woman. It has to do with the men. 50% of them have this J marker that puts them in some priesthoods, whatever, right? So let's say that is true. So if those people are sub-Saharan Africans because they're all the way down there, if I was going to use and say I'm attached to the Jews, I would necessarily want to be attached to the Lemba and say, hey, boom, 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 I'm connected, like Brother Orthodox Moore will do. But the truth of the matter is there's no set Jewish DNA. What it is, family, all these folks in the Jewish community used to go around the world. You had the Radhanite Jews who went into West Africa. And they went you have the Bukharin Jews, you have all type of Jews. And what happened is they found a common marker amongst all these different Jews. Some of them might be E1B1B, which is a North African marker normally. Some of them are J marker, J1, J2. Some of them can be R. So what you do is, but the thing is, they're not saying that they're E. Some people are trying to say that the E is connected because African Americans have E. But normally, if you look in the ancient Near East, you don't find any E markers that's there. You don't find any samples you find is normally a J or a E1B or a R marker. Orthodox Moore's in the chat. He'll correct me on that. But you don't find no E1B1A. Why? If that's what the marker is for the Israelites, why? Did all of them leave? Did all of them vamoose? What about the Jews in Babylon who left Babylon, who went to Babylon under Sennacherib, who went to Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar, who went to Assyria, which is now Babylon at the time, under Sargon and under when Hoshea was king of Israel? What about those people? Which markers are they carrying? So what happened is, brother, a lot of these Jews who left Spain and Portugal, they went into Morocco, and they also went to Babylon. They also went to West and Central Africa. They went to Algeria, right? And what happened is they would mix with African men and women. The brother named Demoda, who I interviewed, this guy that made the Igbos be saying that they're claiming that the Igbos are Jews. He's a Sephardic. He has a connection. He was born in Puerto Rico, I think, but he has Sephardic blood, and he also has it in his genetic markers. So he's not 100% anything. All right. As far as your question, if anybody have 100%, I've seen people in Africa who are 100%, have 100%, whatever they are. Some people are, that's just a tradition being carried on for centuries. But I do want to say to you, DNA is a starter. If I was to take a DNA test and I would have, like I have Ashkenazi Jew, like 3%, that don't mean I'm a Jew. It could be, and we got to check how recent it is. Is it within the last 500 years? It could be because of connections with the slave master. So, you know what I'm saying? So different things. I'm almost 85 to 90% Western Central African based off my order Seminole. My Y marker is E, which is cool. Because although you might have an R marker like a Gorilla Hebrew or different guys and whatever in African Americans, that don't mean that you're not Western Central African. You got to check the order Seminole too. All right. But as far as DNA, it's a starter. If you carry those markers, you probably have a position that, with me, I'm lucky because on my mom's side, I know that her last name was Allison. And I know it traced back to 3 white men, from Scotland, right? And that's my mom's side. But that don't mean on my dad's side, which is the Igbo, Asante side, whatever, it doesn't mean that I'm not Western Central African. It just means that I have a connection back to these 3 white men. One went to Philly, one went to Cuba, one went to Jamaica. And he slept with one woman. And then that woman had children, and then they started having children upon children until, here's Garfield. You know what I'm saying? So we have mixtures. We have mixtures, man. Tons of mixtures.
Yeah, I guess I should have quantified my question with.
Oh, so you about to ask him again? Oh,
hey man, can I ask
you
a quick question real quick?
Hey, I just before you do,
bro.
But I just want.
Bro, I've been quiet all this time. Let me get my questions out. Anyway, I should have quantified my question with groups of peoples that have been mixing. Of course, I like you rightly pointed out, there are some tribes or groups of people who have not mixed with anybody. So yeah, they would be 100% or whatever. But us stolen people, I don't know how many of us stolen people can claim 100% of anything. And again, I haven't taken a DNA test, so but I will put my next paycheck on. I'm not 100% Mandinka or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So that was the question I was asking. That's what the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, to most excellent Theophilus, yes, 27,000 was taken, but an extra 10 to 11,000 was taken to Persia. And those people in Persia, when Benjamin Tudela went to those communities, he saw people who are descendants of those people who said that that's their tradition. Why wouldn't I believe that? Why wouldn't I believe that tradition? You know what I'm saying?
But two things can be true, Garfield. You have records of over 1 million Israelites in Africa. So
where's this record? Where's this record? Let's stay right there. We're not gonna move. We're gonna stay right there.
Yeah,
it's a very important point. 1 million Jews went into Africa.
It's a book. It's a book called In Ishmael's House.
Okay,
And
okay.
it speaks of.
Can you show us where what does it say, brother?
They
This
think
is
that's
important.
Josephus. He might be cooked
No,
up.
not
I'm about to
no,
cut him up right
no,
now. I'm about to cut him up right now. Go ahead.
no.
Tell
This
us where you
this
got it from.
I have to pull his book up. But this
Okay.
what I wanted to say.
No.
Hold
Let's
on,
not
hold
move
on,
from
man.
there. We're not moving.
Hold
Nope,
on,
I'm
hold
not
on.
moving.
So
I'm not
this is
moving.
what I wanted to say when
Mhm.
I'm speaking of the foods coming over into the Americas, and this to my brother Orthodox more because I seen he say some gullah have aversions to certain food. Here's why you can't ascribe that to Israelites. Is because the Gullahs, who basically the Creoles and the Gullahs kind of share the same origin, Senegambia, Angolan people. So when you look at their cuisine, I mean, it's full of seafood and shellfish. So although you might have some fringes that might have certain abhorrence to some food, Orthodox more, you wouldn't be able to use that, my brother. So that's why I don't even much mention that. But
Okay.
yeah, Garfield, you have records, you
Million
have
Jews.
sources.
You have a million Jews
Yeah,
in Africa.
yeah,
What million Jews in Africa? When did this happen?
yeah. Nah, it's this happened during what, like first century AD.
Okay, so let me see the documentation of that.
Yeah, I'll get that book for you.
Is that going to be 70 AD or is that going to be after Bar Kokhba?
This is a secondary source.
It
No,
doesn't
I'm
matter
asking,
what
is that going to be after the Bar Kokhba rebellion? Because you're going to have those.
No, it's during that time.
Let me ask you this, brother.
The record states for the Bar Kokhba rebellion, it was over like 250 that died. So
all right, no. Listen, this is what I'm saying. All right, and this is an argument. This is actually in my book. I have a whole chapter on it. What I'm trying to figure out is, you said 1 million Jews into Africa, right? The claim by One West is that there's 1 million Jews went into West Africa. All right, you're not making that claim. You're not a One West guy. But what I'm trying to figure out is, when did this 1 million go into Africa? Because you said it proudly that you have a secondary source. So I would like to see. This is the Roman Empire, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, the Jews are right over here in the corner where it is called Judea. The Romans control here. So if they're running into West Africa, where did they go to run into West Africa? Because everywhere they run, they would have run into the Romans. So I would love to know what 1 million Jews, because I want to stay on that point. That's a very important point. That's very important for a lot of people that's listening. Because what I do is I go to Josephus. Josephus said it was 97,000 taken to Cyrene. He said 1.1 million died. It's right here. During the whole siege, 1,100,000, which is 1.1 million. This is where a lot of the 1 million Jews went into West Africa come from, by the way, because people can't read right. So instead of saying 1.1 million went into Cyrene or went into Africa, 1.1 million actually literally died, according to Josephus. All right. This is the province of Judah. Remember, I said earlier that they went all the way up to Galilee, to Idumea. This is what's called Judea at the time. This is Judea. All of this is Judea, Roman Judea, since 6 AD. So now, when we look at all these wars that went on, one of the things that people don't realize is that they had a mass suicide with these people at Masada, and Israelites were committing suicide because they didn't want to be arrested. But guess what happened? They went to Masada, and the Sicarii there snitched on. They were snitched on because they wanted to start a whole new war again, and they were snitched on by other Jews that weren't Sicarii. People don't know that. They're like, nah, you ain't gonna get us beat up again. So they snitched on them. So what happened is, when they snitched on them, they removed them from that region. They were moved. But then, if you're saying 1 million people went over the Sahara Desert, people need to understand that 2014 to 2019, 30,000 people was missing in this desert. This is over 2,000 years removed from 70 AD war. So this desert, which is, you can't predict the weather. You can't, this is what the desert looks like. So you are saying 1 million people traveled. They don't have no camels at the time, because camels don't come and play full time until the Arabs at 6 AD. So how are they getting across? They ain't got no car.
You definitely the source.
Hold on,
speak
hold
of
on,
1 million
hold
Jews.
on, hold
no,
on.
I'm saying, I gotta go, man. I'll probably bring it the next time we
Where you
speak.
going? Where you going?
No, I
Nah,
gotta
man,
go, man. My queen is she calling me, and
I'm
I
just getting
gotta listen.
warmed up. I'm just getting warmed up, man.
Yeah,
I'm
nah,
just getting warmed
you've
up.
been debunked left and right, man. You should take a
I'm
break.
sure.
But I'm gonna leave so you can do your thing, man. But peace to all y'all. Thanks, brother Berean. Shalom.
All right, another thing, this is very important, and I got to show you guys this map real quickly, just to help y'all to understand the whole 70 AD argument, right? The Romans, right? They had a people called the Garamantes. The Garamantes had slaves that they got from the interior of Africa. So Rome wanted those same slaves. So Rome had their own expeditions into Africa. And if you look, it has the dates on it. It was 5 different expeditions, one from all the way up Northeast Africa, come all the way across to Mauritania. And then those people came down to Senegambia. Then they left from here, Sabratha or whatever that is, Africa where Tunisia is, and come all the way down to the Niger River. Then they had another route that came to Lake Chad. Then they came from Cyrenaica, Tunisia, and came all the way down here. So you had 5 different routes that the Romans took. And the Romans, they were able to bring elephants or whatever and come through, and they had their army and all that stuff. But the point I'm trying to make is it was difficult for them. Imagine if you are just coming here, you don't have no army, you have no protection, nothing, and you're trying to come through Africa. You don't know which tribe is there to attack you. And then on top of it, you're trying to come through this area. What? You're trying to come through the Sahara Desert to do what? When? How? People are dying there today. All this orange here is the Sahara Desert. So imagine 1 million Jews trying to come through this desert saying they're going to West Africa. When? How? When was this going to happen? So when you hear people talk about 1 million Jews in Africa, it's like a pet peeve for me because it makes no logical sense. It don't make no sense at all. And then this is a map of where the people live in North Africa. Let me just make this smaller so everybody could see it.
Maybe they had super trades back then, Garfield.
Yeah, but the trades that they have, you gotta hey, be careful with that super trade stuff because you gotta ask yourself, where did they go? Because there wasn't many routes for the people to go into Africa until like around the Arab time period. It's not many. You can't show it. You see this area here? This is where the people are livable. Look inside where the desert is, the Sahara Desert. It's not a livable area. You have animals that live there that could jump out and kill you. You got lack of water. You got poisonous stuff in there that you could try to eat or drink that could kill you. There's so many things there. I just told y'all 30,000 people missing between 2014 and 2019. And we have technology today. We have vehicles. And people are still going missing in the desert today. So how is it 30,000 people is missing today? And you want 1 million people or a lot of people to leave from Judah and go all the way and march and dwell in societies and eventually end up in West Africa and get taken by slave ships? Really? You want us to believe that? Nah.
Garfield, I was being facetious about trains, planes, and automobiles.
Oh, man.
Now, I wanted to ask you earlier, Garfield, you had covered 3 main areas of Israelite history. You mentioned Eldad, the Danite, and I was going to ask you if you can give a time and a source for that. You also mentioned the Assyrian captivity. You can give a time and a source for that. Then you went all the way up to John Hyrcanus, which is another time period, and that would be the Hasmonean dynasty. So could you give us just 3 references and a timeline so that those that are really interested in learning, they can go back and follow your work?
No problem, my brother. What was the first one that you said?
You mentioned Eldad the Danite,
Right, okay,
and I hadn't looked at him in a while. I'm familiar with the case that he was dealing with the rabbis, and they were trying to determine, what legit. I think they ultimately agreed with his halakha, but they did have issues with his language. But if you could give us like a source for each one of those 3 time periods that you mentioned: Eldad the Danite, the Assyrian captivity, and then Hasmonean dynasty.
Eldad the Danite was around 883 BC. Common Era, AD, right? And what happened is, for those who don't know, he told a story of how he ran into this tribe called the Ramarnos, and they were cannibals. So they used to feed him and his friend. They captured them. He was from a different tribe of Simeon or Ephraim or whatever he was from. And he said when they captured him, they fed them to eat them. So they ate his friend. And they fed him. He got so fat, but he was so sick they couldn't get to eat him. then he got some superpowers, and he basically broke away from them and got saved from them, and he had superpowers. What happened is, the reason why he calls himself the Danite, because he wants to connect himself to Samson. That's what he's doing, because Samson was the Danite who was from the tribe of Dan, who, you know, was big and strong. So he was trying to give the impression he was from that tribe. This is where the Ethiopians get the tradition from, of them coming from the tribe of Dan. All right, now what's tricky, and I'm still studying this, and I don't know if anybody in the audience could help me. When he claims that he's from the tribe, he comes from Ethiopia. Which Ethiopia is he talking about? Is he talking about Nubia, or is he talking about modern day Ethiopia? Because then it gets kind of tricky. If it's the Nubia, which he's calling Ethiopia, then it don't, his whole tradition don't make any sense at all. But if he's talking about the other Ethiopia, that's why those people connect themselves to Eldad the Danite and say they come from the tribe of Dan, the Ethiopians. All right, as far as a source, you guys could hit me up in my email. I got a bunch of books on Eldad the Danite, but if you want to get a quick look, go to Encyclopedia Britannica. They have a very good article on Eldad the Danite, and if you go to the Wikipedia article, they have a lot of sources, primary sources about the event. All right, the issue now is this with Eldad the Danite. When they retold his story, remember, this was a big story for the Israelites or the Jewish community, because remember, they're running around saying that there are lost tribes that they're looking for. And if anybody's familiar with Rabbi Akiba and another rabbi, they had an argument of where the lost tribes are. They were like in the 2nd century or the Common Era or the 1st century. They're arguing where the lost tribes are. One of the rabbis said, hey, the lost tribes is never coming back. There's no lost tribes. The other rabbi says, yes, there's a lost tribe. All right. Now, obviously, Eldad the Danite was familiar with that conversation, because he started talking about the lost tribe, because it was a tradition within the rabbinical Judaism community. So him saying that he was one of the lost tribes, or he knew other lost tribes, the Jews got, wow, so there's really lost tribes. So that's when the whole thing started. If he never said this story, we wouldn't have this conversation today. It wouldn't exist. Because if you read the New Testament, it already tell you what the tribes are doing, where they're located, in what communities, and what they're coming down to celebrate the Feast of Trumpets and the Feast of Weeks and all that stuff. So if they're coming from Parthia, from Mesopotamia and all the areas where they were taken, obviously they're living there in a community where they were enslaved, they were able to move around. All right. So Eldad the Danite, that covers that. The Assyrian captivity, again, you could use the Encyclopedia Britannica. It gives you all the sources, the primary sources, about how many people were taken and so forth. And in fact, in academia, there's no such thing as a lost tribe. It's a mythical story that was created. They don't look at it as a real story. All right. In the Bible, you know, you guys have your beliefs of what Isaiah 11:11 says and Isaiah 11:12. You know what it says. I don't need to repeat that. But the Assyrian captivity, what happened is in 2 Samuel 24 verses 9, it tells you how many able men they were. Remember when Israel men was fighting against Judah men, it was over 800,000 able-bodied men. I'm estimating if it's 800,000 body men, right? And I'm going to give you all an estimate right now. If it's 800,000 able-bodied men, that would mean that it's like around 1.6 million, because it doesn't count the here it is right here. It doesn't count. If you look at 2 Samuel 24, 9, is it? Yeah, verse 9. And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people unto the king, and there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000. So what happened is you have 800,000 men. That doesn't include elderly male, elderly female. It don't include women. It don't include children. So I said I would add another 800,000 to make it 1.6 million. But in 2 Chronicles 13 verse 3, 800,000 men versus the 400,000 men of the Israelites, of the Judeans, they had a battle. So what happened is God was on the side of Judah. So he killed off 500,000 of the men of northern Israel, right? So that would leave 300,000, but that's still, with 500,000 die, leaves a population about 1.1 million. And the Assyrians took 40,000, which is less than 5% of the northern tribe population. 95% of the population remained in northern Israel. So that puts us in a position now. What are we going to think? Because if all these people are still there, what happened to them? They remained in the land, and some went to right here. So they have two estimates. They said if 220,000 was in the land, this is what some of the scholars think. Some of them 80,000 fled to Judah, so that would leave 100,000 remaining in the land. 40,000 went into exile, and they said if the population was 350,000, 230,000 remained. 80,000 went to Judah. 40,000 fled to Assyria. And by the way, too, when they were in Assyria, we have to remember that these people in Assyria at the time, and I need to point this out because this is very extremely important. This is extremely, extremely, extremely important. Let me see if I could find it. When the 10 tribes were in Assyria, remember, one, their army men, remember, they weren't slaves. It's a deportation policy. That means I want you to join. If you're in the army in Israel, you became a part of the army in Assyria. See, look at that. Israelite auxiliary troops. We got primary sources. Look at this. Inscription 4. Sargon II, Sumerian charioteers, the horseless individuals. See, a chariot driver. They are cohort commander. They're not slaves. A bodyguard. An archer. Archer for what? Because he's in the army. Look at them. They were officials. Yahweh Ismailite, the chief accounts from Guzana. This is an accountant. This is not a slave. Chief of public works. You see the theophoric element, the name meaning known by Yahweh. You see it in the primary sources. You see the priests, what they're doing over there. You see this right here, skilled laborers. This is what they are doing in Assyria. So we have the primary sources telling us that these people weren't slaves. So when people say, oh, they were in captivity, we know what the Bible is saying. But I'm telling you from a historical perspective, they just went there to build up the Assyrian society. That's why they took the best of the minds. The best of the mind. That's why Nebuchadnezzar he basically offered them income producing land, because you want the smartest people in your country being the congressman or the senator. So he gave them positions in the government, then gave them income producing land. We have over 200 writings, 200 different scripts of evidence showing that what the Jews were doing. They had wills where they would leave money for their slaves. They even had slaves in Babylon. They had slaves in Assyria. Yeah, we have the primary. It's right here. See? An Israelite sells a slave girl, Akulano, the cohort commander of the crown prince in Nineveh. Yeah, it's right here. We have the primary sources of what the Israelites were doing in Assyria. So they're not captives. They're landowners. They're merchants. They're doing what they're doing. They're even snitching in court. I always joke and say they're snitching. They're witnesses in court. Israelites served as witnesses in over 20 legal documents from Assyria. It is clear from these as well as other documents that later generations of deportees adopted non-Israelite, specifically Assyrian names. Thus, there was a certain Assyrianization at work along generational lines. These people aren't slaves, they aren't captives. But in the Bible, it said they're under captivity. So you see, there's a line I draw with belief and what's real. So I could tell you what's going on in real life and what I could prove outside the belief. That's why I don't argue belief, because your belief is your belief. It's a revolving door. You're never going to say your belief is wrong. So I don't argue belief. It makes no sense. I'm just telling you what is true in the Bible and a story that I could prove and show you what was going on. So this so-called lost tribes or whatever, as far as Assyria, see the numbers here, 13,520 by Tiglath-Pileser, and the brother in the chat had put the number 27,000 by Sargon. So this is what we could prove. And this is what the Bible says, and we could prove it outside the Bible that it literally happened. But the numbers, there's no 10 tribes gone. There's no 10 tribes that are gone. There's no such thing in history. What they are taking are just plain and simple people who live in the northern area, the northern part of Israel. And that's what's happening. And then, of course, 701 BC, we have the Assyrians taking over. Let me just talk about John Hyrcanus, and then I'm done. John Hyrcanus, you could go to also you could go to the Encyclopedia Britannica, the short version, or you could email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com, and I'll get you a book on the Maccabean period and John Hyrcanus and so forth. In that period, for those who don't know, it's called the Zagat period. The Zagat period, there were two priests that would oversee the priestly works in Israel. Those people led up to being rabbinical Jews. So those people that you say don't follow Judaism the right way, if you say that they're the Israelites, well, the Israelites were following rabbinical Judaism from early, the Pharisees. And they're the ones that became on top and the ones that they follow. All right. And this is Sennacherib saying, as for Hezekiah the Judean, he did not submit to my yoke. I laid siege to 46 of his strong fortified cities and countless small villages, and he took over 200,150 people, young and old, male and female, horses, mules, donkeys, camels, and as booty. So now, if we look at 2 Kings 18 verses 13, I don't mean to bring that up, but that would tell you what went on here. 701 BC. In my book, I call it the Hezekiah, Sennacherib, and the lost tribes of Judah. Nobody talks about this because it's there and you read it and you believe it, but you don't think about it being 200,000 people leaving or 90% of the people that lived in Judah at the time. And if you say the tribe of Judah, they were gone into Assyrian society and Babylon. You know, by time we reach the Babylonian time period, we have over 13 different stronghold communities that are in Babylon. And guess what? They have a community called Al-Yahudu, which means Judah town. And then when you think about when those people went back to Israel in 1948, some of them descend from those people. And that's what's crazy. But I yield, man. I yield at that point.
Yeah, I appreciate you going through there and kind of giving us the nuts and bolts of some of the things that you shared. I know sometimes we get on the panel and we have to just throw things out, but we never get a chance to kind of go back and lay the foundation. So I appreciate that. It was very thorough. And anyone that's interested in looking into what he shared regarding those three topics, you should have a good solid foundation to build upon. So I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to jump off. My wife asked me to go and do a favor for her. So if I can get back on and you guys are still on later, I'll try and get back on. If not, I'll just listen in. But peace and blessings to all that's on the panel and to the Berean community. Stay in Christ, keep your faith anchored and rooted in the word of God. Put on the whole armor of God so that you'll be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. God bless you all.
All right, Pastor Green. Hey, Garfield, this guy on the screen had two questions for you.
So Garfield, the Jews no longer existed after the Babylonian captivity. No, I never said that. Never said that at all. Even after the Sennacherib captivity, never said that. I think, a matter of fact, it was a mix. It was a mixed people because the Edomites helped. The Edomites were in Judah because they helped the Babylonians to invade Judah. All right, they did that. So they came in and they assisted and they continued to live there and worship and had take over Hebron as their capital. So they were a major part. The Edomites were a major part in that part of society. You know, it makes you think outside of your belief. You know the story of Esau and Jacob. In my book, I do talk about it because there are two times in the Bible, in Genesis 38. And of course, the story of Esau and Jacob, where there's fighting in the womb. But in the Greek culture, they also have this. Yes. So there is the same type of story. And if you look into it, the Edomites were always at war with Judah, and Judah was considered part of Israel. So if you look at the war, fighting in the womb could be symbolic. It could be a metaphor. It could be some sort of literary trope to talk about what happened in the past as far as Edom and as far as Israel having fighting wars and all that stuff. That's just my little input outside the biblical text. But if you look into that as far as Babylon captivity, brother, I'll tell you that Judeans lived there. Around 1,500 people lived in Jerusalem, according to Israel Finkelstein, his estimate. And there's a lot of archaeology of when the people went back and they built up and all that stuff. So no, we can't say that nobody ceased to exist here. I would not say that. What was the second question?
Dunamis, can you put his first question back up on the screen? If Dunamis is still with us. You still there, Dunamis?
Dunamis, read in the comments.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. JT, you sharing your screen?
No. Can you put that comment from this guy? He had two comments like right back to back. Can you put the first one back up?
You know, the lies are lies or lies? What's it say?
No, it was a question he was asking.
So why they
I think
call
that's it.
princes in
Yeah.
9th? So why they call princes in of captivity through the 9th century? That's one.
Hold on,
Yeah,
keep
that's
that
it.
up, keep that up, keep that up.
Yeah, that's
Now,
it.
now, what does he mean by that? Who was called princes of captivity? Is he calling the Jews? Because if you look at the history of Jews, they've always been in captivity or they're kicked out of a country. That's their history. They're always kicked because they always deal with the economics and the banking system in people's countries. Remember, they were lending money to Persia and even Nebuchadnezzar and all those different things. So they had a banking family. There's something called the Marashal Archives. Y'all need to read that. That was around 445 BC, how they was lending money to the Persians and all that stuff. Over 800 different texts giving information about the Jews from Babylon who are still living in Babylon. Because remember, there's no proof or no evidence, archaeologically speaking, or through anthropology, that the Jews went back to Judah. There's no evidence of that. The evidence says that they remained in Babylon and continued to live there. Now, the ones that stay by the rivers of Babylon, they may have gone back because they are the ones that was writing the different stories and the Torah and all that different stuff. So they might have went back. But as far as the people who got the income producing land and owned slaves themselves and worked in the government of Nebuchadnezzar, they never went back. They continued to live there. That's why they had 13 different communities, and Al Yahuda, Judah town, was one of them.
That's interesting.
You say no. You said they were not captives in Babylon.
Okay, for those who are Bible believers, remember you have 3 stories of Nebuchadnezzar coming to Judah. He came twice, not under anger. He was encouraging them according to the Al Yahuda tablets, right? You have over 200 tablets. Now, he offered them income producing land. He encouraged them to come and move there. All right. The third time he came, because I think the king's name was Zedekiah, he did not want to pay money as being a vassal king. He didn't want to do that anymore. And that's when he came in and he conquered Judah and he destroyed Jerusalem. So at that point, what you call it? Those people who he came in and took, those people were the people he took by the rivers of Babylon. So when you see in Psalms, by the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down, those people that you see in Psalms, those people were more not captives in the sense of locked up on a jail cell, but they were put aside and kept under lock. But the majority of the people in Babylon were not captives.
Hey, Dunaman, some guy is in the green room that wants to get in.
All right, brother. You got one? Go ahead. Go ahead, 1,000 names.
Somebody want to jump on, so let them up. Oh, he's
He's on. He's on.
What's up, my brother? Or sister, I don't know who it is.
Hey, what's up, brother Garfield? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I think you got an echo.
Okay, my apologies. I'm gonna try to make this short. So, I mean, here I'm not here to debate who is a real Jew, who's not the real Jew. The family, y'all know who I am. Y'all recognize my voice. I'm just gonna say it. We believe what we believe, brother Garfield. We believe that the so-called Negroes and Latinos of Aboriginal descent are the Israelites. Now, going past all this, because who's going to determine who's an Israelite and who's not?
As far as what? As far as a spiritual belief system? That's what you're saying?
No, we're talking about bloodline, sperm. Who descends from the sperm of the 12 patriarchs? Who's going to decide who's who?
I don't. That's a belief question, because for one, I don't believe. I'm going to just tell you straight up. I don't believe the 12 tribes existed. So I don't think Jacob is a real person. So I can't answer.
Okay, so we're all listening to a man who blasphemes the Holy Scriptures.
Well, if you want to put it that way, I mean, I don't. That's why I don't debate scriptures. I don't. I just deal with the history.
Brother, the whole standpoint is if God is who determines who the bloodline is with prophecy, then just, the main focus should be now just living like Israel. It shouldn't matter. What's the point then? And this is where, shout out to Garfield, on his channel, he has economic talks. People come on there, talk about the stocks, talk about different grants, all that kind of stuff. That should be the focus then, just living your life. Like in Jeremiah. Plant gardens, marry, do what you have to do. All this talk, man, if the Most High is going to decide, then what's the point of going back and forth? Just be Israel. Do your thing. Right? Ultimately.
Did he drop off?
Nah, because the whole thing, he gonna go the whole spiel about Garfield blasphemies and this and that. So it's just like let's get to a point. Let's get to what's the next step. Because we were talking about this for years.
No, I was about to say whether Garfield believes scripture or not. You're going to question him, and I'm glad he's back. You're going to question him about, historical pattern, migration patterns, history, archaeology, DNA. So there are some things you can discuss, just like we can have discussions with atheists who don't believe nothing in the Bible for the most part. But we can have certain discussions with them about historical facts or scientific facts. So you could have a conversation with Garfield, even though he doesn't believe the Bible. You can have a conversation with him about, what you determine as far as DNA or migration, assuming that you go by DNA, or if it's just you just believe you're an Israelite, which is okay. But is that not something you can have a discussion about, or even a debate about? You're muted.
Oh, sorry about that, brother. All I wanted to say was, we got to have two perspectives, like he's saying. He's coming from that perspective, and I'm just going to come with what I believe. I'm just a brother who's in the ghetto, who found out that his father goes back to the Sephardic Jews who fled from Portugal and went into slavery. But that's really who I am. And my people were categorized as Negroes. But my family told me who I am. So it's like I'm listening to a man who doesn't believe in the scriptures. I get all that. He's coming with some information, but that's not wisdom at all. So I just wanted to ask somebody who actually believes in the scriptures two things, because he was mentioning the 10 lost tribes, and that was a myth, when clearly the Bible says that that's not true at all. I wanted to ask.
Where's the Bible say that's true?
That the 12 tribes existed?
Where does it say that?
It doesn't say, okay, let's go to, it doesn't say lost tribes. It just says that they were scattered.
That's our interpretation of lost tribes and scattering. Doesn't mean lost. We know where they were.
Right, we do know, and that's what I would say, is that we didn't know where all of the tribes were until I would say that the Israelites, the Jews, we've always known where the tribes were scattered, because according to the Greek Septuagint, our forefather Ezra told us where a lot of the Israelites went. They were scattered to the four corners of the earth, and one of the places that have not been inhabited yet was the North and Central and South Americas. It wasn't until recently that Christopher Columbus found that information out. But the main reason why I'm here is because I wanted to ask two questions, really. The first question is during the time of the split of the Northern and Southern Kingdom, the Southern Kingdom were considered Judeans, or Jews, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and can you turn off YouTube, man, because you got that echo in background, please.
I think you might YouTube still going.
One second. Before you ask your question, beloved, I don't mean to cut you. With all due respect, you said something about Christopher Columbus and the people here. Can you repeat that? Because I need to address that immediately. I definitely need to address that Christopher Columbus claim, because I think you're coming from a One West doctrine perspective, and I need to address something. What did Christopher Columbus do, beloved? I'm curious. What did he do?
It's not about what he did, and I apologize for the back feed. This is the best that I can do, family. But just to answer you, it's not even a one West thing. It's just Bible says that they're going to be scattered to the four quarters of the earth. So all you have to do is go back to history and ask the question, when did the Israelites get scattered to North America, Central and South America? The Bible tells you in the Apocrypha that they came, the 10 tribes, they came to a land called Arsareth. When you go through the history, and even when you go through, what's his name, De Torres, who was an Israelite, a Hebrew, he states, Louis de Torres, they state that the North American Indians were keeping Torah, they were circumcising their children, and okay, well, anyways, I want to move on, right? Because I want to get to my question. I want to get to my question. I'm never going to be able to get to my question. And it's not fair to me because every time I get on, I only get like 10 seconds to speak. So please, because they don't like me when I'm on here, so I have to get to my question as fast as I can.
I like your demeanor. I like your demeanor. I think you're very respectable, and I like your demeanor. But the thing is, you said Louis de Torres. Louis de Torres was actually a translator that came that could speak Arabic. He could speak Chaldean. He could also speak Hebrew.
He was a Jew. He was an Israelite.
He was no. I don't know about no Israelite. I know he was a Jew. He was a converted Jew to Catholicism. He was from Europe. So I don't know.
He was an Israelite. The record will show that he's an Israelite.
Did he say he was an Israelite?
Yes, the records will reflect that he was an Israelite.
I have a copy of the records right here.
I have a copy too. So let me ask my question now. Let me ask my question, because that's why I'm here. I'm here to ask a question.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I had two questions. The first question is that the Southern Kingdom during the split, they were identified as Judeans or Jews. Is that correct?
There's the kingdom of Judah existed because we do have kings at the time that were Judean, saying that they were the kings of Judah. So yes, Judeans under the king of Judah. That's
okay, great.
Hey, look, brother, you have to mute yourself when someone's talking. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, family. So you agree that the Judeans were called Jews during the time of the split. Now, what was the capital of the Northern Kingdom called?
Samaria.
So what were the Northern Kingdom Israelites called during the split?
During the split, when the records, when we look at the Assyrian records, they call them Sumerians. That's what they call them. They call them Sumerians, or they call them House of
Ephraim or Israel.
No, not House of Israel or Ephraim. They didn't call them that. They call them. You're talking outside the Bible, of course, right? I'm talking what the Assyrians call them.
I'm saying both. I'm saying the Bible and secular history.
Okay, there's of course after Hosea, there is no more Israel. The Israel kingdom fell that. It hasn't been back since.
So are you saying that when they came back to the land?
Hold on. It's called the house of what's the name of that king? Hold on, let me look at the kings list real quickly. Hold on there. Israel's king list. Hold on 1 second. Let me just Google this real quick and tell you right now what they used to call it. It's like how they used to have the house of David. They had the house of Omri. They call it the house of Omri, or they call it the Samaria. That's what they would use, the Assyrian records. House of Omri or Samaria.
Okay, beautiful. So this is where I like to go to the Bible, because you like to rely on extra secular sources. I like to rely on the Bible. So that might be our two different approaches, right? So for me, relying on the Bible as my primary source, can we go to John chapter 4?
Do you, brother? Do you?
We're going to John chapter 4 for.
Hello, Brian. Nice to hear from you, sir. Just to answer that question, why are we going to John chapter 4? Because this is historical evidence here. We're going to go to chapter 4 and verse 9. It says, "Then saith the woman of Samaria unto him, who is it that thou, being a Jew, asketh drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria? Garfield, you stated that during the time of the split, the southern kingdom, Benjamin, Judah, and Levi were called Judeans or Jews. Those of the northern kingdom were called from the house of Omri or Samaritans. It says, a woman of Samaria. For the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans. Is that true, that during the time of the split, that the northern kingdom, the Samaritans, had no dealings with the Judeans of the south?
No, because actually the northern tribes, the priesthood actually fled to Judah. That's why the Bible is written with a Judean slant, because the writers took over. They went to Judah, and they decided to take over and establish.
Which were who? The Levites, correct?
I have no idea who the 80,000 people were. But that's the estimate.
Well, it tells you that the Levites were kicked out. So, like I said, there was a division. The Bible says you that there was a division. The Bible also tells you that the northern kingdom had their own brethren in the southern kingdom. They went to war, they killed one another, and they tried to have them as slaves. So clearly, there is a division between the Samaritans and the Jews.
Yes,
Okay.
that's true.
Okay, but what about the fact that in Chronicles, when they're doing Passover, all these tribes came back and they were there. They were all there.
The majority of the northern kingdom remain. Okay, let's go to Ezekiel, because Ezekiel tells you they're going to be divided until his second coming.
But what is your question, though? What is your question, though?
My question, that was just my first question about the southern kingdom. That was just the first question. So I just have to clarify that the northern kingdom, they're identified as Samaritans. And in John chapter 4, the woman at the well is a Samaritan. And she says that she has no dealings with Jews, which in the history, they don't have dealings with one another. And she says that her father is Jacob, which proves that the northern kingdom Israelites in the New Testament are not identified as Jews. They're identified as Samaritans. That's number one. Number two, considering the scattering of the Israelites and the myth that you say it's a myth, I want to disqualify that statement by going to.
This is dumb. This is dumb. So the Hannah, the one from the tribe of Asher, did she consider herself a Samaritan?
She wasn't called a Jew.
She was from the tribe of Asher. Was she a Samaritan?
Well, by all context, yes, she would be considered a Samaritan.
Oh my God, this is dumb. Did the northern tribes went south? They moved into Judea.
The Bible doesn't say that. The Bible says that they settled in the even when you go through Josephus, it tells you that they were in Manasseh, they were in the lands of Ephraim. They went when they came back to the land, they were still in those parts. They were in the land of Zebulun, they were in Galilee, right? Where Jesus was, in the land of Naphtali. They went back to their homeland, they went back to their land allotment.
And which tribes were north, migrated north?
Well, according to the book of Tobit, you have Naphtali in the land of Assyria, and they moved to the Medes, to the Median territories, and into further into Persia. Not only that, the Apocrypha tells you that they came to America. You know, so
for the 66.
Hold on 1 second.
Which tribes went to northern Israel?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. You said the Apocrypha said they went to America. Where did it say that?
I would love to answer your question after I ask my final question, because that's why I'm on here. I wanted to ask two questions. I wanted to ask the first one, which were what were the Samaritans called in the New Testament, and what were the Judeans called during the split? You answered that. So now my final question is, can we go to the book of Jeremiah? What is your understanding on this? Let's go to the book of Jeremiah. And I would like to go to chapter 29 and verse 14. Because Garfield, you made a statement that you don't believe in the Bible. You don't believe that Jacob even existed But yet you sit here and you say that these white people in the Middle East right now are the Jews. They're bankers and stuff like that. These are Jews. How could they be Jews if Jacob never existed? You are contradicting yourself. So when we go to Jeremiah 29 and verse 14, it tells you that, and I will be found of you, who's the you, Israel, saith Yahweh, the Lord, and I will turn away your captivity. That was my main question to you, because you made a statement that those white people over there are the Jews, and us Negroes here in America in the ghettos, right, we're not the Jews. So my question to you, sir, is according to Jeremiah 29 and 14, will the Jews be in captivity? He says, I will turn away your captivity, and I will gather you from all nations and from all the places whither I have driven you, saith the Lord. And I will bring you again into the place whence I caused you to be carried away captive.
All right. I'm not going to answer a biblical question. I don't do that on Berean's channel. All right. Out of respect. But I'll say this, though. The Jews that are in Judea come from a tradition from rabbinical Judaism. They are Jews. They're Judeans that stem from those people. I have no problem with that. As far as them being the real Israelites, I don't think anybody black or white can be an Israelite from the biblical text. That's just my personal opinion. All right, based on what I know. As far as the Apocrypha says they went to America, I would definitely like to see a source for that. And if you're calling Arzareth America, that's definitely camp doctrine. Now, whether I feel that Jacob is an eponymous ancestor is irrelevant. That's my personal choice. But what I do realize, though, a lot of things that you say is just not physically true. It's just not true. You made a claim earlier. You said that Luis Torres was said that he saw Jews here and all that stuff. I think you're conflating a lot of things.
I said that he was an Israelite.
Mute your mic. You got a strong echo. Mute your mic. When I'm finished talking, you could talk, brother. Don't worry about it. Trust me, I'm gonna let you talk and speak your mind and do what you do. All right. What I'm gonna say is, and this might shock a lot of people, this book here, a lot of Israelites like to pull this book out. It's called The Origins of American Racism, Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, Ronald Sanders. I don't think they ever read it at all. What happened is they keep thinking that Columbus is using 2nd Ezra 642 to basically say that he's coming to America and all that stuff. But what happened is Columbus actually admits in this book, for those who don't know, he admits that the rabbinical Jews are the lost tribes. The rabbinical Jews of Spain are the lost tribes of Israel. Let me say that again. In this book, for those who would miss, I think it's page 78, right here, Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Columbus says the rabbinical Jews are, and let me say it again, are the chosen or the lost tribes of Israel. Columbus never said anything about the people that he saw over here. He thought he was heading to India. So for those who are repeating that lie, I have the book that has the source that says he's talking about those Jews, the ones that y'all thought is fake. Let me finish the point. Next point I'm gonna make. Luis Torres, who you claimed came over here, he was a translator. He read three different languages, right? And he never once said that the people here were the Israelites. I don't know.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on a second, Garfield. I got to step back away for a minute, but I want to say something. You know, one thing that really troubles me that with a lot of my Israelite friends, like Bruce and this brother right here, this guy, Jew means white in Garfield's understanding. So I'm gonna fall back. As soon as you start arguing that all you black folk ain't no Hebrews, automatically they're saying you're defending the white man or you're talking about white man like there's no other people on the planet. Everything is black and white. They hearing what you're not saying. Automatically, you telling them they ain't the people. That mean the white man is the people. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. So here's the quote about the reprobate Jews versus the real Jews. And by the way, Columbus did say that the reason why what is it again? He said something about the the traveling of the, hold on a second. Oh, he said what influenced him was the prophecy in Isaiah. That's what influenced him as far as his movements of anything. Not about no looking for no lost tribes. All right, now this is a source that a lot of them like to use from Jewish Encyclopedia, right? It says the name of the land beyond the great river far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to 4 Esdras 1345. Columbus identified America with this land. Now, that sounds like a dagger, right? Garfield beat up his own self. So what I did, family, is I went behind the Jewish Encyclopedia because I like to go behind sources. That's what I love doing. So I went to Kaiserling's, and then when I went to Kaiserling's writing, it doesn't say nothing about Ozarth being in America. This is what it actually says. He was also very fond of reading the Bible in the 4th book of Ezra, which was probably written by a Jew who lived outside of Palestine. According to his own assertion, the incentive that impelled him to plan his discoveries was not a love of science, but his interpretation of the prophecies of Isaiah. Nothing in this book that the Jewish Encyclopedia quotes says that Columbus said it was America. So this quote in the Jewish Encyclopedia, y'all need to write them and say, y'all got this wrong, because it doesn't say that in the book. Because I actually have the book. It's free online. This book right here. All right. As far as Ozarth, it's very interesting that this Ozarth actually means another land. But if you look at 2nd Esdras 1340, it uses, it said, look at where it says that another land is. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Uzziah the king, whom Salmanasar the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them away over the waters, and so they came into another land. This another land right here is the same word as Ozarth. It's the same word that's in 45 right here. The region is called Ozarth, which means another land. Let's not, we could ponder and all that stuff about Columbus said this and Louis the Taurus, which is all misinformation. Don't take my word for it, family. Go back and research. There's nothing. It's right here. Louis the Taurus, a Jew who had occupied a position under the governor of Mercia and who was baptized shortly before Columbus sailed. As he understood Hebrew, Chaldee, and some Arabic, Columbus employed him as an interpreter. But what happened is these guys, they like to tell lies. So not him, not the guy who's speaking. They like to put out misinformation. But what happened is they couldn't speak each other languages. So that what they had to do is use sign language. And this is what the people shout out. They said, Sibao, Sibao. They couldn't speak Hebrew or anything. So nobody could say, hey, we found the lost tribes or anything. Or they couldn't have told them we the lost tribes because they couldn't speak no language. They couldn't communicate. So they had to use sign language. All right, man. I'm going to leave that for now. Let me put my son to bed, man. Peace and love to y'all. I love y'all, whether we agree or disagree. I love y'all. We one people. Or we misfight together.
Garfield, I got to ask you a final question before you leave, brother.
All right, go ahead.
Right, so now let's get to the conclusion of the matter, right? I know that you may not necessarily believe in the scriptures like we do, but I think that everybody else here, I think I can speak for them that we do believe in these scriptures wholeheartedly with all of our heart. And I want to read something that's going to take place, okay? It tells us in the book of Matthew, chapter 25, because we can talk about this all day. Who's the real Israelite? Because that's pretty much because the Bible says that there's a controversy for Zion. There is a controversy going on. The book of Revelations tells us there's people lying. There's people saying that they're Jews and are not. So there's clearly something that's going on here. This is all prophetic. Everything, this panel, this channel that I'm on, this is all prophetic. Okay. And at the end of the day, the Father is going to get who's an Israelite. He's going to say, you're an Israelite, you're an Israelite, and you're an Israelite. And he's going to decide who's who. And he's going to separate. It says in Matthew 25 and verse 31, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations. So all ethnicities, all bloodlines of people will be gathered before him. And he shall separate them one from another. Okay. As a shepherd, divideth his sheep from the goats. So that's pretty much my point is at the end of the day, the Father is going to separate the nations And he's going to separate the sheep from the goats. And who are the sheep? Those are the Israelites. And who are the goats? Let me show you who the goats are, because he's going to separate the nations, Mr. Garfield.
Brother, you trying to prove this to Garfield?
No, it's not about that. Just let me say my point and I'll be gone, because I'm about to leave as well.
Because that's madness, man.
Please let me finish my point and have respect for me, brother. It says right here in the book of Obadiah, here are the goats, chapter 1 and verse 18. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire. So whoever Jacob is, all right, you're trying to make a claim as to who's a Jew and who's not, when you don't even believe that the Bible is real. You don't even believe that Jacob even existed, okay, which is oxymoronic. It says, in the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. Okay, so here we see a separation between the southern kingdom and the northern kingdom. That further proves my point that in the New Testament, the northern kingdom are not identified as Jews. They're identified as Samaritans, and they are considered Gentiles in the New Testament. It says, and the house of Esau for stubble. So at the end of the day, Esau, whoever the Edomites are, they're going to be for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them. Who are we going to kindle and who are we going to devour? We're going to devour Esau. And there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord hath spoken it, according to Isaiah 63 on down. All right, so that's the conclusion. The conclusion is we don't know who the Israelites are. Only God and the angels know the wheat from the tares. And at the end of the day, the goats are going to be destroyed when he separates the nations, which are the Edomites. You family have a good night. Do not listen to this double-minded man.
Hey, you're going to run now, man?
Oh man, hey, let me just say this
God.
real quickly. Whenever you read the New Testament, I'm not a Bible guy, but just bear in mind that Edom, Judah, and Samaria is called Judah during the Roman time period from 6 AD. So he's talking about Edom. Remember, Edom has the same appearance as Jacob. So even if I don't know anybody who could have a child who are twins who are not related. It's just crazy with this Esau camp teaching. This is why, remember when he started speaking, I said, you're a one West guy, just based on what he says about the North Americans, and they lie about Columbus saying ours the rest is America and all that stuff, but he doesn't say that in the primary. But anyway, you guys have a beautiful night. Much love and respect to you, Bereen and Dunamis and the other brother that's on, Mr. T-Mac. And peace and love to y'all in the audience. Whether we agree or disagree, when it comes to history, you know them Israelites can't mess with Garfield. Peace and love, and I'm out.
Dunamis, I'm gonna say this before I drop off. That was a crock. That was a load of crock what he read. What he just read. Nowhere in there did it say God was going to separate Israelites from non-Israelites. You know, and so that cap doctrine is poisoned, and a lot of people follow that. But Christ is going to separate his servants, those who serve him versus those who don't serve him. And guess what? Some of those that don't serve him are Israelites. Good night.
Well, Rand, I don't know if you're still here, brother. Well, since oh man, I don't even have a late night special with y'all. Because I'm just praying we'll close out. Father, thank you for the time. Thank you for this weekend. Father God, just give us wisdom. Let us come to conclusions on the matter and not go back and forth. Let's walk out our faith and let's move in unity. Let's love our differences in holiness, and let's move together towards the goal. It's just you, Christ. Let's be good examples in our communities, good fathers, good mothers, good sisters, good brothers, good sons and daughters. Give us peace to this week. Let bless our hands so that we touch will have success. Let our minds be at ease. Let the week as go through be just one of peace and shalom. As we pray in Jesus' name. In Yeshua. Amen. Oh yeah, dollar sign Berean teach. Drop a dollar. Drop a dollar.